about us versus them.
All right, what do you say, guys? What do you say? What do you say? What do you say? It is Wednesday, and we're going to get right into it. Welcome back to the program. I appreciate you for joining me. You guys know what to do right off the bat. Make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. Shout out to everybody on this space. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to Matt for including me into this coalition. And then obviously thank you guys to the best chat in the history of social media right here at Blunt Politics, and obviously the mods that keep us safe. Make sure that chat can continue to scroll down there. I appreciate you guys. What do you say we bring you guys in for a little hello there, a little screen time that you guys deserve? Say hi to everybody that makes this show go and grow. And I appreciate you guys every single day for doing that. Jeff, what's going on, my man? What's up, Dame? How are you? What's up, Yakov? Hope everything's all right, my friend. Same thing with Masha. Sorry, you guys, having to make the hospital trips today, but we'll be right here with you. If you need anything, you just let us know. What's going on, Deb? How are you guys? What's up, Ask? Appreciate you guys for being here. What's up, Twiggy? What's up, Frisky? Appreciate you guys. What's up, Sarah? What's up, what's up, Andrea? How are you? TK, Evie's aunt, Flipper, El Rondo. Let's go. What's up, moms? Tina, Aliosha, I see you over there on Twitch, my friend. Big salute to you as well. Thank you to everybody on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitch, Substack. Like I said, you guys know what to do. We're an independent channel with no ad reads. We have no outside sources making this possible. It's literally just with the help and the generosity and support of you guys here at the chat. And obviously the people that watch this afterwards, if you guys could share, subscribe, like, all of the things that are free, doesn't cost you a dime to do anything. And again, over there on Twitch, if you do have an Amazon Prime account, you can utilize that to become a member of the channel, and it doesn't cost you anything. It's free to do so. So if you guys want to utilize that, you can. And like I said, I appreciate you as I get the housekeeping notes out of the way. Yeah, well, I try. I don't really like this part of the whole thing, but it is what it is as far as that's concerned. But it is June 24th. It is Wednesday. Like I said, we got 1 hour to go through the craziness, the news. We're going to hop into a little bit of Donald Trump's meltdown this morning, canceling the housing bill that was basically set up, ready to go. They had the stand up, they had the seats, they had the media, press gaggle, ready to rock and roll. And because Donald Trump is a petulant child who wants to just be able to steal our elections, as well as give Republicans ample power to do the same thing for generations to come through his SAVE Act, he's not happy with that. So again, he's taking it out on the rest of us. It was a bipartisan housing bill, I will have you know as well. But what do you say we start off with a little bit of 75%? You guys are going to ask yourself, well, what the hell does he mean by 75%? Well, 75% is what we just hit of our NAFO campaign, our goal. So thank you, Judy. Thank you, George. Good to see you, my friend. What's up, Jorge? I see you down there. Thank you, Roxanne, and everybody else that makes this possible. Because like I said, I'm under no illusions. I am not, demented enough or delusional enough to suspect or think that our reach here is much bigger than it is. So I am blown away every single day to see what we are capable here of at Blunt Politics, and you guys, especially there in the community, and everybody watching this that shares this out, contributes $1, $2, $5, $10. A lot of people contributing a lot more than that to this. And it blows me away every single day to see this. But like I said, congratulations to you guys for hitting 75% of our NAFO goal with the Help 99 Sniffing Brigade, the 69 Sniffing Brigade, to help raise €20,500 to help go towards the 3rd Operational Battalion, the artillery platoon heading in the Lipsy direction. And again, every single vehicle goes directly to help save lives. Right. I mean, there's no question about it. We've seen time and time again the videos from the frontline soldiers that are just so appreciative and thankful for all of these private donations and YouTube channels that are making these things possible, with Help 99 and Cars for Ukraine, United 24, all of the different smaller creators that are putting these things together. All goes to add up to a pretty substantial contribution to this war effort. So again, a huge thank you for the 118 donations, now at €15,446, which I believe is $17,500-ish in USD. So again, nothing to shake a stick at. Definitely not a small contribution by any sense of the word. And again, it's amazing to see, and it's an honor and a privilege to be a part of this. And we continue to start off the show, every single show, with letting you guys know how well you did every single night. So here you can see on the wall, Kay, thank you so much. Thank you, Anthony, as well. Let's see here. Michael, Brenda, Kenneth, Robert, Jeremy, Kim, Roxanne, Richard, Vasil, Olena, Gregory, Arthur, Thomas, Philippe, Colleen, MJ, Hugo, Dame Dog in the chat there. Mom's in the chat there. Rocks in the chat there, right? We got one from Alicia. Thank you. This one was on behalf of the entire Blunt Politics family. Tom and Victoria, thank you so much. And again, everybody else, like I said, Yakov for what you've done, Nancy for your contributions, and everybody else that's made this possible and made it worthwhile for not only this community, but for others like the Help 99 and the 69 Sniffer Brigade to look at us and say, hey, we could utilize them. We could utilize his passion. We could utilize his platform, and we could do some good with this. And it's only with your help and you guys continuing to hit that subscribe button and, you know, making our push to 25K. That's going to help continue to make us more visible, right? To help, you know, not only if it's people to interview on the show, but, you know, different organizations to be affiliated with, all of the things, all of the doors that open up where the subscriber base continues to grow. And it's with your help that we'll continue to do that. So again, a big shout out to Help 99, a big shout out to the boys over there at the 69 Sniffer Brigade for including us in this, for giving us the honor and the privilege to make this happen. And like I said, I still think we have the best patches in the game. I know I'm a little bit biased in that regard, but come on. I mean, tell me these aren't the best in there. So again, congratulations on 75%. Big milestone hit there in under 3 weeks, right? In under 3 weeks for a channel of less than 25,000 subscribers to be able to produce something like this, I feel is incredibly substantial, and you guys deserve all the credit. And I will be here to give you all that credit. All right, let's start off with, like I said in the opening there, a little bit of Donald Trump's meltdown that he's having, where he just outright canceled today's housing news conference that was supposed to be the signing of the housing bill there, the bipartisan housing bill. I believe it was Elizabeth Warren and Tim Scott, if I'm not mistaken. Let me throw this on your screen real quick, because this was just a few posts regarding the matter. This was Amanda Coppin. She says he's already calling it a national emergency because we won't let him take over the elections. This is not good. And she puts that on top of an Aaron Rupar post where he says, wow, Trump is crashing out, quote, today's housing news conference and signing is hereby canceled until such time as we can pass the desperately needed Save America Act, which I consider to be a national emergency. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President DJT, which again is just showing his selfishness, right? If it's not something that's going to directly benefit him, if he's not getting everything that he wanted, then be damned the people of this country, be damned anybody that would have seen some benefit from this housing bill. And we have a little bit here, just in case you're not familiar. Let me throw this on the screen here. This is the Time. This is from Time by Connor Green here, just detailing a little bit of what was in this, what was supposed to be in this. And then we have, after this, we'll go on, because people are pointing out, the constitutional fact that this has 10 days. Like if he doesn't sign this within 10 days, then it automatically becomes law anyway. So we'll go over all the back and forth and what's likely to come from this. But obviously what's really clear is the tantrum and how Donald Trump, the president of this fucking country, doesn't give a goddamn shit about who he affects, who he hurts, what hardships he places upon the people of this country. And again, what minute little bit of work could actually be done to help in just this one area of housing, right? So let's just go through a little bit of what would have been in it. And again, if Donald Trump didn't cancel that. So this says here, Congress has passed a sweeping bipartisan housing bill that could help boost the U.S. housing supply and lower costs for millions of renters and buyers across the country. Now, just as a general statement there, a first paragraph, sounds like something that you'd like to see happen, right? I'm sure there's some bad things. I'm sure there's some things that we could call out. I'm sure there's some things that we could say could have been done much better, ways that we can expand on it. But right there, lowering the cost of millions for, millions of renters and making it more easily readily available, these houses, right, for people that want to access the houses across the country. So the U.S. housing supply and lowering, the rent for millions in this country sounds like a step in the right direction, right? We have a lot to work on. We have a lot to fucking handle and a lot of problems to solve in this country. But at least it sounds like we're stepping forwards instead of backwards, right? And like I said, it goes on here to say the House passed the 21st Century Road to Housing Act 358 to 32 on Tuesday after the Senate approved the measure 85-5 a day earlier. It now heads to Donald Trump's desk, which again, we just reported. This was an earlier kind of recounting of what was in the bill. So this doesn't take into account Donald Trump's statements this morning in canceling this. Congressional leaders released a bicameral compromise version of the bill last week after earlier iterations passed the Senate in March and the House in May with overwhelming support from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle. quote, "This is a very rare occurrence to have successive bipartisan votes across both chambers on both versions of this bill, and it finally seems to be reaching the finish line." Francis Torres, Housing and Infrastructure Director at the Bipartisan Policy Center, told Time ahead of the bill's House passage, This bill is the most serious that Congress has gotten about housing reforms in generations. This legislation, which has been led by, Senator Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts and Tim Scott of South Carolina, again, bipartisan, and Reps Maxine Waters of California and French Hill of Arkansas in the House, which is, again, hilarious considering he had a little press conference this morning with Mike Johnson, and they were praising this and saying how wonderful it was without actually knowing that apparently Donald Trump at the same time simultaneously was saying that this was canceled, that it wasn't going to happen. So just making these idiots look like dickbags in front of everybody. But he doesn't care, right? Neither do they, because they go on to defend Donald Trump's canceling of this. It also goes on to say that among a host of 50 provisions, it seeks to remove barriers from building homes, lowering housing costs, and shifts greater control over housing to the local level. This bill reflects years of work and priorities from the White House, Senate, and House to build a housing affordability package that puts families first, increases supply, expands access to affordable housing, and addresses the housing crisis. Scott and Warren said in a joint statement after the Senate passed the legislation, today's bipartisan vote is an important step towards addressing American housing affordability crisis and giving families across the country a fair shot at American dream. Here's what to know about the bill and how it could impact the U.S. housing market. It says one of the bill's biggest goals is to increase the U.S. housing supply, which it seeks to do through a variety of different approaches. For one, the bill could streamline environmental reviews in an effort to speed the processing of constructing homes. It would also mandate that the Department of Housing and Urban Development offer guidance on how communities could best reform zoning and land use policies to reduce barriers of housing development. This bill would just provide a lot of guidelines around best practices and specifically pattern books for how local jurisdictions can reduce design and approval costs and other red tape process for housing developers, particularly small developers, Torres says. Another provision of the bill would expand the definition of manufactured housing, a change that Torres says would, quote, unlock a segment of the housing market and make it cheaper and easier to mass produce such homes, which are built entirely in factories before being transported to their sites. I'm sure you guys have seen in your travels some of these homes going down the road. Still, other portions of the bill would provide various grants and loans aimed at supporting the development of new housing or the improvement of the already existing properties, including rebuilding aging homes and converting vacant buildings into housing. Additionally, it increases certain banks' public welfare investment cap, allowing them to invest more in low-income and affordable housing communities. Beyond seeking to bolster the supply, the legislation also aims to help more Americans rent and buy homes. For instance, it would create a program aimed at making small dollar mortgages, which help buyers obtain lower cost homes more accessible. It would additionally seek to help veterans access potentially housing opportunities. And perhaps the most controversial of the various changes it would make, the bill would also restrict the number of single family homes large institutional investors can own and require them to report how many such properties they control, with the goal of promoting home ownership opportunities for American families rather than corporations. So again, all seems like good things, steps in the right direction. Obviously, nothing that's going to completely, transform or do a 180 as far as the crisis and the problems that we're now facing. But again, the things that we're reading, the things that were listed in the legislation that we just went over, obviously a step in the right direction. But Donald Trump, again, doesn't seem to give a shit as he put out this statement like we just put up there. Today's housing news conference and signing is hereby canceled until such time as we pass the desperately needed Save America Act. And as was stated here, he's basically calling it a national emergency because we won't let him take over the elections. And it goes on here because most people are pointing this out as well. It says here, to be clear, Trump has no leverage here. If he doesn't sign the housing bill within 10 days, it automatically becomes law. If before then he vetoes that, Congress has the votes to override the veto. Right. So again, addressing Jake Sherman's post here, talking about Trump's post, canceling that. As he says, the stage is set in the Capitol. There were people there. The chairs were there. The microphones were there. The podiums were there for this signing and the celebration. And, the Republicans are ready to actually tell people for the first time. And I don't know how long that, they managed to take a step in the right direction for the American people. But now, because Donald Trump is so selfish and cowardly and intent on ruining our election process, he is, again, not not even affording the Republicans that we're going to get some slight victory, at least propaganda-wise, at least touting to the American, hey, look what we did. We worked with Democrats and produced this. They're not even going to get that, or Donald Trump doesn't want them to get that, apparently. But as it says here, we talk about if he doesn't sign it within 10 days, it automatically becomes law. If before then, he decides to veto it, it seems like Congress has the votes to override that as well. But I just wanted to see if there was anybody else quote tweeting this. Anybody else had any things to say about this as well? Art of the deal, a dumbass. Let's see here. The drama, President Trump canceling. Some of the Republicans online, the propagandists on Twitter, are jumping for joy about this. They're just really, really happy that this took place. They can't explain to you why they're happy that this took place, but they are. But let me just see here if there was anybody else quote tweeting these. Head for the hills. Good Lord, refusing to sign a bipartisan bill that will help people over his trash voter suppression bill that will never pass. What a dick. Trump is saying there will be no money for affordable housing until he can rig elections. Again, a lot of people seem to, immediately recognize what this is all about. Fuck this so much. This fucking sick, so fucking sick of these fucking idiots running this country. Like, for real, get them the fuck out of there. And again, I think I probably relate to that post more than any other post. If you've watched the show, you know. If you know, you know. The toddler is throwing a temper tantrum. So again, people recognizing right here what Donald Trump is up to. Trump is such a petty, scared bitch. He's already calling it a national emergency. Oh, that's Amanda Carver. That's the one that we just talked about. He considers it a national emergency because he knows Republicans are going to get wiped out in the midterms, and he'll be held accountable for all of his crimes. He considers it a national emergency because it's the only way Republicans can retain power past November. So again, this isn't kind of going over the heads of too many people. Save the Pedo Act. Good Lord, people reacting to this. Grandpa said, fuck y'all that don't own a home through a social media post. We are not a serious country. Republicans like Thune wanted to hold the housing bill up as a bipartisan win that could focus on affordability. Trump defecating all over it. Like I was just saying, a lot of these, Republicans were hopeful that they could get some sort of victory out into the public eye, where there's just kind of been nothing but negativity, negative coverage between, the lack of work the House and the Senate has been doing. Again, all of the destruction that Donald Trump and his administration is responsible for, the Iran war, Greenland, like everything else that the getting terrible and shit coverage of. They were desperate. They were really desperate to get some sort of victory, or to go out in front of these cameras and out on Fox News and OAN and RSBN and Newsmax and all of these fucking places to sit there and say how hard they've been working for the American people, and that, look, even Elizabeth Warren agrees. Like, you can already hear them saying that. But again, Donald Trump, like one of the guys said here, shitting all over that. And I think there was a couple more of these as well. No, that might be it for the, let me throw this back on the screen here. I think that might be it for at least Donald Trump's little meltdown that he has. I'm assuming that there's going to be more clips out there of, media asking people their thoughts on this and asking Republicans their thoughts on this. But again, just before we got on here, this is kind of where we were as far as the reporting was concerned. So that is the news of this morning. This is also something that people are talking about, is the ongoing debacle with the reflecting pool. I know we spoke about this yesterday for a little bit, but apparently now the evidence has been released, guys. You guys will not believe this. The evidence has been released, and it wasn't it wasn't at midnight. It wasn't in the dark of the night that Freddy Krueger and his fucking, box cutting assassins crept into the reflecting pool and cut a 200 or 350 foot fucking slit right down the middle. No. Nope, you'll be surprised. We're going to show you the video that was on Jesse Waters' program, Jesse Waters' show. And even he says he has to stipulate that he can't confirm anything that he's showing. But just wait till you see what they're showing. But this is Donald Trump here being questioned about the Department of the Interior and whether or not they have the video. And this is him talking about how, again, he thinks that somebody went in and with a knife cut a 350-foot slit in the bottom of the reflecting pool. Meanwhile, the sides are crumbling. There's been a lot of scientific studies and people that know their shit about these, about the science and the products that were added to the pool. And, there's actually pictures that you can see where, if you, some of the more recent pictures after they dumped the hydrogen peroxide in the pool, it was almost like there was like a blue ring around it where you could see the hydrogen peroxide really hadn't been filtered through the entirety of the pool, but was just kind of staying in place throughout the edges. And that high concentration of that hydrogen peroxide, a lot of people with knowledge of the matter are speculating that went in to help like degrade the rubber, help degrade the bottom of the pool itself, which is leading to more of the peeling, more of the cracking and stuff. Obviously, we've talked about the algae problem as well, but I just want to play this real quick clip where he's questioned about the video that he stipulated the Department of the Interior was going to release. All the media had to do was question them and ask them and call them and then send it right out. And this guy, whoever's questioned him, and says that they haven't shared anything with us, which I believe made them extremely desperate to then put this out, right? I'm sure they were desperate behind the scenes, struggling mightily to try to find some sort of video evidence, some sort of fucking photographic evidence to detail or make it seem like somebody was in there slicing and dicing the bottom of the pool up, or, bringing a backpack full of algae and dumping it into the pool because there was no algae to begin with. You know what I mean? But we'll go over this. This is a post by Nick Sorter, posting a clip of Jesse Waters, dumbass, trying to tell us about the little piece of video evidence that he has. But before that, let's play this quick clip of, again, Donald Trump being asked about this video evidence.
Well, you mentioned yesterday that the Interior Department has video and photos. We reached out to them and they haven't shared it with us. Are you going to come tell them?
They've arrested, I think, 6 people on the reflecting pool. So the reflecting pool looks fantastic. I just got pictures of it. It's beautiful. But somebody went in with a knife and cut it. They cut it up good. And then they cut a 350-foot slip.
Sorry, did they cut it good or did they cut it violently? I thought it was a violent cut job, right? It was a violent box cut job, Freddy Krueger style. Now he's saying it was a good cut job, apparently.
The form of lots of little slips, a real horrible stuff, and they destroyed the grass. We put a brand new big load of grass out there. They destroyed it. So it's all being fixed. But
a load of grass, destroyed that big load of grass that we put out there, with the letters, guys. Remember the other day he called them letters, even though they were numbers. 8647 is what somebody put into the lawn that he's talking about there. But there he is again, continuing this propagandistic, conspiratorial bullshit about a 350-foot-long slice by a box cutter in the middle that they clearly have evidence to suggest. But then Donald Trump went on Truth Social and said it was probably in the dead of the night, which told everybody else that he didn't have evidence to prove what he was talking about. But again, they scrambled behind the scenes and they put together some sort of evidence and they put like a little dot on it and they do a little zoom in and they dock and everything else, but they highlight the little person there. You can't see shit. You can't tell what they're doing. Again, it could be one of the thousands of people that have just gone in there and either touched a piece of the floating rubber or, again, picked up some of the algae that was floating in the water or picked up a scoop of the water just to see the color. Like thousands of people have done that. Like to the point now, we've gotten to the point where they're now fencing off the reflecting pool. I shit you not. They're fencing off the reflecting pool to try to get everybody to believe that there's some like huge problem of sabotage and people doing shit to it. It's crazy. It really is. It's crazy at this point. But this is, like I said, Nick Sorter posting, Jesse Waters says, a video has been released of suspected vandals destroying the lining of the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. Trump derangement syndrome seems to be a brain-eating disease. This is insane. This particular incident took place on June 19th. Now even New York Times is admitting 2 170-foot blade cuts have been found. Throw the book at them. And again, when was this finished? Was it the 8th? I believe it was finished. So we've already seen degradation far before then, but all of a sudden now on the 19th, they think they found like the smoking gun. And wait till you see the smoking gun. Here's just a quick clip of Jesse's show that he was playing here.
But the left, party poopers. And Primetime's got the tapes. The
There you go, guys.
Interior
Here it is.
Look at individuals suspected of vandalizing.
Again, how many people? There's more people around this guy right now than, I don't know, at some of Donald Trump's press conferences, for Christ's sakes. Look at how many people are around. You think there'd be more people to suggest or to come out and say, yeah, I saw somebody, sitting there with a machete. Or, what I mean, with a box cutter, just taking chunks out? Or is it more likely that they're looking at the degradation of the pool and saying, wow, look at this. Check out that area. Holy shit, look at the green fucking diarrhea water. Look at the blue paint floating around and the chips and shit. But again, he goes on.
The reflecting pool. Now, we haven't been able to verify the video. But
You don't say. You haven't been able to verify the video. You think with, 414 people in the general vicinity, this guy actually looks like he's wearing, I don't know if you can make it out, but almost looks like he's got a high-vis vest on. So I don't know, a national parks worker, a police officer within, what did you say, maybe 40 feet, 30 feet, something like that.
Look, June 19th, a male, blue shirt.
Yep, look at him.
Reaches in, stays there for a little while.
Yep.
He goes back down, comes back up multiple times. What's he doing? Then
again, probably the same thing that thousands of other people have been doing, like reporters, like Jonathan Karl, like the Swedish reporter that's on video, sticking her hand into the pool and doing the same exact thing. Hey, look at the fucking green diarrhea shit water that everybody's talking about. Hey, look at the algae everybody's talking about. Hey, look at the blue paint coming off the fucking bottom of this thing within 2 days that everybody's talking about. Like, what do you think you have here? You know what I mean? And again, when was the pool finished? Hold on. When was the reflecting pool work complete? I think it was the 8th, right? If I'm not mistaken. Let me know in the chat if I'm wrong for a second here. Maybe I am. No, it was the 4th. It was even earlier. So the most recent renovations. Oh no, it was the 8th. It was the 8th because they were completed on the 4th, but then the pool was refilled by the 9th. So it was the 8th. Right. So exactly as is suspected. But, Jesse Waters here somehow thinks that on the 19th, we're going to like reverse time here. And the things that were happening, all the problems that we were seeing well before the 19th was somehow created. And, we can attribute it all the way back to this guy here, who we still don't know what he was doing. Right. Don't know what he's doing. Don't know if he had a knife. Don't know he had anything. Don't know if he took anything away from the scene. Nothing. Have absolutely nothing but this video. But you can tell Donald Trump made a phone call to the U.S. Department of the Interior and was like, listen, I don't know what the fuck you guys are doing down there. I don't know what footage you have, but you better get me something that looks like something. Get somebody sticking their hand in that water and superimpose a knife in their hand or something. I'm not sure, but you got to do something. Give me fucking something. You know what I mean? And Jesse Waters went immediately onto his show to be like, yeah, I'll help you propagandize that shortly.
White tote bag. She reaches in. Needs a better angle.
Look, the workers are right here. Look at the workers in the fucking reflecting pool. Here, I'll get out of the way. You guys can see clearly here, right? The workers are in the reflecting pool. They're right there, clearly within, I don't know, I'd say 50, 60 feet on one side and probably about 25 feet on the other side here. You know what I mean? So you'd think if somebody was just tearing a 170-foot slice or a 250-foot slice or a 350-foot slice or anything, they would have noticed it, called it out, called somebody over, said something. I don't know, just a guess.
Bag down, dives in a little deeper. And we don't know who these people are. No one was stopped or questioned by police, so no arrests. And we don't have the police report yet. But what are they doing with their hands in the pool? Are they cutting the lining? Are they peeling off the paint? And we don't know if they're committing a crime. They'll probably tell you.
Now, hold on. Now, because I have to show you this, guys. Now, what time is it? 1:30. I'm probably going to run out of time for doing this, but let me see if I could just do, was it on Instagram? Now I'm going to forget for a second here. I think it was on Instagram. Let me take this out of the way. We'll open up another page here. I think it was Instagram. If I don't get it on the first search, we'll just go back. But there was somebody that put out a video basically detailing what happened with like the degradation of the sides of the pools and why the, the chemicals that they originally poured in there were going to like help like, speed up the process that was already in place. Let me see here. Reflecting pool. Peroxide. I'll do science maybe. And like I said, if that doesn't pull it up. What do you got here? What do you got for me, old Grammy? Was it this one? Oh, it might be this one. I think it's this one. Let me throw this on the screen. First try.
Trump, did the hydrogen peroxide poured into the reflecting pool to kill the algae that was stopping people from appreciating the nice blue paint cause the paint to peel off in chunks? Yeah, probably. Can they fix it without draining the pool? No, probably not. So this is hydrogen peroxide, H2O2. And the reason why it is stored in a container that doesn't let light in is because when UV from the sun hits that bond between the two O's, this happens. And now we have two hydroxyl radicals. So these are a type of free radical, which you've probably heard of if you're like a health nut. Free radicals are bad because they can oxidize basically everything. When you oxidize something, you steal an electron from it. So the hydrogen peroxide breaks down into this, and then it steals an
So
electron.
yeah, and I'll link this in the chat here. This is Greg from Video One. He goes on to explain that the fact that it's trying to steal an electron from something means that it could steal the electron from the algae, thus killing the algae, which was the intended use of that. But it could also go on to steal the electrons from the polymer, of the rubber base, the rubber bottom, of the adhesion, the stuff that they use to adhere the rubber to the bottom of that, thus making the bottom peel up. And as he goes on to state, you can see in some of the more recent pictures, there's like that blue outline, right, where the middle of the reflecting pool looks that green bullshit diarrhea color still, but there's like a small portion just on the very perimeter of the pool that looks to be a little bit more blue, and that's because that's where they poured in the hydrogen peroxide, was around the edges, and it didn't seem to circulate, and then that kind of concentration of that peroxide thus created this effect where like that much concentrate went into damage and degrade the sides even further, so thus creating a bigger problem, right? But like I said, I'll link this real quick. Let me get the link to this, and I'll throw it in the chat. Copy, so you guys can check this out, just in case you want to catch the rest of that. But he goes on to explain like the science basis behind everything that was going on in, like I said, that picture. Let's see if we can dive back into Jesse Waters' ridiculous video that he's got there. Not to mention this part too. So not to mention and bring up this portion of the whole thing, which is the fact that Donald Trump took the beast and like all of his really heavily armored fucking vehicles and drove right over that sumbitch. You know what I mean? Just after it was finished. Experts point out to faulty application, inadequate service preparation, and mechanical stress of Trump's motorcade driving directly through the newly painted reflecting pool as a possible culprit. Like, you don't say. Maybe that would have like some degradation that would go on to be like something you wouldn't want to do. Like, I don't paint houses and then go on to drive a vehicle on the side of the house to see what fucking happens. You know what I mean? Like, you don't paint the roads and then before it's done, like go, before the tar's set, before the fucking paint or the lines are set, go and drive your vehicles over them and see what happens. It's like, I don't know, there might be a problem with that, but you can see here, multiple vehicles, police vehicles, Trump's motorcade, just fucking driving over the newly painted surface there. But, you think that may have led to, I don't know, some of the degradation of the bottom of the pool, and maybe why we're seeing some of these chunks fly up, right? I'm sure it's going to be hard to pinpoint, but, logical minds will suspect, right? Logical minds will suspect. But there's a little bit more from this idiot here from Jesse Waters, and then we'll move on.
Tell you they dropped their wedding ring. The Department of Interior says this, quote, in the video, you're seeing two suspects observed destroying and removing a piece of the lining and attempting destruction of the lining.
I'm sorry, did you guys see any of that anywhere in that video? Did you see that pinpointed? Or did you see that actually like distinctly being obvious and observable in any of this footage that you're now seeing on your screen? I'm just curious. Because you can see them in there. He's filtered, moving his hand around. Could be doing anything. Could be doing absolutely fucking anything at that point. You know what I mean? And he goes on here. I think this is the Jonathan Kyle report where he touches the paint.
That American flag blue paint, it's peeling away. The $14 million job to redo the bottom of this reflecting pool is falling apart before our eyes. The algae is still here, but the paint appears to be going away.
Maybe the contractors screwed up the pool and they're fixing it. But we have a hunch there was also foul play. And we could be wrong.
And maybe the guy that was hired, not off, merit-based, data or anything like that, but solely because he was a fucking, a donor to the Trump campaign, a guy that had been arrested previously, a guy that literally owns a company called fucking Greenwater, right? He pretty much delivered on that request as far as that's concerned. But you're thinking that may have been like a small contribution to the fact that this was done poorly and wasn't done right to begin with. The fact that they had no knowledge of working on historical monuments, and basically the only thing they ever did was work on fucking Trump's pools and some of his little resorts that he's got going on. You think this was maybe a big leap of faith here, and that kind of filters down to every other aspect of his administration where people are getting substantial contracts or positions of power inside of the government that have absolutely no qualifications to be there whatsoever. You think that's kind of like a through line that we could see within this administration here? But again, that is Jesse Waters trying to push the Department of the Interior's bullshit there, where they say now they've got him red-handed, and it's in broad daylight within 25 feet of people working on the pool that this all happened. Apparently, not in the midst of the night, not in the clutches of darkness, but broad daylight, thousands of people around, people working on the pool, fucking police officers circling, cameras everywhere, and still that's the best that they could come up with, apparently, with all of the vandals that have been suspected and arrested and ticketed and cited throughout and around the reflecting pool. Now, again, to the extent in which they're now putting up fencing, right? Let me see. I'll put this up there. Fencing. Ready? Check this out. There you go. Just so you don't think I'm lying here. Fencing going up around the reflecting pool is TMZ. So again, good things happening all the time. Everything Trump touches definitely doesn't turn to shit immediately, right? But like I said, the reflecting pool is one of Donald Trump's big things that he's freaking out about. Like I said, the SAVE Act was another thing that he's freaking out about this morning. And again, this whole Iran situation is another thing that he's going to be freaking out about. There is a little progress that has to be reported. It did come out, or the IAEA director, the head of the IAEA did come out and say that it was stipulated and signed to that the IAEA will be able to go into Iran and inspect their facilities. They didn't stay, or I haven't heard a date or when that's likely to happen. But again, we're going back to what we had in the JCPOA. So crawling back to just like a minute fraction of some of the things that were already stipulated, already afforded to us, and already agreed upon in the JCPOA. Meanwhile, we didn't have to lose 13 soldiers. We didn't have to, expend and waste billions of dollars of munitions. We didn't have to destroy basically all of the U.S. bases in the Middle East. We didn't have to hand over the amount and the, exponential billions of dollars that Donald Trump is going to be affording and rewarding Iran, whether it's the frozen assets, whether it's the little fund, the $300 billion fund that they're going to set up, whether it's the ability to control and charge tolls through the Strait of Hormuz, the relaxing of sanctions, the ability to sell oil, all of these things. I think they were talking about some like $5 billion a month that the Iranians will be able to profit or, make off of their oil sales alone. So again, there's a lot of ways in which that Iranians are going to be able to enrich themselves. They're going to become more powerful on the international stage. More countries are going to have to work with them. They're going to be signing agreements with them. All of these things now, things that, again, didn't come out of and we didn't have to stipulate to and we didn't see the losses of during the JCPOA. But this was a little compilation that CNN put together, a side-by-side of J.D. Vance talking about the credit, talking about the IAEA and the inspections that he went out there to tout as some like historical advancement. And then what they did was they put Barack Obama's rhetoric and statements on there of the last time that we had this in place and when they had already agreed to this and all of the other things that they had agreed to well before Donald Trump enacted this war with Benjamin Netanyahu. This is only about 40 seconds. Again, a side-by-side of J.D. Vance and Barack Obama.
This is probably what we're most excited about as Americans. The Iranians have agreed to invite IAEA inspectors back into their country. That is a major milestone for the American people and the first step in permanently denuclearizing or permanently ending a nuclear weapons program in Iran.
For decades, inspectors will have access to Iran's entire nuclear supply chain, from the uranium mines and mills where they get raw materials to the centrifuge production facilities where they make machines to enrich it. And under the terms of the deal, inspectors will have the permanent ability to inspect any suspicious sites in Iran.
So again, it's almost like, we're not even remotely close to, but in some way the Trump administration is trying to just, again, keep their head above water and trying to compare themselves to the JCPOA. It's much worse. Anything that the outcome that we've seen here is much worse, but somehow they're trying to pat themselves on the back for doing like a fucking fraction of what we saw accomplished during the JCPOA. So I thought that was pretty well done there by CNN, putting those two things together to let everybody know this isn't like a historical first, right? This isn't something that the Trump administration managed to get the Iranians to agree to for the first time in history. Like, we're going back to square one. Right now, we're going back to 2015 to try to figure out why they ripped the JCPOA up in the first place and didn't have anything to replace it with, and then decided to enact this war while they were involved in negotiations. And look at where we are now. But I thought that was, like I said, pretty well done. There was also this that I wanted to talk about between what's in there, Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan, who was making their little their media rounds talking about their book. Again, there's a lot of things that, a lot of people have been saying, rightfully so, about people that like have this information sitting there that the American people should readily know about, information and details about the president of the United States that should come out fucking immediately so people can understand that. But no, holding them back in their journals and, making sure that, that stays hidden from the American people and the public at large so they could, release their fucking book some months down the line. Like, it's sickening to see this shit happen. But, some of the things that the book at least sheds light on, again, is exactly what everybody already knew. The erratic behavior of Donald Trump, his aging, how his aging has, again, gone to directly affect how people treat him, the things that they have to do around him, his mental decline, like all these things we already knew. But the little tidbits and information and facts and pieces of details from behind the scenes probably would have been great to know right on the spot, like at the moment that it happens. But this isn't the first time that people have like held back to write their books, all of this like really poignant and prominent information and important information that people should know about to make decisions, about who's representing them in their government. But there's just a couple minutes of this where, again, they're on with CNN talking about some of the portions of this book. I think this kind of touches on Trump's health a little bit. So I just figured I'd play a couple minutes of this. Appreciate you guys if you could hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. We're trying to get to 25,000 subscribers right here at the Little Politics, the little podcast that could, you know what I mean? Blunt politics here. So hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. I appreciate you guys. Like I said, let's just check out a little bit of some of the details coming out of this book here.
So I started with actually a very small passage from the book. There are huge, big themes here, which I'll get to. But one of the things I loved about it is all the little tidbits and details of things I just didn't know. That I learned as I was reading it. I didn't know the president was having a hard time hearing or his hearing was fading. How else has his age manifested itself in this term?
So one of the things that we talk about in the book is how aides are aware that he is older. What exactly goes on with Donald Trump's health is one of the mysteries, right, of the last 10 years. And he is very secretive about his health. We also talk about how this is a White House. Despite these displays of transparency, they're very good at keeping secrets when they want to. This is always one.
Oh, Rondo, you're 100% right. You're 100% right. And I got the evidence here to prove it. I got the peril. You got the landslide. You got the, frankly, we did win. Again, to prove exactly what I'm talking about of all this pertinent, prominent information that we should know about this shit. And again, just kind of holding it back so you can make a lot of money on your books. You know what I mean? It's just, it's sick shit, to tell you the truth. It's sick shit.
But he is moving differently. He has the swelling in the ankles, which, he was so irritated about the coverage of, that he had the press secretary go out and talk about. And most people in the White House thought it was a little strange to be going out and talking about cankles, as we write. But he's very, very sensitive about his appearance. The hearing is an issue. They've all been aware of it for a while, and it's been happening for a while. The fact that he just is older.
And again, not to take away from the fact that this is a very, very well-researched book. I mean, to the point where the administration thinks that they have like some secret tapes, like people were able to record some secret, talks in places that they're not allowed to be able to record secret talks. So that's kind of how well this was kind of researched and how many people behind the scenes actually talked about what was going on. So not to take away from the information that comes, it's basically just the fact that, we got to wait till the book's written to figure out just how demented our president really is, right? So to learn that he's now deaf and dumb, right? So, you know what I mean? So he can't hear a fucking thing, which is, been pretty evident considering, all the times he's kind of misheard what the question was or asked reporters to repeat what they said. They go on to detail. That's a lot of the reason why they held some of the press conferences in the Oval Office. A, because he doesn't have to stand and he can sit his fat ass in the chair, and two, because apparently the acoustics are better in the Oval Office and it helps him hear things a little bit better. But it's just it's a double-edged sword as far as this is concerned.
80, it is harder to mask it, and so they are all aware of it. What exactly that portends, they don't know. But he is not a young man.
Big picture here, one of the main themes here is just how different he is and is approaching this second term than the first term. And it's summed up, toward the very end of the book, your interview with the president, where he yells at you guys but speaks loudly and firmly with you as you're leaving, telling you to remember, quote, essentially, I won every effing time. So, Jonathan, what does that mean? That idea that he is convinced that he is a winner here. How has that manifested itself in the second term in ways it didn't necessarily in the first?
Well, one other thing that happened when we went and saw the president in March was he handed us a document that he wanted us to read. And it was a 2-page document that he said was written by a historian. And it opens with a statement, Donald Trump is the most powerful man who's ever existed on the planet by far. And then it goes on to compare him to Mao, Stalin, Hitler, Alexander the Great, the Caesars, Genghis Khan, Attila the Hun, William the Conqueror, all the sort of liberal Democrats of, history. And Trump wanted us to understand it was not there was no mention of a moral comparison. It was that he had power that no one has ever had before. The US has the most powerful military, economy, technology, but that he's willing to use it. And that was the thing he wanted to impress upon us. And what we had...
Great. So he's deaf and dumb. He's deranged. He's a lunatic. And he thinks himself as an autocrat and a dictator at the helm of the United States military power. So again, handing reporters coming to interview you a 2-page document comparing yourself to Hitler, Mao, Stalin, Attila the Hun, fucking Genghis Khan. Not great people, to say the least. I think that's kind of, clear. Right, obvious as far as the people that we're talking about there, not really who you'd want to relate yourself to as far as historical, people, you know what I'm saying? But again, it's not the first time that they've done this, because this reminded me of a post I did for Midas Touch a few years ago, where we kind of caught them in the midst of their little educational reform and who exactly they wanted to portray and represent in their historical educational reform that they wanted to take place. Listen to who they stayed here. Listen to who this guy at one of these Trump gatherings. I think this might be at like a TPUSA or one of their dumb right-wing gatherings here covered by RSBN. Listen to what he says and who he thinks they need to get back to as far as the educational teachings in history. Listen to this.
Basically, this is an evangelistic movement on the left, and that's what's happening. It's indoctrination. I mean, they're proselytizing to the next generation. And what we're discovering as parents and conservatives is, wait a second, education really is evangelism. So if you don't control education, you cannot control the future. And Stalin knew that. Mao knew that, right? Hitler knew that. We have to get that back for conservative values.
Stalin knew that. Hitler knew that. Mao knew that. And that's what we have to get back to as far as conservative values, right? So talking about saying the quiet part out loud and who they look back to as far as historical, people and people of significance in history and who they want to represent and portray. They say it out loud. Don't take my word for it. I didn't say it. I've rightly compared them to Nazis and Hitler and Stalin and Mao many, many times, but that's them saying, right? So this has given me the ammunition to say that. This is why we say that shit about these people, because that's what they espouse, right? The bigoted, hateful, racist, fucking Nazi-like beliefs that they have. This is why when we talk about it. Donald Trump handing Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan a two-page piece of paper comparing himself to Hitler, Stalin, Mao, Attila the Hun, Genghis Khan, people that have killed millions, responsible for millions and millions and millions of deaths and pain and suffering well beyond that. You know what I mean? And that's who they consistently compare themselves to. And then they blame you and they get pissed off and they turn into snowflakes and they start bitching and complaining every time that you call them Nazis. Okay? Well, this is fucking why. Not only what Donald Trump portrays himself as, sees himself as, what you guys have been saying for quite some time. What you guys want to get back, get the conservative educational system back to. The foundings of Hitler, Stalin, and Mao. What? Jesus fucking Christ. If you didn't say the quiet part out loud anymore, obviously, or if they didn't say it anymore, obviously, I'm not sure what else we need to show you guys as far as that is concerned. But Let's go into the last portion here. I know I'm quickly running out of time, so we'll dive into a little bit of what's been taking place. Preston Stewart has a video here. Ukraine just found out Russia's weak point, and this has been a pretty consistent theme on this show, not only on this show, but in the reporting here, detailing what's been going on and the active engagements and targeting, and you know the I don't know what you'd want to call it, an offensive that the Ukrainians have been under and engaging in as far as the Crimea is concerned, and trying to cut off Crimea, cut off the land bridges, cut off the Kerch Bridge. We've talked about the attacks on the pontoon bridge. We talked about the attacks on the other bridges that were necessary for the Russians to utilize and get supplies into Crimea. And I think it's having a bigger impact than even we are portraying here. I think it's now becoming even more apparent that Russia doesn't really have a response. Okay, you don't really see what is portrayed as a victorious military, a victorious army, somebody that has more military power, military might, and obviously, as they would say, have the momentum in this fight, unable at every turn to protect their most vital supply systems, to protect their most vital supply routes. That's not what we're seeing. We're seeing continued destruction by the Ukrainians, continued degradation of the supply routes, of the supply vehicles, at a rapid rate, and it's only getting worse and worse for the Russians by the day, right? So there's a little bit of Preston Stewart. We only have a few minutes left in the show, but should be enough for him to kind of detail how effective this has been and just how stunned the military Russian bloggers are at how ineffective the Russians' response has been. Right, how unable they are to stop or to mitigate the damages now being seen here by the the Ukrainian drone attacks. So let's just see if we can dive into a couple minutes of this. I'll speed it up. Maybe we can get into a little bit more. I appreciate you guys. Hit that like button. Slava Ukraini. Thank you guys for helping out with the Help 99 NAFO 69 Stiffer Brigade campaign. Links in the chat. Fabulous mods putting the links in the chat in there. So again, $1, a $5, a $10 all goes to help. We're at 75% of our goal to help send a NAFO 3.0 truck to the 3rd Operational Battalion, the Artillery Platoon. And it's only with your help that we're going to get to the rest of that 25% of the goal. So thank you guys so much for sharing that out there, contributing yourselves, and just sticking along with this show as we cover all of these very important issues throughout the world. So here we go. Let's see what we can get into here with Preston Stewart detailing that Ukraine just found Russia's weak point. Here we go.
So we need to start thinking about what happens to Russia if they cannot protect themselves from Ukrainian strikes, which is crazy, but that's where we are. I mean, it's one thing for a single drone to slip through here or there, but we are seeing dozens of strikes every single day against high-value targets in areas that Russia knows it has to protect, and it isn't, or maybe they can't. This is genuinely a time in the war unlike anything we have seen over the past 4 years, so let's get into it. In fact, just last night, the Ukrainian SSO...
You see what just happened in that video, too? So you got two vehicles you can see here. One looks to be like a security vehicle, right? Supposed to be protecting what is a resupply vehicle. Who knows what this resupply vehicle is carrying? Could be fuel, could be food, could be ammunition, could be whatever. Could be drones, parts for drones, whatever it may be, trying to make its way to the front, to Crimea, to its soldiers. Here's the security vehicle, meant to probably tag along either in front or behind the resupply vehicle and attempt to shoot down any Ukrainian drones that may try to target this vehicle. Well, at the beginning of this video, you can see there's definitely somebody in the back of this truck banging away with the weapon that's definitely mounted to the back of the vehicle. Doesn't have any success, sees that the Ukrainian drone has made it through its defenses and immediately abandons his post. Immediately just jumps off that vehicle, knowing that the most likely target will be the resupply vehicle and not likely the security vehicle or whatever they want to call it. They're probably going to go after the resupply and then afterwards go after the security vehicle, but he doesn't see it that way. He thinks he's going to be the first one hit. So you can see this guy here. You can see him banging away on the assault weapon that he's got there, and then watch him just jump off.
And it isn't, or maybe.
So you can see him firing.
This is genuinely a time in the war unlike anything we've seen over the past 4 years. So let's get into it. In fact,
takes his fat ass off the back of that vehicle about as quickly as he possibly can, takes his rifle and fucking hightails it into the woods. Right,
nice. Ukrainian
leaving
SSO.
that Russian resupply vehicle just a sitting duck for the Ukrainian drone.
Or Special Operations Forces released this footage highlighting this issue exactly. They said the railway bridge over the North Crimean Canal in Crimea no longer exists. They say both the railway track was destroyed and one of the spans collapsed. At the same time, the underground fighters of the SSO resistance movement reported the arrival of special railway repair equipment. The second phase of the mission was then launched. On the night of June 23rd, SSO drones hit both the repair equipment and the remaining parts of the bridge. For context,
I love it. So the bridge was struck, right? The railway was just disabled, or it was broken somehow. And then they sent in a repair crew to try to fix the rail. And then what the Ukrainians did is they struck that repair crew, thus creating more destruction. And I'm probably assuming creating more damage to that railway.
Next, they say this was a strategic military logistical artery of the Russians. The object was part of the transport corridor for the movement of goods, resources, and military material assets in two key directions from the Russian Federation.
And that looks to be the after effect, right? That looks to be, you can see the mumbo jumbled cars here. It looks to be just a bunch of twisted metal.
Crimea to support the southern grouping of forces, and also within the peninsula to maintain the functioning of the military infrastructure there. The reason this is so key to what we're talking about here is we've got one of the few rail bridge crossings into Crimea. A peninsula is already very much at risk at being cut off. And we have seen now for months Ukraine carrying out this isolation operation that in Russian media, Russian military officials are talking about. It's not a secret. Rail lines are some of the few access points to the peninsula. So Russia knew it was important, or you would think they knew it was important. It still got hit. So it wasn't protected enough, right? Maybe there was some air defense there. It didn't work. Ukraine was able to hit it. Then when they go to repair it, whatever they did.
We've brought up this before too. It's not like it takes a military strategist. You don't need to be a Navy SEAL or a fucking Green Beret or somebody that studies military movements or anything to see what are likely to become some of the targets to coming up from the Ukrainians, by the Ukrainians, to see what they're trying to do, to see that they're going after Crimea, going after the resupply, that areas around the Kerch Bridge and the Kerch Bridge itself are going to become targets. All of these things that we know the Ukrainians are doing here in the United States and elsewhere, people paying attention. Obviously, the Russians can see what their intent is, what their goals are, what they're trying to do, but they just don't have the resources or the time, the energy, the manpower to mitigate that. They just cannot seem to stop it. And again, as the Ukrainians continue to, stock up on drones and drone technology continues to advance, this is only going to get worse. This isn't going to get any better. There's going to be more drones in the skies. They're going to be more capable drones. They're going to be able to fly further. They're going to be able to deliver, larger payloads. All of these things that the Russians are likely to see in the upcoming days, weeks, months, and God forbid, years of this war, if it persists. They're now starting to feel the effects, and they know what's to come. They know what the Ukrainians are going for, and they just don't have the knowledge, manpower, know-how to try to stop it. Right. So we've seen the Ukrainians go to take out the pansiers in and around the Kerch Bridge. So again, softening up the defenses around there. Again, getting good intel and information about who reacts, where they react, where they're stationed, how long it takes for them to do so. What kind of retaliation comes from their strikes in the area, so they can mitigate whatever the Russian response would be. There's a lot of good intel and information that comes from not even attacking the Kerch Bridge, but again, softening up the defenses in the area as well. So, it's becoming more and more evident that there's really not much the Russians can do. And this seems to be, something that's going to continue to get worse for them, basically.
To plus up that air defense or replace whatever was there was inadequate. That's if they did anything at all. And the sensitive location that was already hit by Ukraine once was then targeted again with the repair equipment being hit at the same time. And the fact that Russia cannot stop these strikes is incredibly telling. We've seen this at oil refineries in recent days as well, where Ukraine will carry out a number of strikes. Some of these have been hit 3 or 4 times, I think, in the span of a week. And if it gets hit once,
and again, add in Moscow, add in St. Petersburg, add in Ust-Luga, add in Primorsk, add in, again, all of the different oil refineries that have been hit. In some cases, I'm saying double-digit times have they been struck. So you would think after the 4th, 5th, 6th time that these oil refineries have been targeted by the Ukrainians, if the Russians did, in fact, have the manpower, have the equipment, have the military power to be able to defend against these areas, to defend these areas against Ukrainian drone attack, they would. But that's not what we're seeing. They're unable to even protect the Moscow oil refinery, which, again, supposed to be inside one of the most heavily defended areas, not only inside of Russia, but as the Russians would say, the most heavily defended airspace in the world. Right. So we've seen the efficacy of the Ukrainian drones in striking areas all throughout Russia, definitely inside of occupied Ukraine as well. But unfortunately, we've run out of time today on the early show. Big thanks to you guys for making this show possible. Big thanks to you guys for making all of our fundraising efforts possible and heading over to bostonbrian.com, clicking that link for the merch site. We just dropped a new $5 summer sale. So we got $5 off all of the shirts there at Blunt Politics. The merch site there, you can head over to bostonbrian.com. You got a link there that takes you to the Blunt Politics merch shop. And again, you can utilize that $5 off anything on there for the summer, where as long as that coupon lasts. But it's a summer sale, so check that out. Appreciate you guys. You can also check out the discounts that we have for Patreon members. So if you go over to patreon.com/BostonBrian, you can check out the 3 great tiers on there. You can sign up for YouTube memberships here just underneath me. And I appreciate you guys. I'll kick it over to my main man, Jeff, over there on this space. Shout out to the mods over there. Shout out to Matt. And make sure you stick around here if you're in the chat for Blunt Politics and you donated or sent in a Venmo. We still have to thank you guys. So shout out to you guys. I'll take it over. I'll toss it over to my main man, Jeff, over there. Much appreciated. Thank you, guys. All right. Thanks, guys.
You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vout and Project 2025 wanted.
Is he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it?
I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
What's up, everybody? It's Wednesday. Welcome to the show. And also welcome those on this space. I got a great show for you today. Got a lot of stuff that we're going to be covering as usual. We got corruption. We got consequences. No, we got everything. Okay. Including a rehash, a little bit of a story that I talked about last year. So, yeah, there's new details on it. So it's going to be a lot of fun. If you haven't already, please like and share this stream. I really do appreciate it. Thank you to everybody watching live on this space. And of course, thank you to the mods. Thank you to all the people that make this space possible. So with that said, we're going to have some fun. Let's dive into it. I mean, what else can I say? Let's get logical. All right. So I want to start out here with a little bit of corruption. Shocker. Big shocker. Back in 2023, a company called Solace Worldwide Solutions didn't actually exist. I mean, there was a founder, there was a handful of potential employees, and there was a desire to make money, boatloads of money, by whatever means possible. And just 2 years later, they were successful. That company had been handed a federal contract worth up to $915 million. Not $95 million. And I bring that up because there is a hilarious typo. Okay. And you'd think that somebody would get fired for it, but apparently not. But no, this company, they got a $915 million no bid contract. To do what? To fly immigrants out of the country. So now the government gave a reason as to why nobody else got to bid on doing that job. Urgency. Now, if you've been following my channel, then you probably heard this before, okay? That is the same one-word excuse that they always use to skip competition on things like border wall contracts, for example. It has become a theme with the Trump administration. Everything is urgent, an emergency, and therefore we got to do it right now. We don't have a choice. We got to do it. We want to have a country, and we got to do it now with no oversight. Well, too bad for them, because we're doing the oversight. And so for this story, I'm going to be following the money on what is called Project Homecoming. So now, I mean, it sounds like a great, oh, wow, homecoming. That sounds wonderful. It's not. Now, to try to figure out why a company started with just 3 employees and got a near $1 billion contract. And I also want to look into why a State Department official had scheduled meetings at their corporate office. The question isn't whether or not this looks rigged. The question is how rigged you're allowed to make it before anybody with subpoena power happens to notice. So let's get into it. Now, the money behind this contract didn't start out as deportation money. Funny enough, it actually started out being the opposite. Part of the funding for Project Homecoming came from dollars Congress had set aside as foreign aid. Money specifically meant to help refugees. Okay. Now, the Trump administration comes in and repurposes it to pay people to literally leave the country. And on a personal note, I actually know plenty of people right now who might want to take that deal. Okay. A lot of people are like, ooh, I don't like what's happening here. Okay. So now here's how this program runs. An immigrant uses the Customs and Border Protection app and says, I'm going to self-deport. And in exchange, they were offered a $1,000 exit bonus and a free flight. So this is refugee aid that was turned into a buyout and a one-way ticket. And $1,000, that's a rather low, rather cheap buyout, I think. Now, Salas Worldwide, here's how they fit in. They fly the plane. So I'm going to get into what Salas is and who runs it. So the company was launched back in 2023 by William Walters. He is a former Army medical officer who ran a State Department unit called the Bureau of Medical Services. So Walters had built a reputation on rescuing people. I mean, Vanity Fair had profiled him for what they had called daring, dangerous operations to rescue Americans that were stranded abroad. Cool. Hey, look, I respected that. And I respected him until I found out more about Walters. But we'll get to that. So you've got a man who is famous for flying people to safety, running a company, getting paid an exorbitant amount to fly people out of the country permanently. So you could probably make the argument that he is indeed rescuing migrants from this country because of how brutal we have become. But that, of course, depends on your perspective. All right. But this should probably show you where I will land on that. You see, a few weeks after Donald Trump won back in November of the last election, a pro-Trump think tank handed Walters something called a Patriot Award at a gala at Mar-a-Lago. Oh, that's not good. Oh, but don't worry, it's about to get worse. Now, we have details in how this contract was handed out, thanks to a lawsuit by a different longtime federal contractor called CSI Aviation. See, this company already held an ICE deportation flight contract, and it was worth up to $586 million. So, well, they lost that. And so they filed a protest in federal court and then described a process that was less of a competition and more of a formality. You see, according to CSI, the government originally planned to just hand Salas the deal with no open competition at all. And then presumably after somebody got nervous, a little cold feet, they opened it up to bidding for a total of 2 business days. Wow. So now CSI says the agency secretly invited only a hand-picked list of vendors and barred everybody else, including them, from even seeing it. And remember the word from the top, urgency. DHS had justified the 2-day sprint by claiming an unusual and compelling need to remove migrants fast, citing an executive order signed by President Trump. Now, there's, of course, a big problem with that excuse. The executive order that they said, claimed it allowed them to deport people with urgency. That executive order had been signed 5 months prior. What? So for 5 months, there was no urgency? I mean, the procurement sat behind closed doors and then suddenly became an emergency. Look, we've seen this a lot lately, okay? Things like the reflecting pool, the Texas border wall project, and probably many other things. They started out this term pretty much moving fast and breaking everything, which is classic Silicon Valley, okay? And look, honestly, we've seen how well that works out. But I want to show you my favorite detail. And you can't make this stuff up, okay? So the request for proposals was so sloppy that I actually listed the value of the contract at just $95 million instead of $915. So you're off by quite a bit of money. Whoopsie. Way to go. And then, of course, there was the steering. Internal records showed the DHS official whose office had overseen the contract, a man named Christopher Pratt, was a former State Department colleague of Walters. Before the contract was even awarded, Pratt scheduled DHS meetings at Salas's office. And after Salas won, he dropped by to personally congratulate them. And this is so good, right? On a federal contracting site, Salas had described itself as, get this, a woman-owned business. That's Walters. What women-owned business? Now, just days after a reporter asked them about that claim, the description, gone. Quietly disappeared. Because, of course, it did. Women-owned business. Now, here's the thing, right? Getting to a more serious note. Competitive bidding does exist for one reason. To make sure that when the government spends our money, it goes to whoever does the best work for the lowest price. That makes sense, right? But when you waive it, when you invite a hand-picked list and then give them only 2 days, the contract stops going to whoever will do the job. It goes to whoever is the most connected. And in this case, connected to Corey Lewandowski. But again, it's not just him. Walters has also been cited as a pro-Trump donor. He donated $10,000 in 2024 to a super PAC affiliated with Kristi Noem. The Washington Post also reported that Walters donated to the pro-Trump group America First Policy Institute. And there it is. Lots of donations. This is the structure. So you got a new company that pops up, makes some donations to the people going into power, and then you've got a friend on the inside that smooths the path for them to get massive contracts. The rules get waived in the name of urgency, and then you end up with a near billion-dollar bill with the public's name on it. Classic corruption. So what is the find out here? Well, honestly, I wish I had better news on that, because there's not a lot going on there. In that, there's just not a lot there. And to find out, CSI's lawsuit is live in the U.S. Court of Federal Claims, and they are asking a judge to halt the contracts. It's not just the courts, by the way. You also have 2 members of Congress that are investigating. Senator Ruben Gallego sent a letter directly to Walters. And then, of course, you had Congressman Robert Garcia, who escalated his own probe into the DHS contracting around this deal, examining what he described as a suspected pay-to-play operation involving Lewandowski. Garcia had sent a letter shared with Not Us, detailing his allegations that Noam and Lewandowski had directed subcontractors to funnel taxpayer dollars to consultants that were affiliated with him. Former Secretary Noam and Mr. Lewandowski also awarded lucrative DHS contracts under opaque contracting conditions to other companies, for which you are listed as an executive officer, or which share the same addresses as companies founded by you and your associates, the letter reads. One of those companies includes something called Valkyrie Aviation Holdings Group, which happens to share an address with other companies tied to Mr. Walters. They were the company that leased a luxury jet for Kristi Noem and Lewandowski's personal use, according to Garcia. So there is some accountability that's ramping up. But unfortunately, that accountability does take time to get here. So let's step back here and look at what all this is. You had money Congress set aside to help refugees being repurposed to do the exact opposite, handed over to a company that didn't exist 3 years ago, run by a man who donated to the president, steered by his old colleague, as well as other friends inside this administration, blessed at Mar-a-Lago and rushed on an urgency, the government's own timeline does not agree with. Taxpayer money given to people to people to disappear them from their own lives. That's what this is. And it is the swamp, the very swamp that Donald Trump has created. Why hide it when you know that there's no accountability anymore? Because at the end of the day, there actually will be. The arc of justice moves real slow. And so maybe they're hoping that they do so much crime that, or somehow are able to stay permanently into power, that they're never held accountable. And we have, look, we're the backstop, basically. We're the line here, okay? The buck stops with us to hold people accountable, the people. And so, I know it's not exactly what people want to hear. A lot of people just want somebody in Congress or whatever to come in and do what needs to be done. But it might be that the people have to do something themselves. And so, again, I hope it doesn't get to that point, but we do have to be prepared because we are the final check on this government. Okay. So let's get to the next story here, and we'll talk about some hypocrisy. Okay. About a year ago, almost to the day, I made a video about a Florida congresswoman named Kat Cammack. Now, if you saw it, and you know the story, she is a Republican lawmaker who nearly died from an ectopic pregnancy. That is the non-viable kind of pregnancy, the kind that will kill you if nobody treats it. Now, the doctors in her own state of Florida had hesitated to act, and I don't blame them, because of Florida's 6-week abortion ban. It had them scared of going to prison for doing their jobs. So now her takeaway when that happened, after nearly dying on the table, was to blame the left. Not the law that she campaigned on or the ban she voted for and defends to this day, but it's the left's fault somehow because they were fear-mongering. Now, that's the whole story. And it was infuriating enough on its own. But now she's back. Oh, of course. And this time she did something that tells you she knows exactly how bad this entire thing looks. Because Tara Palmieri sat her down for an interview. And Kamek told the whole near-death story again in detail. And then, when it was over, she panicked and asked Palmieri, don't air it. Well, then why talk about it in the first place? Why? Well, I think we all know the answer to that. Look, apparently the one thing that's more dangerous to Kat Kamek now than an ectopic pregnancy is the recording of her explaining what that works, how that works and what it is. But, Palmieri, she aired it anyway. Good for her. So let's get into it. Now, Kat Kamek represents Florida's 3rd district. She is, by her own branding, as pro-life as they come. She's got all the endorsements. The voting records, does all the speeches. I mean, the whole thing. Now, in 2024, while she was newly pregnant, she started experiencing symptoms of an ectopic pregnancy. That's when a fertilized egg implants outside of the uterus. And those types of pregnancies are not viable. Never. It will never become a baby. And if you leave it untreated, it ruptures and the woman bleeds out. Not good. Not good at all. So now the treatment for it, thankfully, is pretty straightforward and has been for decades. It's called an abortion. Now, the problem is the law that she helped champion kind of gets in the way. See, now Florida's 6-week ban has exceptions on paper to save the life of the mother. But on paper and in the room are two very different things. Because the penalties for getting it wrong are severe. They're so severe that doctors, they don't want to do anything that could land them in jail. Again, penalties include the loss of their medical license and serving prison time, as well as gigantic fines. So what they have to do, they run into a situation where they're not sure. They got to wait for their lawyers. All while the patient lies there, possibly bleeding out. Now, Kamek lived that and actually survived, unlike other women, like in Texas, for example. So the law she backed turned her own emergency into a legal hesitation. Now, here's where the story gets current. Kat Kamek got pregnant again. She's due in August, and it would be her first child if everything goes right. And look, I hope it does go well. But the problem is she's still in the same state with the same law, going to the same hospitals with the same doctors. And those same doctors have the same fear of running afoul of the law. She nearly died because of the law she helped make reality. And she's still defending it, by the way. In the Palmieri interview, the framing was the same as a year ago. Somehow it's still the left's fault. Really? Yeah. So the story that she tried to suppress is a story where she is the victim, not the oppressor herself. Now, here's the irony. The Republican Party that she belongs to keeps telling women that they need to have more babies. They're underbabied. There's a birth rate panic. And then this government has a baby bonus. And you got cabinet officials wringing their hands about how nobody's having kids anymore. Why isn't anybody having kids? Have more kids. It's your patriotic duty. Have more babies. Those same people are pushing you, right? The same people pushing you to have more of those babies are the very ones that are pulling everything away that they need to raise those babies. They're cutting the food that feeds them. Okay, that's the snap bite. 776,000 kids in Arizona are losing their meals, while the agriculture secretary calls it good news. They're gutting the Medicaid that delivers them and gives them health care. And the rural hospitals are closing their maternity wards because there's no money anymore. It's gone. And they're the ones who took away the emergency care that saves the mother when a pregnancy goes wrong, which is the very thing that almost killed Kat Kamek. Hey, women, have more babies. Just ignore the fact that we cut the food, close the hospitals, and ban the procedure that keeps you alive if something goes wrong. Just keep pumping out them kids. It's not a pro-life position. It is a pro-birth position. I mean, they care enormously about the pregnancy itself, but not at all about the person who is carrying the child or the child once it's actually here and it's hungry. And you know why? It's about creating more what they call human capital stock than it is about actually creating healthy families and happy families. What they want ultimately is more obedient, desperate workers, more low information Republican voters to keep as many of these fossils in power as they can. And Kamek is an example of who they wanted to target. She's both the author of this bill and the woman that it nearly killed. She wrote the trap and then got caught in it. And her response was to blame the people who warned her about the trap. So what is the find out here? The find out is in August. The law hasn't changed. The exceptions are still as vague as they were when she was bleeding out. And the doctors are still as scared. Nothing about the machine that nearly took her out in 2024 has gotten 1 degree safer. She is betting her life and stagnant pregnancy on a system that she already knows is a failure. And she's betting it in public while telling you that their failure was somebody else's fault. Now, like most people who survive a near-death experience, they tend to walk away changed, right? They reconsider. Or they at least ask whether the thing that almost killed them should keep almost killing other people. But Kamek, she survived hers and then went right back to work defending the cause of it. A year ago, she blamed the left and she went home. Now, this August, she's going to find out whether the law she's still defending has gotten any kinder since the last time it had her on the table. I got news for her. It hasn't. Okay. Moving on here. So let's go to more terror fallout. On June 23rd, President Donald Trump traveled to Macungie, Pennsylvania for his first big out-of-Washington campaign appearance in a while. And he picked a Mack truck plant. So he stood inside of the factory and talked about how his tariffs were bringing industry roaring back. Well, there's just one problem with that. It's not true. The same plant that he announced this at recently announced that it was laying off somewhere between 250 to 350 workers. And when asked why, they pointed at the economic uncertainty coming from the Trump tariffs. Yeah. So the president flies to a factory to celebrate his trade policy in the exact building where that same policy put a few hundred people out of work. Oops. He didn't pick a plant that the tariffs had saved because they didn't exist. It doesn't exist. No, he picked one that they gutted and then gave a speech about winning. Let's get into it. So standing right next to Donald Trump at that same event was a local congressman, Representative Ryan McKenzie. So he is the Republican representative for Pennsylvania's 7th district. He is a freshman congressman, and he is vulnerable. Here's why. On February 11th of this year, Ryan McKenzie had cast a vote to shield Donald Trump's tariffs from congressional oversight, to make sure that Congress couldn't review them, check them, or even rein them in. He voted to protect the tariff policy. And 4 months later, that policy reached into his own district and took a few hundred jobs away at Mack Trucks. And his response to that was to sit there and stand next to the man whose tariffs did that at the very plant where it happened while smiling for the cameras. Dude wasn't protecting his constituents. He was protecting the very thing that hurt them. So now Pennsylvania's 7th is a swing district. It is in the Lehigh Valley. And I apologize if I keep pronouncing that wrong. But that includes Allentown. Deep in manufacturing country, Rust Belt. It's kind of place where the local truck plant is the major player in the economy. And Mack has been building trucks there for decades. Okay? So Look, McKenzie won that seat by running as a man who would fight for the workers, for American jobs and for American industry. And then the first real test of that promise showed up as a tariff vote. A chance to put a check on a policy that economists and the company itself were warning would raise costs and squeeze out manufacturers. And then he voted to protect that policy, to protect a tax on the very manufacturers that employed those workers. When you put tariffs on the steel and the parts that a truck plant needs to build said trucks, well, you raise the cost of the truck. Now, first, the company absorbs the cost, and then they pass it down to the consumer. And as a result, the orders tend to slow down. And when the orders slow down, the company does not trim the executive bonuses. Oh, no. It trims the line. First, the assembler goes. The guy who's been torquing the bolts on that line for 15 years, they're done. And the layoffs just keep going down the proverbial line. And at the end of the day, 250 to 350 households in that valley get to find out that economic uncertainty is simply a polite phrase for your job. And so that is what McKenzie's vote ultimately bought. And that is what the photo op was celebrating. And the company said it out loud. So there's got to be a find out here, right? Well, okay, McKenzie's bet here, and he's made this calculation that you will not connect these two things, the February vote and the June photo op. He's counting on you separating those two things, that you'll see, Congressman supports manufacturing, and never line it up against Congressman's district loses manufacturing jobs to the very policy that he voted to shield. He's really counting on that gap between the press release and the paychecks. Here's the thing. The people in Mukonge, they don't have that gap. What they have is a layoff notice. And then they watched the president and their congressman fly in to take a victory lap at the building where they're no longer able to work at. Look, you can protect the policies or you can protect the workers. McKenzie made a choice on February 11th. And the workers found out what that was in June. They found out that he picked the tariffs, that he picked Donald Trump. And then, out of all the buildings in Pennsylvania, they picked that one to go to and celebrate. Okay. All right. So, let's see. People come from surrounding states. Okay. Let's see. Logic's not allowed. True. Not when we're dealing with politics. Oh yeah. Let's see. So move on here to a victory. We actually got a win. What? Crazy. That doesn't happen. All right. A bill that recently moved through Washington was called the TDIU Reform Act of 2026. Note that word, reform, because whenever they use that word, they're usually trying to use it to stage a robbery. Oh, sure, you have reform. Sounds like they're fixing something that's broken, right? But in reality, what it would have done was take a benefit away from nearly 500,000 disabled veterans. So I know it's kind of a boring word or whatever, but trust me, it is very impactful and something to celebrate. So now TDIU total is basically total disability based on individual unemployability. That's what that is. Now here's what it means in plain English. Say a veteran came home, rated 70% disabled from service-connected injury. Now, under the normal math, 70% disabled gets paid at the 70% rate. But if those injuries are bad enough, the veteran can't actually hold down a job, they're unable to earn an actual living, then the VA pays them at the full 100% rate instead. Point is that the injuries took away their ability to work, so the VA will make them whole at the top rate. And so that's what TDIU does. And it's done that for decades. Now, Republicans, however, they saw this and they put a target on it. Thankfully, they lost. Let's get into it. So now, here's what the newest reform bill would have tried to do. It would have capped the benefit at age 67. So you hit 67, and that extra amount goes away. You drop from the 100% rate back down to whatever your raw disability rating was. So the logic that they're selling is that 67 is the retirement age, Social Security age. So at that point, you would have stopped working anyway, and you should just be able to live on retirement like everybody else does. And maybe that would sound reasonable, but here's the thing. Disability compensation is not the same as retirement income. They're two completely different things. Retirement is money you get because you put in your years and you stop working. Disability is money you get because something happened to your body that took your ability to work away from you. One is a reward for a full career. The other is repayment for a loss and a way to prevent you from sliding into full destitution. The veteran's disability doesn't retire at 67. A bad back doesn't heal on their birthday. The traumatic brain injury doesn't clog out. Lungs don't repair themselves. The injury is exactly as disabling at 68 as it was at 58, likely more so. The only thing that would have changed is the government would stop paying for it. And so it's not really reform, it's a pay cut aimed at the oldest and most disabled veterans on the rolls, timed to the exact moment in their lives where they would have the least ability to go out and make up the difference. And here's the thing. This is not a new idea. This exact cap has shown up before. It lives on a list the Congressional Budget Office keeps of ways to try to save the government money. It surfaces, gets noticed, and then gets pulled back. And then a couple years later, comes back with a new name. And so this year, the name was the TDIU Reform Act. The name and the number of people it would affect blunts the potential impact. In total, about 450,000 people. Now, that's a number so big that the impact doesn't really hit home when you think about it. Human beings have a hard time conceptualizing that many people in one space. And you know what? That's exactly what the people pushing this were counting on. They counted on the name being abstract. So abstract that nobody would picture an actual person losing an actual check. Thankfully, it didn't work. People noticed. The VFW saw it, came out against it. I mean, you got the most mainstream flag on the porch. Thank you for your service veterans organization in the country. They looked at this bill and said, oh, hell no. And they weren't the only ones. Disabled American Veterans, the American Legion, all the big veterans organizations, the ones with millions of members, they took one look at this whole thing of, we're going to cut the unemployable rate checks for elderly disabled vets. And they went to war over it. And they were right to. Because this is a population that, by definition, has the least room to absorb a cut. These are not folks with a second income, okay? These are the ones the system already certified as not being able to work. You can't tell a 70-year-old disabled vet to just go pick up some extra shifts at Walmart. So the VFW knew it, the DAV knew it, and they made enough noise that it could not be quietly slipped through in a budget table. So last week, Secretary Collins confirmed the department is no longer pursuing the age-based cut. It's not happening. They pulled it. Now, I want to be honest with you about what that does and does not mean. Because I'm not going to sit here and tell you that, oh, no, everything's fine now. No, they're still going to try and find a way to bring it back. A budget proposal that gets pulled is not a law that got repealed. It's an idea that got a little too hot politically to touch right now. But understand that the thinking that produced this idea The idea that a disabled veteran's inability to work stops mattering once he hits a certain age, that thinking does not go away. It's still sitting in a spreadsheet somewhere, waiting for a different time, a new rebrand. And here's the thing about that. It's being pushed by Republicans, the same people who constantly claim to be the party of supporting the troops. I mean, they sit there and cry about Pride Month, talk about, we need another month or a holiday for the veterans. Nobody loves the troops louder, right up until they actually need something. You know, it's kind of like how they view kids. Yeah, pro-life until it actually involves helping the children, you know, live. But when it's time to try to find savings on a spreadsheet, same people doing the fake salutes go looking through the budget and always land on disabled veterans as a place to find those savings. Not the defense contractors, not the weapons programs that come in billions of dollars over budget, and not the corporations getting subsidized. Oh, no, of course not. No, they go after the disabled. Hey, support the troops. Thank you for your service. Now go F yourself and die. That's them. That's what they say. Now, thankfully enough, people had fought back. The pressure, it actually worked. And that's the lesson here. And it's kind of a rare one on this channel. You don't see that a lot. Usually I'm going to, sit here and tell you how the bill had already passed and the damage is already done. What a disaster. But not today. No. See, the plan was to quietly thin out the checks going to disabled veterans that were too old and too injured to work. But the plan got dragged out into the light and then died there. For now, keep the receipt, because the next time somebody tells you that it doesn't matter to go out and fight, that they're going to do it anyway, that the fight's already lost, there's nothing we can do. Well, you know what? They tried telling 450,000 veterans the same thing. And thankfully, they were wrong. Never, ever stop fighting. Okay. And there you go. Who needs material benefits when you've got fake salutes? Exactly. Yeah, our brains aren't designed to handle those kinds of numbers, hence no outrage against billionaires. Yeah, because like when you break it down, how much money $1 billion is and how much it takes for the average person to be able to not only, or, make it, but then spend it as well. These are numbers that break human beings' brains. They really do. And so, I mean, Elon Musk is the first trillionaire. And there's, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about this, but I see a lot of people doing a collective shrug like, oh, he's a trillionaire now. What? No. I mean, it's absolutely just what? Why are there no, I don't know, like riots in the streets in the fact that there is a trillionaire? And you're right. Money is fake. It's not real. It doesn't exist. And yet some people have made the acquisition of said thing that doesn't exist their sole reason for living. Okay. Yes, he did. It was, he had to get it from his like stock options, I believe, from Tesla, I believe. But now, I mean, again, trillionaire. Absolutely insane. Yeah, I'll have to work on that. Okay. I got one more story here. And I don't know. It's not good. Okay. Sorry. There is a man named Sebastian Rucci who wants to build the single biggest data center in the entire state of California. So we're talking about 950,000 square feet of servers and cooling units dropped into Imperial County, which is a rural working class farming county down in the Mexican border. Now, this is one of the hottest, driest corners of the country. And of course, to cool all those servers, his project is going to need about 260 million gallons of water a year. Now, here's the thing about Imperial County. They get their water from one source. That would be the Colorado River. That's it. There's no backup. There's no second source. The entire county drinks, farms, and lives off a river that is so drained right now that 7 states are at each other's throats fighting over what's left of it. And yet you've got this data center company that wants to take 260 million gallons a year out of the most fought over river in the West to cool a building full of computers in a county-facing drought. Now, in exchange, of course, the people who lived there, they were promised jobs. About 2,500 of them. Oh, water for jobs. Well, is that a good trade-off? Well, let's get into it. So, first off, I want to mention that those 2,500 jobs, they're not permanent. Most of them, the vast majority, are construction jobs, meaning that once they are done building, that's it. They're gone. They're gone. The permanent jobs, the ones that actually stay in the county, number about 100. And that's it. 260 million gallons of water from a limited supply every year to the end of time in exchange for 100 jobs. Now, look, they weren't lying about the other 2,400 jobs. He was just counting on us being too dumb to look into the details. And by him, I mean Sebastian Rucci. So who is this guy? He is the CEO out of Huntington Beach, which is in coastal Orange County. It's about as far as from a border farm town as you can get and still be in the same state. California is huge. And now, again, his company is called Imperial Valley Computer Manufacturing. Excuse me. His company is called Imperial Valley Computer Manufacturing, and the data center is the project that put his name in the news. And the reason this thing is moving at all comes down to one word that does some pretty heavy lifting here. Zoning. Now, the land he picked is zoned as heavy industrial. And under that zoning type, a project like this can be approved by right, what the planners call ministerial approval. That means it doesn't have to go through the full environmental review process that almost every other major project in California has to go through. And so there it is. The biggest data center in the state will get to skip the line and avoid environmental review, the same kind of review that every other big developer has to go through. And that's because of a zoning technicality. Now, somebody tried to stop it on those grounds. The city of Imperial itself filed a CEQA challenge. Now, that is the standard legal tool for forcing a project to go through environmental review, whether it wants to or not. But so far, it's losing. The Superior Court looked at the city's challenge and ruled it legally insufficient, saying that the state didn't even have a valid claim, or the city. So the loophole isn't just a theory. It has been tested in court. And right now, it's holding. But here's where it stops being a technicality. You see, that land isn't just empty desert. It sits right next to the Victoria Ranch housing community. and up against active farmland that needs water. Now, Imperial County also has another problem, and it's a pretty big one, pretty important one, and that is air, the air quality. You see, it happens to sit downwind of the drying Salton Sea, which kicks out toxic dust particles and puts it into the air. As a result of that, the county has some of the highest rates of childhood asthma in all of California. A resident named Michelle Hollinger stood up at a recent hearing and kind of laid it all out. She said that families there are already taking off work and paying for emergency room visits, because they're sitting there watching their kids struggle to breathe. And they're now being asked to host a new industrial facility on a paperwork shortcut that lets it dodge the very kinds of studies that would measure what that facility could do to the air. So now, how did the developer respond to people raising these very valid concerns? He sued them. Specifically one of them. On April 1st this year, Rucci filed a defamation lawsuit against a local activist named Jake Tyson and an environmental nonprofit, citizens who'd spoken out against the project. A man worth enough to build the largest data center in the state is now taking a critic to court for simply objecting to his project, a project that really none of the other people in the area want. I mean, I don't know if you know this, but there's been a lot of pushback against these data centers. Every time, every place that they try to put up these data centers, the communities band together and they push back. And yet, you've got these people trying to sue people who are pushing back against this. And I'm sure that'll make the next public commenter feel real comfortable about stepping up to the microphone, which is the point. Look, here's the thing. They're trying to build a place to host a ton of machines that don't add to the local economy. AI, you can't even really call it intelligent, right? It doesn't spend money at the local grocery store. It doesn't go to the movie theater. Hell, in most cases, doesn't even pay taxes. But you know what it does do? It takes a lot of energy and a ton of water. So when the people of Imperial County hear that the biggest data center in California is coming to their doors, well, they're not welcoming it with open arms. They know that it will only strain their water supply, their electric grid, raise their bills, and maybe even make their air more unbreathable. All for the promise of a few jobs, about 100 permanent ones. That's a number that would barely fill a small office. Look, at the end of the day, these data centers, they don't move in to join and help communities thrive. They move in to draw on that community, to take the resources, and to funnel the profits to the very wealthy owners, people like Mr. Rucci. And that's exactly why people there have refused to roll over. After months of pushback and about an hour of residents just tearing into the project at a public hearing, county supervisors decided to hit pause. They walked back their approval. They put a 45-day moratorium on it and started building out a real zoning review. Residents even started gathering signatures to take it to a referendum. This is an example of real people power in action. State Senator Steve Padilla, who represents that region, has also been pressing to slow the whole thing down and to force it to go through the scrutiny that the loophole was letting it skip. So this isn't over. It is a live fight, okay? And it could go either way. And right now, you've got a coastal CEO with a zoning shortcut versus a working class county. And I think you know exactly who I'm rooting for. A little bit of a silver lining, yes. Yes. Okay. That is pretty much all I have today. I know we're coming up a little short on the hour. Apologize for that. Imperial County is one of the most ironically named counties out there. Indeed. Let's see. Colorado River is already stretched too thin. This is insanity. It is. But again, they don't care. These billionaires, these owners. And you know what's funny is that like even corporate America is turning against this whole AI boom. Okay. I mean, I'm reading articles where it's like, you know, yeah, we're going to be moving away from this because we're burning through our AI credits or whatever. And when you do that, or tokens or whatever you call it, I don't even know. Once you do that, then the service just shuts off. You can't ask it any more questions, okay, or have it do anything else. Oh, you're out of tokens. And it's funny because I hear that there's a lot of like subscriptions and then token models. Okay, so you got to keep putting more money into it, blowing through your budget in order to get it to do these things that they claim was like, oh yeah, no, we're going to be able to replace humans with these, you know, basically LLMs, right? That's what they call them. You know, because again, there's nothing intelligent about these things. They're just, you know, language models. Okay. And so, you know, they're running out of tokens, these companies, and they don't want to keep pumping more money because they're already blowing through their budgets just to get it to do the things that they fired actual human beings for. And human beings, turns out that they're cheaper. It's just insane. Okay. But yeah. That's it though. That's it. That's all, unfortunately, all I have time for today. I know Alex wanted to come on and talk a little bit about the Mamdani victory. So I suppose we can, bring him in for a couple of minutes if that's what he wants to do.
Hey.
So you wanted to talk about for a couple of minutes the Mamdani-backed victories that happened in these recent elections.
Yes, I am so excited. I barely slept last night. I stayed up till like 2:00 watching everybody's coverage on it.
Cool.
Very exciting news. I am going to cover it tonight. I'm filling in for Deter at 7 p.m. So stick around, folks. Get into all the details. I have a lot of clips pulled up. I hope everything doesn't crash. But yes, big victory. Not everything. And I want to make that point
where you can.
You take the wins where you can.
Exactly.
Yes, some of the outside races where I'm like, I don't know, can we get rid of some of these upstate Democrats? No, we can't because they're upstate. And
well, one of the issues that I have with some of those Democrats too, and I don't know if you've talked about this before, but I believe they're the DLC Democrats.
Yeah,
and the which are basically just rebranded Republicans.
Yes.
That's how they govern.
Yeah, especially
and so
Tom
it's one of those
Suozzi.
things where you've got these DLC Democrats that vote against things like or vote down things like universal health care, for example. And there's the same issue in California as well that you've seen.
Yes, and in California, I don't know what's going on over there. Like, get your DSA more organized. We got, again, Deter is out there trying to do the good work as well. Because the DSA and Working Families Party working together, cross-endorsing. I was just watching Majority Report how AOC kind of endorsed a lot of the assembly people and the city council people, whereas Zoran endorsed congressional people. So they're staying out of each other's gardens, if you will. You know what I mean? Like
something.
So AOC is not directly pissing off Hakeem Jeffries and the people she has to work with.
Right.
You know what I mean? And Mamdani's not pissing off the city council people that he has to work directly with, but they're cross-endorsed and they're going, okay, I'm going to endorse those people that you need, and I'm going to endorse the people that you need.
Right.
It's all working together. It's all working together, and we need more of this across the country.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that. You know, and I do think that the results are pretty positive. You know, seeing more DSA.
If we get LA, if we get some LA's, like some good news in LA, we get the coasts, then we can work our way inside, and then it's over. It's over. It's over.
And I am hoping that when the primaries come around where I'm living, that Dr. Abdul Al Sayed is able to win his primary against Mallory McMurrow and the other establishment candidates in that race. That's what I'm hoping for, because I mean, we really could use some progressive victories.
Yeah, because they're already spinning this as oh, it's just New York, and like I pointed out, like the upstate candidates lost, some of the Manhattan candidates lost too. So here's Joe Scarborough this morning being like, of course, New York voted the way New York's going to vote. In the city, they voted more progressives. Upstate and in Manhattan, they voted more traditional, and that's just the way it is, and it's always going to be like this. And if we get, like you said, Abdul Al Sayed in Michigan, who's that candidate in Colorado? Quiros. In Colorado, whose campaign rally was just canceled by the incumbent, who pulled her strings and canceled the rally so that it became a protest instead, and got more eyes on it because they never heard of the fucking Streisand effect. I need it to happen elsewhere. I need it to not just be a New York story, because now they're pointing out, just like they did when Mamdani won. Oh, it's also the story of Spamberger in Virginia, and it's the story of Mickey Sherrill in New Jersey, both of whom are continuing to vote just like establishment Dems, aka Republicans, voting for more money for ICE. The Virginia governor, Spamberger, she vetoed the redistricting that they tried to do to counter the Republicans' redistricting, even though it passed on a vote. Like, the people voted for it, and she vetoed that shit. It's not the same story. They want to conflate it. They want to make it, it's just a wave of Dems because everyone hates Trump. It's like, no. This is specific. These different. Are people with things to vote for, not just vote against Trump and the Republicans. Here's material change that we can make happen, and we can show you and point to Mamdani and how he's making it happen. And we want to bring that to a town near you.
Exactly. I'd like to sit here and talk to you about it a little bit longer, but I'm kind of stepping on Andrea's toes here.
It's okay. Me too.
I
just wanted to pop
whatever. I'm stepping on something, and it's not a good. It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. I apologize, Andrea.
Much apologies. Our queen.
Big apologies on that one. But thank you for coming in and talking about that for a couple minutes. I do appreciate that.
Thanks for
and hopefully the audience did as well.
And I'll be back at 7 with a full hour of all this.
All right. Well, great. Everybody tune in then. Thank you again. Appreciate you all. Thank you to the mods, this space. Thank you for everybody for watching. Up next, you know what's coming up next. Let's get to it.
Testing. Are we on? Are we live? Are we live? Are we live? Are we live? Hello and welcome to another program. I am doing a show today. I've got my guest here, Max the Boy, is currently joining me. He's eating popcorn, as you can see. He is eating some popcorn. So that's great. Thank you, Max the Boy. And thank you to Alex and Jeffrey. I don't know if he minds if I call him Jeffrey. I don't know if we're on that level, but thank you for running over my show. It's fine though, because I usually run out of shit at around 55 minutes. So, future point, if you do want to go over, just, as long as you have something to talk about, 5 minutes is fine. I'm just saying, it's all good. So don't worry about that. I'm holding my microphone right now. I just have an urge to do that. Hopefully it doesn't jostle the cable loose. I think that happened last time. I don't know, but Max is currently in the bed, so he's not going to kick it. So if it happens, are we live? Testing. Are we live? Anyway, so welcome to a show. I'm doing a show today. Today we're going to be talking. I gotta adjust my little couch. Okay. We're gonna be talking about a show that I'm doing today. That's the shows that we're talking about. The show. We're talking about the show on the show. Today I'd like to show you a show. First, I'd like to talk about this. I've got this image here that I stole from The Guardian, but I'm going to be talking about this case here. There's a case. I don't need to be that big. That's kind of a little. Well, then again, if I'm that big, hold on. If I'm this big, then you get to see Max. So okay, that's good. But anyway, there's a case in Prairie Land. If anyone has been following that, basically, Donald Trump, who, by the way, just before we start, really, Donald Trump, known child rapist, second comma, after, I think it was after Charles he took a break. Let's just put it that way. He took a break from his speaking tour. And so after that happened, Donald Trump issued in National Presidential Security Memorandum numero 7. And basically what this says is it directs the government, similarly to after 2001, the government directed all of their resources to attacking anyone that looked brown skin or Muslim. That's basically what Donald Trump directed after the vacation that Charles took, to direct that same energy at lefties, specifically the anarchist lefties. Now, why is that? Why would the Trump administration single out anarchists? Think about this for a moment. Just think about before we really get into this case for a moment. I would like everyone. I'm not trying to sit here and do like this whole "I'm better than you" or "you're better than me" bull fucking shit. And I'm not trying to do that. But I will if necessary. Hold on. The producer is he's trying to produce me right now, and it's just not necessary for him to produce me. I don't need your production. I don't need your production. Hold on. All right. I'm doing it myself. Thank you, producer. Anyway, if there's a clip of this, cut that part out. So Donald Trump targets anarchists. Well, Donald Trump's not doing anything other than raping children. That's really what he does. But the people that he outsources his powers of the presidency to are targeting anarchists because they are, and I hate to say it. I don't actually hate to say it, but I hate to say it. But anarchists are the most effective. They're the most actually threatening to the power of the United States government. The DSA, think about it. Let's actually have this conversation. The DSA, right? Like, come on, the DSA, like, right? They're not. Donald Trump's not directing an NSPM to target the DSA. Let's just put it this way. All right, so. Anarchist leading people, anti-fascist organizers are the ones that are the most threatening to the government's power. I feel like that's a fact. Donald Trump spent most of his first term also complaining and crying about anarchists. Remember the cans of soup? It's better than a brick because it's got fucking force, right? So If you remember the cans of soup situation, Donald Trump hates anarchists. So as under the purview of National Presidential Security Memorandum number 7, basically they are trying to target anyone who's an anarchist who is against this ICE facility bullshit. Now, think about it. Is DSA, and I'm not trying to turn this into an I hate DSA thing. I'm really not. I think DSA is fine, I guess, whatever. But is DSA actually threatening the ICE facilities? Is DSA actually threatening the ICE agents in their ability to warehouse innocent people? Not really, right? But anarchists are at least threatening, right? So in the case of Prairie Land, I believe that one of the individuals shot a gun at some point, and that was, then the Trump administration is like, oh, well, one person shot a gun, so that means everyone involved is an evil agent of terror. They are all terrorists. Right now, was anyone killed by this gun? No. But the other adjacent individuals in this case that were sentenced to what amounts to life in prison, these are political prisoners. Now, also think about this, juxtapose this with Donald Trump having a literal, actual pedophile slush fund that he's using to pay out January 6th guys. So he pardons a bunch of pedophiles and rapists and fucking whatever, from the January 6th bullshit, and then gives them money. Some of these pedophiles that Donald Trump pardoned actually went out and raped children again. Some of the people that were pardoned for January 6th by Donald Trump, the, again, known, alleged, whatever, child rapist, right? They were paid money by Trump to go out and rape more kids, right? So let's juxtapose this situation with that. The child rapist in chief is handing out millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars from the pedophile slush fund to rapists, child rapists, and pedophiles, while people are being arrested and sentenced to life in prison for anarchist literature. Now, again, one person shot a gun, whatever, all right? But all the other motherfuckers are guilty of having magazines, right? That's what they're guilty of. For having pamphlets. They have fucking pamphlets that say shit like know your rights. They have pamphlets that say shit like fucking how to keep your family safe when kidnappers break into your fucking house with guns and Black Hawk fucking helicopters. Reminder that Donald Trump's pedophile agents, ICE, I-C-E, I don't have time or energy right now to come up with a funny acronym for that, but they are a pedophile agency. It's an agency run, operated, and paid for by pedophiles for pedophiles. Reminder that these motherfuckers took a Black Hawk motherfucking helicopter to a goddamn apartment building in Chicago, rounded up a bunch of children, stripped their fucking clothes off, zip-tied them, and threw them in a fucking U-Haul van. Just think about that. That happened like, what, a year ago? That happened a motherfucking year ago, okay? So if someone wants to put out a pamphlet of how to keep your kids safe when the pedophile army wants to zip tie them naked, they strip their clothes off, shove their naked bodies in the middle of winter into a U-Haul van, right? How do you keep your family safe in that environment, right? That's what the organizational, pamphlets and all that shit is basically about. It's about how to keep you and your family safe, how to also, not die of infection. A lot of anarchists are some of the only people that organize mask blocks, such things that where they hand out, masks, respirators, COVID tests, flu tests to people. They also organize people to get vaccines and all that kind of stuff. Things that actually, genuinely, sincerely threaten capital, the status quo, and the government's, vice grip on the psychology of most of the citizens. Like the people still pretending like, playing with the little Lego bricks called DSA. They're operating within a fascist system. And again, I got news for them. It's not really doing much. It's not threatening power that much. Now, hey, I'll get into the DSA in the next segment. We'll do a flip 180 on this one. Okay, I guarantee it. But either way, the government is coming after you, and they will use literally fucking anything that they can to send you to fucking jail. All right? That's what they're going to do, right? Look at, I hate to bring this guy up, but it is somewhat relevant. But again, is this guy an anarchist? Is this guy actually threatening the status quo? Not really. But there's this Twitch streamer that went to Cuba, and it was under investigation for staying at the wrong hotel or whatever the fuck, which, by the way, how funny is that you can get investigated because you stayed at a hotel and it's the wrong hotel? That's fucking, what the fuck are we doing here? But either way, he stayed at the right hotel, as in the right wing hotel, as in the fascist hotel, but whatever. And gave like a bunch of fucking like ramen noodles to poor Cubans or whatever, some Twitch streamer. And now he's under investigation or whatever the fuck. I don't really know where that's going. But again, is this Twitch streamer really actually genuinely threatening the status quo? I don't really think so. That's my opinion. But either way, if you are out there actually protesting at these ICE facilities, they are going to use every tool in the toolbook. And they're going to make some shit up. Again, these motherfuckers are threatened to life. They're not threatened. They are put into life in prison for having pamphlets. Pamphlets! They're handing out fucking like literal like trash. They're like, most people, they take the pamphlet, they crumple it up, put it in their pocket, and then it winds up in the dryer or something, right? That's what most people do with pamphlets. That's a crime now? Really? That's a fucking federal crime? Handing out motherfucking pamphlets? My goodness gracious, right? So anyway, we can put this graphic. I stole that graphic from The Guardian. They probably stole it from someone too, but whatever. My point being is, the government is going to fuck our shit up, and we're probably just going to end up letting them do it. That's the sad truth of it. The people, okay, let's just assume there is a continuity of the American Republic for a moment. Again, I use the word assume because it's not really likely that that's going to happen. Let's imagine we get a Democratic president. Day one, that motherfucker needs to pardon all of these people. Day one, no excuses, right? If you get life in motherfucking prison for handing out some fucking leaflets, right? Whoever is the next president, day one, you got to pardon them. If they don't do it, it's either because we all forgot about them or because that motherfucker's a piece of shit. And if there's any primaries, I don't know if primaries are even going to happen. I guess the primaries are going to happen, I guess. Donald Trump can't really cancel primaries in the Democratic side. But either way, if there are primaries, non-negotiable, not a question, if you are not full-throatedly advocating to pardon these people, you're gone. So you're done. I don't want to vote for you. No one's going to vote for you. Go fuck yourself, right? Because these are genuine, actual, real political prisoners. Someone going to jail because they punched a fucking cop on January 6th, then fucking shat on Nancy Pelosi's desk or whatever. That is not a political fucking prisoner, okay? I'm sorry, right? Right. So when you pardon a bunch of fucking pedophile, rapist, terrorists and then give them millions of dollars so that they can go rape other kids or whatever and start killing their wives or ex-girlfriends or whatever, right? That's a huge fucking problem. But then on top of that, they're doing the exact opposite to everyone on the left side. And again, these are anarchists. These are anti-fascists. These are people that actually make those motherfuckers in power squirm a little bit. Like Stephen Miller, when he looks at DSA, he doesn't give a fuck. He does, DSA, whatever. They're in our mousetrap and they're never getting out. But anarchists, anti-fascists, likes of these people are people that do not live, right, in the psychological prison of the Republic, right? Now, we can argue, and maybe we should argue, whether or not living within the psychological prison of the Republic and operating as if it is a real thing that exists is a superior method of changing the Republic, whatever. That's an argument that we're having another time. But what I'm here to tell you is the government is coming for you and they will use any possible thing that they can. Some of the other evidence that was used here is stuff like social media posts, right? Somebody said, become ungovernable on fucking Twitter 7 years ago or whatever the fuck. Right? Like that, that meme where you have a cat or whatever, walking on top of the fridge, become ungovernable. Right? Motherfuckers were sent to prison, life in prison for that shit, man. For that fucking shit. That's nothing. That's nothing. Life in prison. We're not talking about someone got charged and then the charges were dropped and then they countersued and got a lot of money like that sandwich guy or whatever. We're talking about they actually were tried and found guilty in a fucking fucked up kangaroo court and got life in prison for posting fucking memes on Twitter and handing out motherfucking magazines. What the fuck? All because they don't agree with a pedophile child sex trafficking ring flying children around the country and exporting them to God knows where, motherfucking. Like, these fucking ICE detention facilities are warehousing and trafficking children. They sent that fucking 5-year-old to a fucking Texas concentration camp and fed him maggots, motherfucker. And that's the shit that we know. We know that that motherfucking shit is going on. So again, is DSA really threatening these concentration camps? Not really. Are Democrats really threatening the status quo? Not, of course not, motherfucker. They love the status quo. But the one group, or rather the one section of groups, right? The anarchists, the anti-fascists, these people, the people that actually kind of take that shit seriously. Like, it's not actually just like a, you know, hey guys, just taking Instagram selfies. Hey, woo, free Palestine, you know, like post that on my page, right? The people that actually go a couple steps beyond that, those are the ones that the Donald Trump administration, number one and number two, have both been targeting 24/7. Now, again, they hate all liberals. They hate all lefties. They hate the DSA. They hate them all. And if they could, they would throw them all into concentration camps. However, you got to start somewhere. And first, they're going, you know, for the communists. Back in the day, in the 1930s, communist actually was more synonymous with you know, anarchist in the way that commies were a lot more radical. They were a lot more willing to do things. Whereas nowadays, commies are just like writing up fucking manifestos on Twitter and like fucking masturbating in the corner. Like, communists aren't really doing much in the modern age. They're not really doing much, but the anarchists are the ones doing it. And that's why Donald Trump is targeting them first, because those are the leaders. Those are the organizers. Those are the motherfuckers with the knowledge of how to actually resist against a fascist insurgency that has taken over the fucking federal government. Those are the people that actually know what the fuck they're doing. Not these DSA motherfuckers, not these Democratic losers. They don't know fucking jack shit. They're still running through the fucking maze with no exits and no entrances, right? Hoping that one day they will find the exit, but really they're satisfied knowing that at least once in a while they'll find some cheese around the corner. Hey, that cheese is what's keeping them going. The idea that there might be an exit to the rat race, well, I don't know about that. I hope so, but it's not really something that animates me. But that cheese tastes really fucking good. So again, I just got to say, anybody, this needs to be a sustained part of the conversation. Anybody running for president, anybody running for anything needs to advocate for a full, complete pardoning of these political prisoners ASAP. Day one, not even day one, day zero. We should be impeaching these motherfuckers and starting over and getting that shit now. But we're not, because we're a bunch of lazy cocksuckers, right? So anyway, I highly recommend looking into the Prairie Land case. It's not good, to put it that way. It's just not good. It's not a good situation. That's the transition piece. I'm transitioning live on stream. I mean, I already did that, but I'll do it again. Now, let's talk about some other bullfucking shit. I got some bullshit here. Some other bullfucking shit. Where is this? Hold on. Where's my bullshit? I have bullshit somewhere. Now, these are segments that I don't know if I should do, but I'm going to do it anyway. Talk about Israel for a little bit. Am I allowed? Am I allowed to talk about Israel? I don't know. Hold on. Let me check with the head honcho at This Space Industries if I'm allowed to talk about Israel. All right, I just got the green light. This space is now allowing me to talk about Israel. So let's talk about Israel. First of all, we got to get started. Ain't real. I know. I hate to say it 5,000 times, and I hate to think it's still funny, but hey, ain't real. Anyway, it's not a real country. Now, I don't want to get anyone out there calling me anti-Semitic. I don't believe in countries at all, right? So if I don't believe in any country, I certainly don't believe in fucking Israel. Are you fucking kidding me? I think nations are a mistake. Countries, I think, are also a mistake. But nations, I mean, nations are the real bad news situation, right? And when I say nation, I mean, like, you know, like the people have this common, usually ethnic, usually genetic, usually highly racist and restrictive. Sometimes, well, it's also the second most is religion, you know, that kind of stuff. They divide these people based on stuff like that, right? So let's take a look at nations such as India and Pakistan, right? This is a great example of why nations are a stupid fucking concept. So the British, because they love their nation, they're like, let's just literally just move around all the people in our fucking colony and then create 2 new countries. And then we'll move all the Muslims over there. We'll move all the Hindus over there. And then everything will even itself out, right? Because it's the nation. They're collectively a part of the same project, the national project. Yeah. Because they're all the same. They're homogenous. They're all Muslim. So therefore, they're all, you know, whatever. So my point being is, this is how white people, who, let's be honest, they're the ones who drew up the modern day nation state. This is how white people think about nations. Okay. They're dumb as fuck. All right. Look at the whole Ukraine and Russia situation. All right. The Russians think that, like, there's a couple fucking ethnic Russians. Now, you ever hear that? What the fuck is an ethnic Russian? Now, I don't believe in ethnicity at all, right? I'll be honest with you. But what the fuck is an ethnic Russian? These are all white motherfuckers, okay? I'm sorry, man. But, like, ethnic Russian, ethnic Ukrainian, I don't believe in it. It's not real. Those are not real things. You cannot tell me that there is a significant genetic difference between a Russian and a Ukrainian. Not a thing, all right? I'm sorry. But it's such a thing in the minds of Vladimir Putin that he's willing to go to war over these fucking ethnic Russians that are like, Putin, I'm an ethnic Russian. Help me. You know, I'm ethnic. Right? So basically, I don't believe in nations. I think countries are fucking stupid. I think nations are even dumber. All right? Now, let's talk about the dumbest nation on earth for a moment. Israel, motherfucker. Now, I was going to say America, but America's less of a nation and more of a country, although, you know, America does have some sort of national project, but it's more of a country and less of a nation, right? You might not even care about the distinction between those things. Frankly, neither do I. But Israel, all right, is one of the best examples of a nation state, right? If you are a Jewish person in Israel, all right, that guarantees you nothing. If you're a fucking if you were born Muslim and you convert to Judaism because you read the book and you're like, I'm convinced, you get nothing. Unless you're born to, like, a Jewish mother or some fucking shit, right? So if you're half Jewish, you also get nothing. If, like, your dad was Jewish or whatever the fuck, that doesn't mean anything. So you have to have, like, a Jewish mom, right? And then that Jewish mom has to be a real Jew, and then maybe you'll be allowed to be an Israeli citizen, right? It's a stupid fucking project, right? And so imagine how much money is wasted on finding out whether or not a motherfucker is a real goddamn Jew or not. And imagine how much money is wasted on such a stupid fucking concept to begin with. What the fuck even is a Jew? I thought it was a religion. They're telling me it's a race. It's a race and a religion. They're racing to the bottom of the religion. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know what Jews are. I'll be honest with you. I don't know what that is. Are you a race? Are you a religion? Are you a fucking, I don't know what the fuck, right? So anyway, Israel is trying to create a nation around a Jewish identity that is kind of non-existent. There really is no such thing as a Jewish identity. Let's be honest, all right? These are a bunch of motherfuckers that maybe 1,000, 2,000 years ago, their families kind of lived in some specific area, but even then, that's not really sure. But mostly they just read the same book and they celebrate the same holidays, and then that's what Jews are, right? But Israel is not necessarily, again, a nation for all Jews. If you're half Jewish, it depends, right? So again, they exclude Jewish people all the motherfucking time. They love doing that shit. If you were born a Muslim and you said, hey, I read the Torah and it's like, it's got a lot of good points. I love the genocide in the Torah, so now I'm a Jew. Nope, doesn't work, right? So now we've got a nation state, right? And again, this is why I say nation is separate from country, because a country to me, right, I view the word country to mean more of like a border, a location. Whereas a nation is a more amorphous situation. A nation doesn't necessarily need to have to be like a place, a location, right? A nation is more of a people, right? You understand what I mean? So when you have a nation state such as Israel, right, where they're highly gatekeeping of who the hell a real Jew even is. You can have 100% Jewish ancestry. You can read the Torah every day. You can wear the stupid fucking hats. But if you say what they're doing in Lebanon is a genocide, not a real Jew, all of a sudden, right? So again, they're the police, the global Jew police, as in who's a real Jew, who's not a real Jew. And, right, so when they have this highly restrictive project, right, where they have like, it's not just an apartheid situation with 2 tiers. There's like 15 different tiers, right? This is how you get a society where there are right to rape protests, where 94% of Israeli citizens support the genocide in Gaza. 94% of Israeli citizens supported the genocide in Gaza as of 2025. How the hell does that happen? It's when you have all of these gatekeepers decide who's a real Israeli, who's a real Jew, and who's not. That's how you get to a society where 94% of motherfuckers approve of the genocide. And then there was like 10% that were like, we approve of the genocide, but, you know, don't take so many pictures. Don't take so many pictures of our genocide. Kill them all. Kill them all. Yes. Yes. Kill them all. But don't take so many pictures. It makes us look bad, right? That's like 10%. So if you add like 80 something plus the other 10, you get like 94% of Israelis support genocide. But now Gaza was technically kind of like inside the state of Israel, right? Kind of the country, the borders. I don't know. Gaza is kind of inside, right? So now that they've already killed everyone in Gaza, right? They've killed like at minimum 700,000 innocent little babies that they have exterminated with all kinds of weapons, right? Now that they've done that, well, they kind of ran out of shit to do in Gaza. They've killed everybody. Everyone's dead, right? So now they've got to export their terror machine to Lebanon, right? Because again, Israel is less of a country and more of a nation. And the nation has one fucking goal, and that is world domination. That is what they said in Israel. This fucking guy, Itamar, keeps fucking posting online that we need to kill every Lebanese person in the history of the world because Hezbollah said something mean on Twitter. You know, that's what they're fucking posting. They're saying it publicly, that the goal of Israel is complete domination of the world. Now, does that mean that they want one world instead of calling it Earth? It's called Israel? Probably not. But again, look at what you're allowed to say in a country like the fucking United Kingdom. Motherfuckers are getting sent to jail. They're getting charged and sent to prison for saying shit like free Palestine. Just some innocuous fucking free Palestine. What the fuck does free Palestine, like, think about it. Okay, let's just talk about this for a moment. 90%, I would argue 95% of people that say free Palestine, they don't know what the fuck that even means, and they don't even really care. I'll be honest, right? Have you talked to a free Palestine person who doesn't really follow this, you know, too much? They're just like generally like they just don't like genocide, which, hey, you know, you could call them like youthful, naive, you know, they just don't like, they think genocide is bad. They think murdering 700,000 minimum innocent babies is kind of a bad thing. So they say something like free Palestine. They don't understand that Israel is a fucking nation state that wants to take over the fucking world and have this fucking like, you know, you're not allowed to say this. You're not allowed to say that. If you even think the wrong way, you're thrown in fucking prison. They don't understand that fucking they have a global terror network of weapons manufacturers that fucking test everything out in Gaza. Think about all the military companies from all across the world that are making a shitload of fucking money running fucking terror on the, again, pause for a moment. Why didn't they just kill everyone in Gaza right away? Why didn't they just drop a nuke on Gaza and kill them all at once? Why? Because you cannot test weapons if you kill them all at once. Why do you think they were fucking putting like fucking Percocets in their fucking flour. They were crushing up fucking pain medications and fucking fentanyl and all that shit in their bags of flour. Why? Because they want to do experiments. They're experimenting on the people in Gaza. These weapons companies are creating new types of drones, new types of lasers, new types of thermobaric bombs that they're using and testing in Gaza. And again, they ran out of motherfuckers to kill. All right. So they're exporting it to Lebanon. Lebanon. Lebanon is kind of, they mention it in the Bible or the Torah or whatever. So I guess it's ours now. It's ours now. They mentioned it. Torah or our stupid fucking book says Lebanon or whatever somewhere. It has like the river put in like one of the fucking plays or whatever. We talk about the river. So now we got to kill them all. So they're going in there. They're fucking bombing little babies in fucking Lebanon. They're murdering motherfuckers left and goddamn right. Right? Because they always want more. And I'm not just talking about the nation state of Israel. This applies to other authoritarian-minded nation states. Let's get into the United States for a moment. Again, the United States is more of a country, less of a nation, but it's still kind of fucked up. Let's get this fucking shit out of the way. I don't want to look at Israel anymore. It's just kind of gross to look at that shit. But let's talk about this. Right? The United States also has a national project in addition, right, to being a country. So at first, the national project, right, of America was a bunch of white people, mostly from England, got pissed off at the king and are like, let's just come over here and let's do our own thing. Let's fucking, they got the Quakers and fucking shit. They got the fucking, the Lutherans or whatever the fuck, people that, the church, they just wanted to flee the church, flee the king, right? They kind of, in a way, just want to get away from it all, which I can understand. If you look at early colonial America, there's a lot of, and we're talking about like 1776. We're talking about like 1600s type. There's interesting stuff in colonial America, right? Like now, again, there's the start of the genocide, but there's a lot of motherfuckers that are living cooperatively with the indigenous population. Most of them got killed by fellow white people and exploited and whatever, but still. There's a lot of interesting characters. I like thinking about the Quakers as an interesting character. But either way, one of the main features of a lot of the interesting characters that fled Europe for America is they're all a bunch of pussy losers. Look at the Quakers, a bunch of fucking losers, okay? They're a bunch of pacifist little babies that let all the fuckers run roughshod over everything. How's that pacifism going, you fucking oatmeal motherfucker? Not going so well, right? So basically, America becomes a nation. It becomes a country. They free themselves from Europe or whatever, I don't know, and they become a nation. Well, now that they're a nation, they need a national project, right? So that national project quickly becomes Manifest Destiny, right? We're just going to fucking kill all the non-white, non-European motherfuckers, maybe kill 95, 98, 99%, keep the rest in some boxes or whatever, do some experiments, right? That's really what the only reason why we still have any native people from America is to run experiments on them, such as psychological torture. How does it feel to watch your entire family get murdered in front of you? How does it feel to watch all of everything you've ever known from all of your historical tales be wiped out in one generation? Well, it doesn't feel so well, but let's take some notes. Let's watch it. Oh, maybe we'll keep them around so that once in a while we can ask them for help on medicine and other kinds of stuff like that, right? That's kind of the deal with the indigenous people. So that's when the national project of America really took off, was in the 1780s to 1790s, the Louisiana Purchase. Really, they just started going crazy with that fucking shit, right? So again, a national project is slightly different from a country. If you look at countries, what's a good example of a country? I'm just kind of thinking, like as a country as opposed to a nation. I don't know. I'm not even going to go down that route because I haven't thought about it enough. I'm not going to give you a cogent answer, so it's not worth doing in the first place. But again, Israel, right, is a nation founded with one goal: to expand their religion to global prominence, right? If you look at, I like to compare Israel to Vatican City. Vatican City is a fascist country. Vatican City was created by literally the creator of fascism created the Vatican City. Think about that. You ever think about that? Hitler created Israel in a roundabout way. Mussolini created the Vatican City, right? These are two religiously minded, fascistic I guess you could call them ethno-states. The Vatican City is a little smaller, so it's kind of hard to call that an ethno-state, but still, whatever. With one goal, and that goal is global domination, right? Now, the Christians, in the modern age, Christians are taking a little bit of a different approach to global domination, right? We got some woke pope or whatever the fuck, who's trying to make everyone happy. You know, if you just make people happy and you say, God sent you, Jesus sent me to make you happy, maybe they're going to go, hey, maybe there's something to this whole Jesus thing, and they're going to become a Christian. Israelis, they have the opposite perspective. They want to enforce their religion at the barrel of a gun. They want to enforce their way of life with a fucking knife in your throat. That is the Israeli way. Right now, there are Jewish people that exist that are more like the Christians in this method, in the modern way, where they want to make people Jews and expand their faith by helping people, right? All of those motherfuckers are as far away from Israel as possible, okay? If you are a Jewish person and you are trying to spread your faith and message or whatever in a way that to have people convert to Judaism without killing them, you don't want to be associated with Israel. Israel is not your friend, right? Israel's giving your shit a bad rep, okay? Now, so let's talk for a moment about the Israelis living in Israel. Now, I don't want to talk about all Jewish people, every Jewish person that believes in the Torah. I don't want, because that's just, let's be honest. There's a lot of decent Jewish people. Let's be real. Let's be honest. Maybe some of them are great, I would say. In fact, I would say, yes, there are great Jewish people. I know, going out on a limb here, controversial, I know, but there's some wonderful, fantastic Jewish people, and they don't live in Israel, okay? They don't like Israel. They think Israel is terrible, all right? But most Jewish people think Israel has a right to exist. Why? Because they're fucking stupid, genocidal freaks, all right? Israel has no right to exist. Because, again, I started this off by saying I don't even believe in nations. I don't believe in countries. So if I don't believe in any of that shit, why the fuck would I believe in one founded on a genocidal book of terror and just disgusting, grotesque rape, torture, terror, just the worst thing you can imagine is in the fucking holy book. It's just, it's full of holes, you know, the holy book. And, you know, as they have right to rape protests, what do you think they're doing with those holes in Israel? But if you are an Israeli, then guess what? You are a scumbag, you're a terrorist, you're evil just by living in Israel. Now, it gets a little difficult when we talk about motherfuckers that are born in Israel. I get it. This is a difficult situation. You got born there. You didn't consent to this fucking shit. There's a couple teenagers you see sometimes. They go to jail instead of going to the IDF. They have mandatory military service in Israel. If you don't go, you get like 2 years in jail or something. 1 year in jail, I think. I don't know. Or, no, it's 2 years of mandatory service. And then if you don't go, it's like 6 months in jail. Whatever. Right? So there is like a younger generation of Israelis that are abstaining from the genocide. They are going to jail to protest the genocide. They're not treated really well. A lot of them are, again, they're being stripped of their citizenship. That's something that I've seen as well. But again, it's not very popular. Why? Because the national project, you ever think about that? Nation, and then it's national. So the sound of changes. National versus nation. It's very strange. The English language, very bizarre. But either way, you know, if you are in Israel and you don't endorse the fucking national project of expansionism and death, murder, and destruction, either you're going to be stripped of your citizenship, so therefore you're not an Israeli anymore, or you're going to get thrown in a cage, or you're going to get propped up by some newspaper as an example of, you know, the left flank of Israel. But when you look at the government of motherfucking Israel, right, look at Netanyahu. You might be thinking Netanyahu's the modern day Hitler. Wrong. Netanyahu is the Joe Biden of Israel. I want people to really put that into perspective. Netanyahu is the Barack Hussein Obama of Israel. He is a centrist. That's what he is, okay? Netanyahu, in the context of the Israeli government, is a big old-fashioned centrist, okay? He's got guys on his right that are saying, let's just nuke Gaza. What are we doing here? Nuke Gaza, nuke Lebanon, nuke Iran, right? That's the guys on the right. That's like 80% of the country. Then he's got the guys on his left, which is like, I don't know, the international press, right? The international press, as well as like the people that are trying to say, hey, maybe if we start murdering millions of people randomly with all these weird guns and bombs and stuff, maybe it's not going to do so well for the future of Israel. Maybe someone else is going to come in and kind of fuck our project up. So let's kill all these people a little bit more stealthily, right? So it's about an 80-20. 20% on his left are saying, definitely kill them all. Kill every Muslim, kill every Arab, kill every Gazan, kill them all. But do it like, so no one finds out. And then you have the other side, which is like, let's just nuke everybody. The Samson option motherfuckers. We got nukes everywhere, right? And that is not a country. It is a nation, but it's not a country. It's not a real thing. These 9-10 million motherfuckers, I don't care what they have to say, right? It doesn't matter to me. All right. I don't care about national sovereignty because I don't believe in that in nations. I don't care about any of that fucking shit. Israel has got to go. That's the only method here, right? All of it. All of it. We're not talking about just the weapons companies in Israel. We're not talking about just the government bonds or whatever the fuck of Israel. Everything. All right. The fucking bakeries in Israel all need to be defunded. Okay. The fucking road workers in Israel all need to be defunded. Okay. The fucking traffic lights in Israel all need to be defunded. Every single fucking Israeli company on earth needs to be defunded. Anyone that worked with the state of Israel in any official capacity in a beneficial way, as in supporting the National Israeli Project, they all need to be defunded, and in some instances should probably be imprisoned. Like, we really should not be having American politicians who fund Israeli weapons companies in this country. At least we should be throwing those motherfuckers in jail, right? This is my opinion. I just want to say this is my motherfucking opinion here, okay? This is my opinion here. I think every single motherfucker who is involved in any aspect of the Israeli project needs to be fully and completely defunded and probably thrown in jail. That's my opinion. Call me a little tough on crime, but I think a genocide is pretty criminal. And you know what? I think we need to be pretty tough on these motherfuckers. All right. So I just want to say, in conclusion to this segment, Israel's going to keep expanding. They're going to take over Lebanon. They're going to stop this the memorandum of understanding. What the fuck that shit? They threw that shit in the garbage literally within like 30 minutes or whatever. They are going to continue the downward spiral of our species on this planet. You think Israel has no bearing on China? You think Israel has no bearing on Russia? You think Israel has no they're starting up a fucking mini Israel in Argentina. Those motherfuckers are coming to the American continents, motherfucker. They are colonizing the world. We need to stop it now before it's too fucking late. Before it ends up like World War II, motherfucker. Before Hitler starts fucking, when Hitler is fucking invading that country, bombing motherfuckers in France, all this fucking shit. We got to stop it now before it gets too late. All right, that's all I'm saying. Israeli politicians have said that they're going to go after Turkey. They want to dismantle fucking OTAN to go and fucking do their national project of world domination. I say no. I say anybody affiliated with Israel in any capacity. If you want me to compromise, here's my compromise. After October of 2023. All right. If you're affiliated with Israel in fucking June of 2022, you're still a disgusting, evil scumbag motherfucker. But whatever, man. I'm trying to compromise here. Don't make me fun. But if you are affiliated with Israel in any capacity after October 2023, go to hell. And do not pass go, motherfucker. Go directly to hell. All right. I wish I believed in hell, motherfucker. All right. So that you could go there. Anyway, I'm almost out of water. So, and I'm getting a little thirsty from all this screaming. So, I will be right back. Is this on? Am I visible? I'm crouching at this moment because my tripod is not tall enough for me to stand up, so I have to crouch. I'm crouching right now, and that's not relevant. What is relevant is that my show that you're watching right now, it will be back soon. Right? So, but I'm here. This is a past version of me. I'm time traveling of a pre-recorded. Anyway, so I'm here to make you happy in the interim by crouching. By crouching. Here is Mega Man X6, one of my favorite video games. I found this in a box somewhere. So I put that up on my wall. I'm excited about that. But what else am I excited about? Well, I'm excited about democracy. Anyone here like democracy? Right? I'm excited about I got a Max dog on my foot. He just sat down on my foot. Did anyone see the democracy over the week? There was some democracy over the last week. Everyone's excited about democracy. I personally, I don't know. I'm starting to become a post-democracy person. I don't think we can have a democracy if we have millions of people that vote for child rapists and millions of people who don't care that there are millions of people voting for child rape. It doesn't seem like a democracy to me, so maybe I'm a little post in my thinking, you know? I'm a little post-democracy. But either way, there was some democracy over the last week. All of Zoran Mamdani's endorsements won, including the Zionist, Brad Lander. He is a Zionist, and he uses the New York Pension Fund to give millions and millions and millions of Americans money to Israelis, so he is a Zionist. So even though Zoran endorsed a Zionist, he still won, I guess. So that's good for democracy that we have more Zionists winning. But it's okay because he called it a genocide. So giving money to Israel is fine as long as you call it a genocide. But anyway, I love democracy. And I love it so much that I've now listened to the will of the voters, and the show is back. Welcome to Fville is back. It's here. Hello. Thank you for watching my show today. I'm not going to do that because I keep unplugging it. What do we do here in Fville when our so-called progressive champions are endorsing Israeli sycophants? You know, think about the low barrier to entry it is to be considered a lefty in American politics. All you have to say is Israel has done a bad thing. And then it doesn't matter. You can give literally millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of people's money to Israeli companies, and it's fine. Because you said Israel now did something bad. Right? So I think that anybody, just to reiterate, anybody affiliated with any capacity to the national project of Israel needs to be completely defunded, maybe even thrown in jail. I do not agree with this idea of pretending that this Brad Lander character is a progressive hero. He is a Zionist scumbag, just like all the rest of them. So I just wanted to get my opinion out on the DSA. Yeah, the DSA is winning in New York, but they're electing a bunch of fucking Israeli sycophants. So I just got to say, fuck them. Fuck them. So, but anyway, I do not know really what to do when it comes to talking about Israel, because how do you really talk about this scenario that, you know, the fucking people are getting banned left and right for just saying certain words. Maybe I'm going to get banned for this show any minute now. Fortunately, nobody watches my show. We got like 7 viewers right now, so that's probably a good thing. No one watches my show. But either way, I think we're kind of fucked. I think we're kind of fucked here. I really don't know what the way out is. Now, a lot of people are talking about this memorandum of understanding. First of all, what the fuck? What? Memorandum of understanding. So imagine, right, you're an Iranian delegate, and you sign the memorandum of understanding with the child rapist piece of shit in Versailles. Didn't that happen in Versailles, motherfucker? What? So imagine that, right? And then literally, like the fucking guy's like telling you like to your face, I'm going to kill you and all of that. And then you, as you're fucking walking to the plane, right, looking left and right, am I going to get sniped in the face by a child rapist? You check your fucking cell phone. Turns out fucking Israel just fucking murdered 17 more people in Lebanon, right? So what is, like, is anyone paying attention at all to the psychological warfare that is the daily news cycle on this fucking war? 1 minute, it's not a war. The next minute, it is a war. The 1 minute, we won the war. The next minute, the war is still going on, you know? Like, what the fuck is going on? 1 minute we got a ceasefire, except everyone's still getting shot and killed in the ceasefire. The next minute we got the fucking goddamn memorandum of understanding. We signed the memorandum saying, I understand you. And then as soon as that happens, you fucking bomb 17 grandmas in Lebanon. What the fuck? And no one gives a fuck about this because the World Cup's going on. Does anyone see this fucking garbage? This stupid fucking garbage. Now, I gotta be honest, okay, motherfucker? The World Cup, I could not, even on a good day, give a fucking little bit of a fuck about the fucking World fucking Cup. FIFA? The same motherfuckers that gave a peace prize to Donald Trump. Now, I talk about funding Israel. That shit is funding Israel, okay? If you're buying a ticket to a football game that is hosted by FIFA, that gave the child rapist a peace prize for bombing fucking Iran and blowing up 180 Iranian fucking children, and if you're giving that corporation money to see a fucking grown man kick a football around, I'm sorry, man. We're talking about the lowest of the low IQ here. We're talking about an IQ so low that it is in the negatives. You have a -6 IQ if you're buying a fucking ticket to the World fucking Cup. And if you don't live in the United fucking States and you are flying on a motherfucking plane during a fucking energy crisis, there's an oil surge and you're flying on a motherfucking plane across the planet to give money to terrorists so you can see grown men kick a fucking ball around a field? What the fuck are we doing here? What the fuck, dude? I feel like I'm crazy. I feel maybe I'm the crazy one. I don't know. Maybe I am. But like people are celebrating this fucking guy kicking a fucking ball around while there's a fucking genocide. There's multiple genocides happening. There's fucking little girls being blown up into the fucking sky. And they're fucking doing this football? Are you fucking kidding me? So I don't know, man. I feel like I live in hell. Every time I look at the fucking news, I feel like I live in hell. It's terrible. I don't like, and you know, I don't want to do this. I hate doing this. This is something that's only, quote, hold on, let me rewind. Quote, I don't want to do this. I hate doing this. Unquote, is something only someone who loves doing that would say. So I just want to factor that in there. But I really hate saying this. I really don't like doing this right now. You ever hear YouTubers say that fucking shit? That means they love it. That means I'm telling you, as a matter of fact, I love what I'm about to say. I love it. But maybe in fact, I buffered so long I forgot what I was going to say. But I'm the crazy one, maybe. But like, I'm curious as to how people that are like really stupid are able to follow the political machinations of like the news media. Like if you are not someone that's been paying attention to the news for like a decade or whatever, how the fuck do you navigate this situation? I really don't know. I really don't. Like imagine you like Donald Trump steals the election in 2024, right? But you think he won the election and you just started following politics and then like, you know, people like debating over like fucking tax brackets and fucking immigration reform. Like, how do you follow this stuff if you're like an average American? I don't know, man. So part of me feels like I'm yelling at a fucking box full of mice that just were born into this world when I'm yelling at someone going to the World Cup. You know, it feels like it's not fair to me because like these are like, I view anyone going to the World Cup, anyone fucking doing any of this fucking garbage. But I genuinely feel like they're beneath me. And again, I hate saying this stuff. I really don't like saying that kind of stuff, but I feel like they're beneath me. And maybe that makes me a bad person. I don't know. But like, I'm just so curious how motherfuckers out there are reading the news. If anyone has anybody who's like really dumb and wants to be interviewed, I would love to know. Because that doesn't necessarily make you an evil person. Actually, I think it does. I think not reading the news during a fascist takeover of the world kind of does make you an evil person. But like, you know, then we get into the philosophy of intent, you know, and all this kind of stuff. I don't know if I can do that in 2 minutes, you know, but maybe next time I can get into the philosophy of intent. I'm just curious, man. How the fuck do you go to the World Cup and watch a dumbass fucking kick a ball around and go, you see, I haven't even talked about this fucking, what is it? The fucking New York thing where motherfuckers are like stealing trash cans and shit. Like there's what the fuck What the fuck? You can energize like 1 million people to fucking rampage through a fucking city and steal fucking trash cans over a fucking, like, I don't know, baseball or whatever the fuck it was. You can do that fucking shit, but we can't do that fucking shit over ICE detainees, if you want to use that fucking word, ICE fucking prisoners. Really? Really? At a fucking ICE fucking facility, if you can even call it that, at a concentration camp, you might see 1,000 people if you're lucky. Maybe usually it's like a couple dozen people, one of them with the annoying ass drum or whatever, saying shit on a fucking bullhorn you can't even comprehend, right? But we have 1 million motherfuckers running through the fucking city because of a baseball game or whatever. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I live in hell. If you feel like you live in hell, then me too. I don't know. But anyway, speaking of hell, is this the last one of the month? I don't know. Probably. Maybe not. Oh, it is. Speaking of hell, we got someone directly from hell, or not. I don't want to step on the lore too much, but someone who's affiliated with hell. Coming up next is it the same name? I don't know. There's some sort of box. There's a box, and we're not in the box. We're outside the box. And the box is from hell.
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Go lie down. Go. Go lie down. You wanted me on today? I'm on today. Go. Hello, humans. Welcome to this space. I am your host for the next hour, Minuet. Now, please very kindly let me know if this mic is working. Apparently, Sandee had a bit of a snafu last week and her old mic was broken, but luckily she has a very good friend that was able to help her out to get this new one. So give me some thumbs up that you can hear me okay. Yes, it is the last Wednesday of the month. Okay. You see, real John Litham, he knows how to be a proper acolyte. He actually responds to my questions. Yeah, okay, got some thumbs up. Yeah, so last Wednesday of the month, she wanted me on. I'm not keen coming on in the summer because us vampires, we like the cold. And so our residents that we have for ourselves, we usually have them insulated and air conditioned and stuff to make them nice and chilly. Her apartment is manageable, and luckily it's more manageable because in this little nook of Ontario, not in a heat dome, unlike, places in the UK right now that are just sweltering in like 40-degree weather. And I'm talking Celsius. Apparently that's really, really hot in Fahrenheit. I would imagine they're technically the same temperature, just different numbers. You all need some consistency when it comes to this sort of thing. But yeah, people talking about me being from hell? Hell. You do know vampires have been around for 4,200 years. That's a little bit before your Christian lore really got cemented. So, one of her felines wants to say hi. There we go. We got a feline saying hi. She calls this one Abernathy. And he is a whole lot of cat. There we go. There we go. Yes. Oh, the thing with these little kitty cats is they do tend to shed, especially this time of year. We don't shed, per se. The same as humans would shed hair. And we do technically shed it faster because our hair grows faster. So there is that. Don't you accidentally turn this stream off, kitty, with your tail, hitting the mouse like that. There we go. Show everyone your cool pose. Woo, everyone your cool pose. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Sandee does actually have some stuff for me to go over today, but everyone needs a cat break. Even us vampires need a cat break. Especially when like this, giving air muffins like that with his massively big paws. Big muffin, air muffins. Can you purr into the mic? I'm sure you can tell by his expression. He's purring. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? Give you back a scratch. Give you back a scratch. Now, can you let me do Sandee's job? She has me here once a month, You give her kind of a break. So it'd be nice if I could actually do the fill-in work for her. No, he's just content to be like this. So we're going to have an hour of me just holding a cat. There we go. Okay, now it's really time. It's really time. Go on. Scoochie dooch. Ah. Mr. Android has been to a vampire wedding? Oh. We don't get married. So, I don't know. You humans like to mimic what you think the vampire lore is. Have fun, if that's your thing. But our relationship structures are different. We don't need to have ceremonies like that for us to be in, loving relationships with our amours. And because we also, generally speaking, have multiple partners at any given time. We are mostly polyamorous. There is a handful that like to stay in more monogamous type relationships. God knows why they would want to do that. But yeah, so some kinfolk stay in monogamous relationships by choice. But generally speaking, we're polyamorous because when you live for thousands of years, one partner ain't going to do it for you. Oh, Mr. Android says might have been a human. One human. Yeah. No, it's very interesting to see what you humans do with our lore. Vincent, one of my amours, he very much enjoys watching any take on vampires from humans. He finds it quite humorous. I'm not so much into watching serialized TV productions. I have better things to do. We only have so much time in a night. Anyway, right. She has some stuff for me to go over. She wanted me to talk about human entitlement, because apparently there's a lot of that. And then also, apparently it's a special month this month, something to do with celebrating your queerness, your pride, which again, is just kind of odd for us because we're all polyamorous and non-binary. So the idea of like a sexual orientation or anything of that sort, it just seems odd. Like, I guess I understand why you humans need it. There's been a lot of negativity in the world these days. So I understand why you humans need something like this, but once we potentially take over, we can do away with a lot of that because everyone will just be accepted for who they are. It makes better workers that way. Sandee told me to keep my ears open for any little things that could potentially be a cat chewing at a cord, because with the new setup, she's a little nervous. Anyway, why don't I use this technology? All of your technology is very antiquated. There we go. It's not all that intuitive. When it just comes down to it, everything vampires do is just better. But we've also had a lot more time to work on things. That's the thing. We tend to think long term, so we build things to last. We build systems to last. We build systems that are flexible, that can change with the times. The whole what's that human word? When companies make things that will purposely break down, there's a word you humans use for it. I'm sure somebody in this subspace will tell me what this human word is for when companies make things that will eventually break. You see, we don't do that because why? Well, we're also not very materialistic because when it comes down to it, we outlive most material things we have in our life. Yes, obsolescence is part of it. There was another part of it, intentional. It's not intentional obsolescence, is it? It's something like that. You humans know what I mean. Sandee was also at a multicultural festival last weekend, and she picked up this little knitted frog, and I don't know why on earth she would want this little knitted frog. Sure, it's cute and all, and you just kind of want to squeeze. Okay, I see why she likes it. Oh, that is kind of adorable. Yeah. Planned obsolescence, says Johnny Too Late. Yes, there was 2 words involved with that. Okay, no, that's not the screen I wanted to start on. This is the screen I wanted to start on, so I will share that tab instead. And I will add this to the stage. This isn't really a stage, though. It's just a screen. You humans, you just have to reuse words all the time. You can't think of anything original. This isn't a stage. A stage is for performing in a theater. Anyway, here we go. So this human at the Toronto Star saying, "Don't hate Elon Musk for being a trillionaire. Canada needs more ambitious, wealthy entrepreneurs." No, you don't. You really, really don't. And just the idea that since somebody has wealth, they're entitled to be liked. Like they're somehow valuable to the overall community. You see, we don't judge value in wealth. Again, we outlive most material needs. We have to design our culture and our society to last for thousands of years. And it's not just for the next generations, it's for ourselves. I'm 1,400 years old. And so we want systems that actually work. And can last over the times. When you have people hoarding resources, and for you humans, money, currency is a resource, nothing, it won't end well. It won't end well. And nobody is entitled to be liked because they tend to hoard this resource. Now, if anything, it should mean that they're not liked because they're hoarding a resource while there's still so many humans suffering out there. It's just ridiculous. It's just this kind of insane entitlement to people's approval that certain privileged, it's often your males, it's often white males, feel like they're entitled to. Because somehow they have made the, oh, what's your human word? They have made it big because they're wealthy. Because somehow that makes their status better than everyone else. When we kind of view it as, what do you do for the community at hand, at large? How do you help? How do you help support the community so it remains a healthy community? That's the important thing. That's how you give back. You see, I'm on the council. I'm one of the chairs of the council, which means I'm part of all of the branches, which is tedious at times. I have to sit on all the committees and whatnot. But I help to keep our civilization organized and functional. And because of that, I have high status. It's not something that we tend to seek out either. You know, I was put on the council. I'm one of the original founders of it. So there's that. But even with that particular status, it's just a different status, because when it comes to power dynamics, we all have the same amount of power. I am just known for being on the council, amongst other things that I do. But no one in my society has more power than me. So the people who decide to go on the council, they do so because they feel a need to help out. They have a desire to keep things going. Mr. Android says that Elon had trouble raising $30 billion to buy Twitter. Everyone would have difficulties raising $30 billion. That's a lot of wealth. You're just a good vampire? Morality. No, we have ways of dealing with our own kind who are problematic. And it's not through torture or imprisonment. Because again, we don't even know how old we'll grow. What is the point of just having a vampire, a kinfolk, as we call ourselves, put away in prison for life? That's not very practical. And you humans putting humans away for life? There is much more valuable ways for a human to spend their time and give back and learn and grow. Just, what is the point? There is no point in just locking someone up. Oh well, let's get on to some more of this entitlement. Why brag about yourself? I'm not bragging. Just stating how things are. It's not my fault. I just happen to be well known in my community. But then again, I was the one to survive the trials, which means I'm the reason why our entire species is alive today. So there's that. Let's see. Yes, I was mentioning your males tend to be entitled. Let's share this tab. So this human male here, I'm not shocked this individual is white. He says that he's 64 and standing. Manners. Because here, judging by the frame, the nails, that is a young female. And here we have somebody who kind of explains it well, saying, bangs and nails clearly show she is a woman or girl. Now look at the seat on front, surrounded by men, empty. Why are you so desperate to sit next to a young girl who is likely doing this as a safety precaution? Yes, it is interesting how your males tend to feel entitled to a female's space and time. Because you think about this, and they're not eager to sit down next to another male. And they don't tend to understand. They feel offended when a woman doesn't want a strange male sitting next to them because they take it personally. They'll say to themselves, well, I'm not a bad man, so why wouldn't you want me sitting next to you when there's other bad men that could be sitting next to you? Without taking into account that how is she supposed to fucking know what kind of person you are? And quite honestly, any person that gets offended at the fact that somebody wants their personal space, a young woman, probably is not the type of person I'd want sitting next to me on one of these things. Then again, I don't like any humans sitting next to me. That's why I don't take public transit. We have our own transit systems and stuff. We do have acolyte drivers, chauffeurs that will help us go places, so we don't have cars individually. We don't see the need for it. Again, what car am I going to get? I will outlive it. But yes, just the entitlement of this man, because do you think for an instant he would just sit there? Or do you think he would try to engage her in conversation and then just get offended if she didn't want to talk by saying, I was just trying to be friendly? You're old enough to be her grandparent. She has nothing in common with you. And you can be friendly in areas that she can flee. You pin her down into that seat, she can't just get out if she feels uncomfortable. You know, if you're out walking in a park and you want to be friendly, say hi, nice day, all of that sort of stuff, have at it, because there's room to maneuver, there's room to back up. But doing this, pinning her down into a small little space, engaging her in conversation, you have no idea what this human has been through. And yeah, we have to have a lot of humans, our female humans, come back in, and they need a lot of care and help after they've had to deal with, you know, wild stock humans, because not even they are prepared for a lot of what goes on in your societies. Mr. Android, I thought that we were offensive for spreading. Oh, do you mean when males tend to sit with their legs spread wide open and their ball sack hanging kind down between their legs? If there's nobody sitting next to you, have at it. But also, there's a difference in power dynamics. There's a difference in status. There's a difference in being male and female in that culture out there. Where's the threat? That's a threat for her, having a male sit down next to her in a lot of instances. I would imagine that this is a train of some sort looking at it. Well, let's move on to this one. So here we have, again, just instances. Don't worry, we're going to get into female entitlement in just a moment, but sticking with the men for now. Oh, I should probably put in the headphones. There we go. So a woman goes to help a male, and this again goes to why a young female on traveling by herself might have been a bit wary of having a strange man sit next to her. When things like this happen, So he was passed out. She came to help, most likely because she has some sort of knowledge in medical assistance. And what does he do the instant he wakes up? And all those men around him probably thought that was cute. And so this person just pointing out, this is what women be talking about when it comes to men. How in the middle of a crisis, this man's first instinct is sexual assault. It makes, yes, it does make you wonder. And also, I'd like to point out with that other image here, there is a possibility she was saving that seat for someone. That she has a friend that belongs to both of them. That it's not just her belongings there. But back to this one. I kind of blame this on your comedy romantic movies. I believe you referred to them as rom-coms, where people actually believe this sort of thing works. Love at first sight, you know, in a situation like this, that you just wake up and you can kiss the girl and fall happily in love. No, she was there, concerned for this individual's safety, their health, wanting to make sure he lives. And the first thing he does when he wakes up and sees a woman leaning over him is goes to kiss her and hug her and pull her in. And all of his friends here, they don't try to hold him back or anything. They just, they just. This one friend here even seems to think this is kind of funny. That somehow we're supposed to accept, oh, he wasn't in his right mind as an excuse for assault. He may have been in shock. He might have been this. He might have been that. I can guarantee you, if that was a man who had resuscitated him, who brought him out of his issue, he would not have kissed and hugged him. That's kind of how you have to look at these things is, you know, reverse the genders there. If that was a man that had done that, would he have kissed and hugged him? In fact, if it was an unattractive female in his view, would he have kissed and hugged her? No, he felt entitled to her space because as far as he was concerned, she was inviting it. This is behavior we see with humans all the time. This type of thing. And I was just mentioning about your romantic comedies and how that has been an issue when it comes to why people think this type of behavior is okay. Here's a prime example, a movie that we won't be showing the clip of, but people just pointing out that, again, your idea of romance and what's funny and all that sort of stuff is really, really distorted. Because there's this movie here. And as Sophia is pointing out, this isn't a romance movie. This is a horror movie. He literally stole her autonomy. I can't think of the name of the movie off the top of my head. I know Sandee has watched it, and she wasn't all too impressed by it. But he's on a spaceship in pods, and they have to sleep because of how long it takes. You see, that's why we're better equipped for space travel, although we do need human blood, so you know that runs into issues. But because it takes so long, they go to these pods and they're put into a stasis, and his malfunctions, and he wakes up. Sorry if this is spoilers, by the way. And so he's going a little crazy, a little insane. And So he's ready to take matters into his own hands and no longer be present because he's been so lonely on the ship all by himself until he sees a beautiful woman in a pod. So what does he do? He learns how to activate it so that she too will wake up. Now, one would think if you were in that situation, you would maybe wake up maintenance people to help out, people who know how to fly the ship. You wouldn't have waited a year, and you would have actually have woken up people that could help the situation, maybe help you get back into your pod, find out what's going wrong with the ship. A lot of the premise of the movie is off to begin with. Hello, feline. Because when it comes down to it, you can't have everyone on the ship unconscious at the same time in case things go wrong. You need to have people that at least cycle in and out of hibernation and rotate shifts and things of that sort. And the idea of waking up this one female, one that he found visually appealing because the only thing he had to go on with her is her appearance, not her personality and stuff. They try to justify it in the movie afterwards because he then looks into all of her history and stuff of that sort. Again, kind of creepy. And they try to reverse justify things. And so they reverse justify him waking her up and more or less sentencing her to death because she will not survive until their destination. It's too long away. But they justify it, they reverse justify it after she's been upset and stuff over what he did by saying, oh, well, she eventually fell in love with him. That is very, very unhealthy behavior to be teaching your society. That men can do horrendous, offensive things, but, you know, if they did it out of a place of love, or they're a good person deep down inside, it makes it okay. And that the woman should understand this and have empathy and eventually fall in love with him. That's not how it works. I have had vampires watch your rom-coms more as to study humanity. And I tell you, some of the things that the men do in these romantic comedies, no woman in their right mind would put up with. Now, I also understand that it tends to be women who watch these rom-coms. But there's a difference between a fantasy world and reality. It's just, this isn't how you should be socializing people to interact and behave, to feel entitled to people's space, time, and emotion. They feel entitled to have other people feel a certain way towards them. But as I was saying, it's not just men. It's also women who feel entitled. So this is a woman who was walking her canine in the park, and there were some men there. These men happened to be of a different race than her, which I guess upset her, made her feel a little uncomfortable. What are you chewing, feline? Oh, he found a spare set of headphones and decided to chew on those. No, don't take that with you. He decided to chomp on it and run away with it like it was a dead animal. I don't know how she puts up with these cats. Yes, so We have seen this type of behavior before. I believe they're called Karens. You humans have labeled this type of behavior when it comes to women. Not so much when it comes to men, but when it comes to women, you tend to label them as Karens. And again, she feels entitled to have a certain type of people around her, a certain type of space. She doesn't want to hear excuses. And they'll do this thing where they will feign being afraid when, again, she's in an open area. They didn't approach her. She approached them. She can walk away. But here we go.
How's it feel to be racist?
You guys are not. No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
No, you guys aren't here. You guys are not here.
And like a lot of these individuals, they get more offended at being called racist than actually, being racist.
No, you're not. No, he doesn't. No, you don't.
We didn't even mess with you.
I'm being threatened by a guy with a weapon. I'm being threatened by a guy with a weapon.
This is a problem with you Americans in how much you're allowed to carry weapons. They can be intimidating, even if they're not being used in any aggressive way. That can be problematic, but in an area such as what they're in, they do have their Second Amendment right. Just owning one and having it on you doesn't mean anything. But, people from different cultures, like, let's say up here in Canada, would probably get a little unnerved by seeing somebody walk around with a gun.
I need help now. I need help now.
Why does she need help? What are they doing?
Back up, bro.
Get the fuck out of here, you guys. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Stop harassing us.
I'm not harassing you. Get the fuck out of here. You guys aren't supposed to be here.
So she went to a space and then told them to go away from that space. She didn't have to go into their space. That's the thing. She didn't have to approach them. She didn't have to go into their space.
It's in your profile.
Get the fuck out of here.
Stop being racist.
I'm not being racist. You want to see the kids that I swam with today?
Stop talking to her. Stop talking.
You see, she can't be racist because apparently she swam with some kids that day. And I'm guessing by her tone, they weren't white. So therefore, she shared a pool with children that weren't of her race. So she can't be racist. Again, us vampires, we don't. Your constructs around race, we're 4,200 years old, the oldest of us. I'm 1,400 years old. We're older than these constructs that you have in place. And we have vampires of all different skin colors. And that's all we care about. Are you a vampire? There's not anything deeper than that.
Get out of here. I'm being threatened by a man with a weapon.
Yes, ma'am. We're finna leave.
Yeah, you better.
Yeah, you hear her? Get away from us. Get away from us, please.
And you guys get out of here.
I'm being threatened. They're telling me to go away from them. That's some threatening behavior there.
We was never near you. You walked up to us.
You guys aren't here illegally. Get
yes,
the fuck
we
out.
are. My brother, how would I get in here? It's a gated community. My brother just let me in.
You don't even know where your brother fucking lives.
I don't know what happened.
Come on, Snake. Come on, Snake. It don't matter, bro.
Yes, most humans don't know the actual addresses of their friends and family. They just know how to get there. It's kind of like most humans don't even remember phone numbers of people you need. So if you don't have your cell phone, an emergency happens and it's like, ooh, look at this old-fashioned thing called a landline. I'm going to call my friend to help me out. Oh, fuck. What's their phone number? And Sandee, off the top of her head, wouldn't be able to tell you her mother's address. She just knows how to drive there. So it doesn't surprise me that a lot of humans wouldn't necessarily know the exact address when put on the spot of somebody important to them. But here we go, another entitled woman. Now this one, Sandee gets particularly put off by, because in it, the woman that you're about to see will claim that the canine she has with her is a service animal. And since Sandee lives with disabilities, she gets really indignant at humans that will try to claim things that they need in order to cope and get by because they feel entitled to have that same thing. They don't need the service animal. But since people with disabilities who need service animals in order to function in society, since they're allowed one, then they feel they should be entitled to have it too. So a lot of these humans will then say, oh, well, they're just a service animal. They make me feel better. There's a difference between a cute, cuddly little animal that makes you feel better and having one with you because otherwise you can't get around. Otherwise you can't participate in society. They're very, very different extremes of this. That is rather loud and annoying. So here she wanted to go on a bus, a public transit, but was refused to go on board because of her dog. That's a policy. You never know. There could be people allergic to dogs. The dogs might not be well behaved. The dog might take a dump on the bus. There's a whole litany of reasons why you can't just bring animals onto a bus, again, unless you need it in order to function in society. So because the bus driver was following the rules put in line by their service, she decides to stand there in front of the bus and not let the bus and all those people go by. And here's the thing, you can't just claim an animal is a service animal. They need to have certain documentation requirements, training, and all that sort of stuff. Usually wearing a little vest or something to let other people know. Because also if they're a service animal, you shouldn't be going up to them and petting them or asking to, because they're there, they're doing a job. But she's just claiming that because she feels entitled to be able to bring her dog wherever she goes.
Why shouldn't I get on my bus? Why shouldn't I get on my bus?
Because you have a canine with you. And this shouldn't be anything new. She'll claim, oh, she's trying to get to work. Really? Is this the first time she has tried to bring her dog to work? Because people who feel entitled will often lie. You humans tend to do a lot of lying. They often lie in order to get what they want because, again, they feel entitled to be able to do what they want. And if just saying the truth, like, I just want to bring my dog onto the bus, that doesn't exactly land, then they will just lie and say whatever they think they need to say or should say in order to get what they want.
Why shouldn't I get on my bus? I was standing at the stop. No. It's working. They have rules to let people on. I was waiting at the bus stop. And why shouldn't I get on? Why am I? Yes.
So she's making everyone inconvenient at this location. Other people trying to get to their job because she feels entitled to bring her dog onto the bus. The bus driver there is just having none of it either. Probably, well, calling the cops. Oh, and this is in the city of Toronto for all you Americans that think that only that sort of shit happens down there. No. There's plenty of Canadians, believe me, that are just as bad and entitled.
Why would you let someone on? But I have a right to get on the bus.
No. You don't have a right to get onto that bus if you're not following the rules. No one has a fundamental right to services, to things of that sort. They should be made available as much as possible, but this is the agreement that you have to go with in order for a society to function. There are rules you need to follow so that it isn't just chaos and anarchy. Because then what somebody say, oh, well, I get to bring my boa constrictor onto the bus. I get to bring my Tasmanian devil onto the bus. What could possibly go wrong there? You have to set up systems that can accommodate the largest amount of people. That means that some people might fall through the cracks. And in certain situations, they can have special accommodations, such as having service animals. Entitlement? Yeah, no. Just plain entitlement? Mm-mm. Love that woman's reaction of just laughing at how ridiculous she is.
I want to see her explain that. So she's gone to give my... You're talking sometimes.
Fuck off. I'm trying to get to work.
If that is a service animal, you should be able to prove it.
As well. You refuse to let me on the bus.
Everybody else is there because I'm special.
I'm gonna be, as long as you let me on the bus, because I'm trying to get to work.
Quite honestly, she is so absent-minded. Do you think the other people on the bus would be very polite to her should she finally get on? Then they get freedom. Let's see. Getting a little bit short on time, so let's move on to the nature of this particular month is Pride Month. It has been, it's a month for celebration, and as you can see, Sandee does celebrate because she is non-binary and queer, much like us vampires. What are you doing? Just playing with a piece of paper, that's okay. Yes, Sandee is non-binary and queer, also happens to be polyamorous. It's funny how she has that in common with us vampires. And so she does enjoy this month as a way to celebrate, as a way to express themselves, and to help other people feel more comfortable with their orientation, sexuality, their gender, all of that sort of stuff. This is a time to embrace it and let other people know that they're not alone and that there's safe places for them. And so, but the thing is that a lot of other humans get offended by this month. And so this person was like, name one thing this country gave to the world. And that's the inclusive pride flag there. And as somebody points out, well, computers, modern cryptography, breaking the Enigma code to help win World War II, synthesizers, at least half of American rights, microchips, the scientific method, peanut butter. That one I did not know. And our understanding of plate tectonics, cancer detection, search engines, tuberculosis detection, etc. And lots more, because here's the thing. Queer people have been involved in society forever. And quite often, they go unnoticed. They aren't clocked, as they say. And so there's a lot more things that people enjoy this day that queer folks, trans folks, people who are just different had a hand in. A lot of those computer games that humans like to play, you know, trans folks work on those. So it's wild for people to be like, well, you know, name one thing this country gave to the world. Well, name one thing the Americans gave to the world. You know, multiple, the industrial war complex, you know, colonialism, imperialism. It's just mass death and slaughter. Has the good that America done counteract all the harm it is doing? Could you say that for pretty much any country? See, Sandee and myself, we don't really believe there's such thing as the perfect country or a great country. There are some countries that are better than others in some areas, but there is no perfect country, and most countries are guilty of atrocities and harm. It needs to be worked on. It needs to be improved. And next week, if you tune into this space, Sandee will be talking about Canada because it is the birthday of this nation on July 1st. You see, Canada just wanted to preempt July 4th by a few days, you know, steal the thunder. So she will be talking about Canada, but there's no such thing as the best nation, because some nations are better for some people, but not all. But no one nation is better for everyone. But here's a cute video. Again, people showing their joy, which is adorable. I can't play the audio on this because Madonna is singing Vogue in the background. But this is an adorable video that was put together. So Gay Pride's visibility, we've been visible for 44 years. We still have lots of photos left to recreate. And so this is, well, you'll get the gist once I share this tab. So older gay couples goes viral by recreating old photos. I almost wouldn't even know it was the same people. Oh, their hair has probably changed the most. And this is just a wonderful celebration. See, we could recreate our photos as vampires, but when we don't age once we hit a certain spot, so it doesn't really matter all that much. You used to have so much hair. And here is an ad for something that, again, is just, we need to see more of this. There's so much pushback. There's so much hate. And this, you know, we just need reminding that there's good people in the world. So right on time, like Pride Month, a new ad from whatever this is has arrived. Always beautiful. And this year, very poetic and moving. Oh, sorry, there's music on that one. I will unmute it when there's no music. And I'll also share the tab. So let's back up. This is the tweet that it's coming from. you see older woman sees the gay couple, the males, and she's looking up at that. She says something under her breath and pulls it down. But here they are. That's a very sweet ad. And it's nice to see some companies aren't shying away from it when so many other companies have now been like, oh, woke is gone. You know, woke isn't working anymore, or some companies are getting punished for being woke. It's nice to see some companies stick to morals and stick to, you know, the idea that everyone should be loved and accepted. But yes, that is a very adorable commercial. I'll just play it without interrupting. Again, I can't play with the audio because I don't know if the music is an issue, unless I suddenly get a massive thumbs up by somebody saying that the piano music in the background is okay, but I don't know. Oh, she says ridiculous when she saw that flag. No. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. There we go. So I can remove this from the stage. There we go. So, please, if you haven't already, you can buy this book. Sandee is working on her TYT project, and when her TYT project is done, or close to being done, she's going to be making a new edition of this book, which means if you get it now, you'll have the special edition. You know, you'll have the original edition type thing because she will be making some changes to it. So if you want like the collector's edition, you need to get it now. And then you can get the new one when it's out too, the new edition. And so she might have a brainstorming session, you know, just a fun way of shooting the shit sometime, live stream, to work on naming the vampires. So let her know if that is something you'd be interested in helping her out with, figuring out what to name them, because this year is Minuet Minludnai. Sandee still needs to figure out how to spell my name. So there's that. But you should buy her book. It's very accurate to my life. Well, not so much because I'm not a blonde. And so again, next week, Sandee will be back, and it is July 1st, which is Canada Day for you Americans that don't know, because you're so focused on July 4th. But it will be Canada Day, the day that they celebrate this nation, and you know, do an over-under of how old you think this country will be. Yeah, and then she also plans on doing her regular news live stream on Sunday, barring anything coming up. So please follow her on her social medias. You can find her as Sandee Lovas and Left of the Box. Sandee Lovas is for her artwork, this stuff here, and this stuff up here, and this right here. And Left of the Box is for her politics. She will eventually start, you know, adding more content to her Sandee Lovas, but focusing on getting that TYT essay is kind of taking all of her brain power. So it's hard for her to split focus, but she will try to get at least a couple more videos up on her art channel to keep that going. Mr. Android is wondering, who is Sandee, the one who swears and curses at me? Well, you see, that can't be Sandee, who's normally here, because Sandee, who is normally here on Wednesday, spells her name Sandee. So, different Sandee. So, we are running out of time. Just checking if there were any things in subspace that I should get to. No. So yeah, follow her on social medias. She would super appreciate it. Still, she is working on going on another podcast that is larger than hers that would really help promote her channel. So if you know anyone that might be interested in having her on, some key things that she can always talk about is, you know, queer rights here in Canada, the stripping away of trans rights that's happening. She can also connect it with UK and US politics because she pays attention to all of them. Also, if you see any leftist talking about medical assistance in dying, you need to yell at them to have her on. Because Sandee lives with disabilities and has stayed very much up to date and current with that topic and can talk about it in probably the most nuanced way possible. Whereas a lot of the people who do talk about MAID are talking about it without all the facts and are being reactionary. So it is vitally important if you see any leftists talking about MAID that you should be like, shut up and get Sandee on to talk about it. Mean it. I mean it. So I will be back. Minuet will be back the last Wednesday of the month, you know, providing something doesn't come up. So I think with all of that, it is almost 5 o'clock. It's 4:59. Gotta wait. And they're like 30 seconds. So, yeah. Mr. Android saying they've legalized assisted suicide in Illinois, but you have to prove that you are dying. They don't just take your word for it. Well, here's the thing. You can't just say, I'd like MAID in Canada, and you get it. It's not how it works up here. You don't get to just say, you know what, go in a doctor's office, kill me. That's, no, doesn't work like that up here either. Okay, so with all of that, I'll do your sign off. Don't forget to thank Nicholas, the producer, and thank you everyone for coming out. Thank you, mods, for keeping this channel nice and clean in the subspace. And Nicholas does a lot of work keeping this all together. So with all of that, salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Minuet, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.
Cancel culture is about canceling it.
Up yours. Woke moralists. Up yours.
Bullying that's happening. And they believe that
Cocaína.
But it's the wax that the Terminator X spun. Now they got me in a cell cause my records they sell. Cause a brother like me said, well,
it's one like this, immaculate conception. I transform like this, perform like this, which yells you a new weapon. I don't contemplate, I meditate, then off your head. This that puts against the bed, this that I got realness, I just push, cause it's in my DNA. I got millions, I got riches building in my DNA. I got dark, I got evil that rot inside my DNA. I got off, I got trouble, some heart inside my DNA.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stop Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stop Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see
see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like.
We'll see who cancels who. They want you to comply.
Hi, friend.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Happy
Doing okay,
Thursday.
hopefully.
Doing great.
Good. I'm happy to hear that. Apologies to everybody waiting for our tardiness. As you can see, we're all wearing black, which is because we came from Antifa headquarters. So, we're a little bit late. The meeting just went over and over, and we're finally out. So we're good now.
So much class consciousness. It was unreal.
Yeah. Big plans. I shouldn't say that. Actually, I'm joking.
Because
if something happens,
you'll all see.
Big plan. It's the United States of America. Anything could happen. So I don't want to joke in that way, given the lists that they are now cooking up and putting leftists on. Did you all see that? So there's Hassan Piker, there is David Pakman, Brian Tyler Cohen, and then some celebrities like Jimmy Kimmel on this White House list of media offenders.
I saw that.
Yeah, I looked at that and I thought, damn, I'm in some ways I'm happy I'm not on it. It's a relief to not see my name there, but it's kind of a low-key diss because it's like I feel like I've earned a place on that list. And if you're going to march Hassan to the camp, thank you. If you're going to march Hassan to the camps, you better bring me too, because I've earned it. Okay, so
I will
want to be
safely report it
executed
from
too.
Canada. I will let your followers know to make sure to follow with me and subscribe. Hit the bell notification
Yes,
icon.
I will transfer ownership of the Humanist Report to David Doel in the event the U.S. government chooses to execute me with the other lefties. So
I will turn it into the Rational National too.
Yeah, and I sell the pills. Your pill business that you sell all your the supplements and brain force and stuff. I want to get the control of that.
Absolutely.
Nice.
You'll take
That's
over all the businesses, all the crypto deals I have, my shit coins, all that, all the scams I'm running for sure. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So, Canadians have a vested interest in making sure that the lefties are all politically persecuted just because you have a lot to gain from our absence.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So that's this week's news.
Can we start with something really unsettling that I just came across and I feel like I want to share because
I'd love to.
I don't know what the hell's going on.
Stuff.
As weird as things get, I'm still very confused by certain things happening. Here, let me bring this up. So this is an official account. This is just so weird.
Hello,
Is that Callista Gingrich?
I'm Callista Gingrich,
Oh, it
the
is.
United States Ambassador to Switzerland and Liechtenstein. The 2026 FIFA World Cup is just around the corner. 11 host cities in the U.S. are eagerly awaiting thousands of visitors for this extraordinary event. The FIFA World
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is this real or is...
No, listen, I promise you, for some reason, I am a Callista Gingrich aficionado. This is not AI. This is how she really talks. And I have more lore after this video is over. Yeah, I can confirm
brings
it's not
nations
AI.
together in a spirit of unity, fair play, and mutual respect. We look forward to welcoming you to the United States for this historic tournament.
Is she just like a head on like a... Is she just a head, a floating head, and they found a body to put her on? Like, she hasn't moved at all.
Yeah, that's incredible, actually. I don't know how the human
Incredibly
body does
disturbing.
Yeah.
I just thought I would share that with everybody.
So as one of her biggest fans, this woman is an icon. So if you go through her social media, you're going to see pictures. And for those who don't know, Callista Gingrich is the spouse of Newt Gingrich, former Republican speaker. And if you go through her social media, she will post photos of herself and Newt. And every single time she takes the effort to put like a filter on her face and Photoshop out the blemishes, and you see this aura around her, but she doesn't do the same to Newt. So the juxtaposition in their photos is very jarring because you see this like haggard old man who looks like death, and then you see this woman who's very put together and prim and proper. And I want to show, I feel like I need to show you this. Let me see if I could get some pictures, because these pictures, yeah, they really caught me off guard before. I'm not sure if I could find an example, but just let me go through her media feed on Twitter, because if you know anything about Callista, that is not an odd video for her. It's pretty normal, comparatively speaking. Probably the most
replies
human
to
she's
this, to this tweet are hilarious. I'm just here. Let's go through some. These are just. I'm dying. Great video. You look absolutely normal and human-like. Be sure to join us for a peaceful and moisturizing World Cup experience. She looks like fucking shit. Get her off my screen. Why did you have an alien make this video? I guarantee this white bitch ain't never watched a World Cup match in her life.
That's fair.
Okay. That's really good stuff.
Okay, I found immediately a ton of examples. I don't know if these are the best examples that I've seen. Hopefully I didn't like oversell it, but if you just go to her Twitter banner, you really see... Oh, hang on, let me reshare. I'm sorry about that. If you go to her Twitter banner, you can see the #1 image, or the most prominent image, I should say, is of Newt looking real doo-doo-y. Fucking red ass nose, just looking all fucked up. Hang on. There we go. So like, okay. Look at how like deadly he looks compared to her.
I don't know. She looks scary, though. That looks like...
Yeah, she looks like she's the killer in the movie. Like that's...
yeah, like that's Slenderman. That's what I've come to understand.
She's
Slenderman.
wearing a face.
Yeah,
I think that's a possibility. But just notice like how clear her skin is compared to his, right? No liver spots, no everything.
He looks like a corpse. Yeah, he looks like
it's possible he's her first victim, and we are witnessing.
Maybe.
Or the other way around. It can go in both directions, right?
But then look at this. Like, she takes the time. Like, she's wearing makeup, but you can also tell that there's a filter here.
Yeah, she's spent a lot more time taking care of herself than he has, obviously.
But I mean, like, she didn't even bother to clear up any of the redness or the liver spots or his little turkey neck. Let me see. There was another one that I saw too, and they were in Israel, maybe? Oh, no. I don't know. But, you just see she takes the time to look good, where her husband looking very, very rough, I should say. Let me see if she does it with another woman. Yeah, she only photoshops herself. It's just, it honestly is. In some ways, I respect it because, it takes effort to be that narcissistic. But she's committed, man. She's really committed. So I'm glad that people are learning about Callista Gingrich. It's a hard name for me to say for some reason. I'm part of the Callista Coalition. There are dozens of us, huge fans of her, who've been following her for quite some time. And yeah, man, I'm a big Callista head, so you all should join. I might start a fan club.
I know two Callistas, Callista Flockhart and Callista Gingrich, and that
was the other Callista I also knew.
It's a very obscure white lady name.
It's a very obscure name.
I don't say it very much. I've never known a Callista, so I don't know. I keep fucking it up.
I know Callisto. That's
a good. That's a
the
good
guy
game
from Twisted Metal, right? Callisto.
Oh,
is that the right name?
Yeah, I was thinking of Callisto Protocol, the video game.
Oh,
but I don't know if that's a good game actually.
That's Calypso Protocol, I think.
Calypso.
I fucked it up. Okay. Well, speaking of video games, we have our first guest here. It's TTBN Gaming. How's it going?
Oh,
hi. Hello, it's me.
What are the chances?
Nice to have you here. We mentioned games, and then we had to bring you in. Maybe we summoned you by mentioning games, but nice to have you here, man.
Thank you. I would have been here on time, but I was at the other Antifa meeting, but it was like for Black people only.
Oh, that's a better one.
Yeah. So we got DEI'd up over here. Also, I wasn't expecting to get blasted by Callista Gingrich.
Our apologies for that. It's sometimes it happens. But tell everybody who you are and what you do if people aren't familiar with you.
So hi everyone who's unfamiliar with me. I'm TTB in Gaming. I basically try to talk about video games and how it's kind of downstream from now politics, which is weird, and how it's made everything worse. If I'm being completely honest, I only do what I do because I'm very annoyed. So I mostly talk about why grifting is bad and why it ruins everything, which has led to me being here on the Leftist Mafia of my own free will. No one forced me to be here, by the way. I'm just I'm just
You
here.
should also add though, because as someone who's watched your videos, you actually play the games, right? Like I think like one of the things we talk about this in any detail, most of the people like your Smash JTs, etc., they're tourists. I feel like they played games a lot in like the 90s, maybe the early aughts, and they loved their first Xbox or GameCube or something. And then everything was just about, is it woke, woman?
Wait, are you telling me that Master Chief was always bisexual? Because I thought that was a new thing.
Oh my god, the bisexual lighting has been some of the funniest things. That's why I specifically chose this background for my green screen today, because I played Halo and I was like, maybe
We gotta
I
bring
also
that
like
tweet
men
up
now.
so people know
I'm
we're
finding it right now, David.
You're finding it? All right. One of the most insane tweets I've ever seen in my entire life. Like it's hard to top that.
What I love about this getting more, because I think even like Penny Arcade did a comic about this guy, is that people are seeing the insanity that I have been talking about for over 2 years now, just in your like. Oh, you can read it. I'm losing my mind if I read this again.
This is honestly crazy. This is unnecessary and intentionally signaling trans. They know what they're doing. Once you notice bisexual lighting being used, you cannot unsee it. This is intentional. I will not be gaslit. And my favorite, like always, the community notes are the best part. The circled purple area is the planet Threshold, the largest planet in the system Alpha Halo resides in. Yeah.
I love the fact that the way he phrases it is my favorite. It's not even like it's making your kids gay. It is signaling trans, capital T, as if during Pride Month is when you can summon the deity known as trans via a circular spot. In all the games, not mixtape, not anything woke in Halo. That's
Right.
where that's where the kids are going to be trans.
And it's been especially insufferable because last week, for the non-gamers in the audience, there was a bunch of different gaming events. There was Summer Games Fest, Future Games Fest, Nintendo Direct this week. There was the Xbox Showcase. And so, of course, that was it presented a lot of opportunities for the reactionaries to feign outrage about various things. Another big one that I saw was that there were a lot of right-wingers who thought that the new God of War game, God of War Laffy, featuring a female protagonist, was woke for obvious reasons because, God of War is supposed to be a male, but it follows the same story, albeit, with Kratos' wife. And it looks really fucking cool. I saw it and I was like, oh, I'm blown away. I can't wait to play this. And then, of course, I thought in my mind, because I'm that brain damaged from political discourse, oh, they're going to say something about this. And sure enough, the second I opened up Twitter, they were screeching.
Oh, we have the same brain damage. I was literally streaming that to my chat. And we all sighed because we're like, we know what's going to happen. The minute it was two games. It was that, and then it was Fable showing Haley Atwell's character. The minute I saw her face, I was like, I can hear the thumbnails, I can see the yellow text, I can see the red bold text coming through, and like without 10 minutes later, that was the discourse.
It's truly exhausting because you can't even enjoy anything anymore. These are the same people, by the way, that were once arguing, this was more during the SJW era, or the anti-SJW era, I should say, where they were like, oh my God, you just got to leave politics out of it. So stop putting queer people in and stop putting, any minorities in. And now they're basically bringing politics into everything, for lack of a better word. Something that isn't overtly political is a political thing to them just because the mere presence of somebody from a marginalized community or anyone who's openly queer, or even if like, if they're not even hot enough, right?
Yeah, no, that's a lot of it. Yeah, that's so. Is this just like an algorithm thing? I feel like these are people that have found a way to make money. Most of them don't believe this shit, but they've realized that there are enough people out there who will click this garbage, and that's why we're able to like do this in our minds before they even do it themselves, because we know what their MO is. Like, if it's not a white straight male, it's going to be something that is woke. Like that's kind of the baseline. And if there's a woman and she's not this perfect like AI beautiful, then we're going to change her face to make her look different. Like that's kind of the whole thing they do, and they keep doing it. I feel like it has to be chasing an algorithm, because why else would you be doing this?
It is, but I also think, not to get too political on the Leftist Mafia podcast, but I also think though this is the culmination of Gamergate never truly being addressed. And I've done a couple of videos like addressing that via like how we got to Chud the Builder, or just how we got to this particular point in both politics and gaming. But you have these people who were rudderless, and they are angry, and they are angry at the outcomes of capitalism, but they are so conditioned to believe that capitalism and patriarchy is their ally that they want to attack everything but that. So like going back to like God of War, their entire thing, and they try to dress up, their entire thing starts and stops with, we don't think she's hot. And then they'll try to dress up by saying, well, no, we think the actress Deborah Ann Wool is hot, but the Western game industry hates attractive women. So they intentionally made her ugly because they are feminist and they are woke. And I'm like, listen to yourselves. You are trying to convince us God of War is trying to be woke. A game that's about murdering gods is trying to, and I'm like, what is the outcome? Like, do you think now women are going to think, hey, you know what? I am going to get a sword and kill my husband. Like what do you think is going to be the outcome of this? People are able to play video games without attaching so much of their identity to this. But these people are basically saying, what if we ramped up idpol and made that everything, our entire identity? I'm sorry, I'm wearing an anime shirt. Gaming is not inherently masculine. It simply is not. But these guys are acting as if this is like the next forefront. Like if John Wayne was alive today, instead of doing fucking spaghetti westerns, he would be on Twitch talking about how we need more men like Arthur Morgan and less men like whatever from Dragon Age of Elgard and some shit. It's so infuriating, man. Like get real problems.
It's never ending too. I mean, we could go back years, and every single game they always have something to say about it. I remember I think the height of the controversy in the earlier 2020s, if I'm remembering correctly, was the Spider-Man 2 game, because it predominantly featured Miles Morales, somebody who is Latino and Black. And there was also a lot of like, what was it? So there was this consulting firm called Sweet Baby Inc. that they were really targeting because they thought that they were pushing as much woke as they possibly could. And Spider-Man 2 was kind of like the crux of that because, you know, if you're swinging around New York, you'd see a building with a pride flag, as you would see if you were to, you know, go down New York. Or
go outside.
Or just go outside. That's fair. Yeah. And there's a mission in it where you're playing as Miles Morales' potential partner. I don't want to spoil it. And she is a deaf woman. And so from her perspective, it's silent. So it's really cool because you do this mission from her perspective, what it's like to be a deaf person and solving, you know, these problems. And they were outraged by it because not only was she not white, but she was deaf. And why would we bring politics into this video game? And Sweet Baby Inc. did this to us. And it's just, Hey, Matt.
It's so funny to hear that out loud, to be like, what were they so mad about? Did they get rid of Spider-Man? Did they you know, betray his character? No. In one mission that's optional, you had to play as a deaf woman. And I'm like, have we reached a point in society where all of our ills have been remedied and these are the actual problems we have in the real world?
Right.
Or are we just so caught up in being mad about everything that objectively cool things, like, not to like that, you know, sidetrack things, but going back to like the Summer's Game Fest, you see our state of play, you see God of War, Lafe, you see her taking a sword, beating the shit out of people, doing aerial combat, which is more akin to the OG God of War than like the newer one. And the takeaway is, I cannot be aroused by her, so I can't play as her. Because then my question goes, so when you were playing God of War 2018 Ragnarok, when Kratos was shirtless, was that like your selling point? Like, forget the story, forget the graphics. It was just Kratos is 7 feet tall and he's muscular, and this is me.
And hung.
Or like a fucking Norse god, which is funny because he's weak. But I'm like, when you apply this logic to them, this is why a lot of them don't like me. I've gotten it from like the likes of like Asmongold. I've gotten it from Smash J2. Who cares? But like all of their disagreements, I'm like, I'm just applying your logic here. If you're saying you don't hate women, you can play as Bayonetta, and I'm telling you, You guys can only tolerate them because they adhere to certain markers you find attractive. You don't actually like women. Your counterpoint is, oh, well, you are just woke. And I'm like, okay, so we're not having any sort of conversation. I'm trying to tell you I can play all these games. You are actively trying to get this game banned, but you're calling me sensitive. Like it's
Didn't we get like a taste of these people though? Like when what was it, the Stellar Blade outfit or something? There's some outfit thing where people sent videos of themselves in, and we got a real good idea of who this audience is, and they were all incredibly disturbed. Like, so like that's kind of what the audience they're speaking to. People who are just very like people that need to go and get help because these are not people that are well.
Well, I think also like teenagers, right? Like who else does that appeal to if you're just like women are gross and they suck and I hate minorities? Like that's probably not going to skew to people who actually have friends and like
no.
That's
40-year-old divorced men also.
Yeah, that's also true. Yeah. And I played cool. Stellar Blade after the controversy, like months after, because I couldn't enjoy it because it just I associated it with that. But when I finally played it, I'm like, how the fuck are they saying this game is censored? Like, as you're climbing up a ladder, the camera pans to her ass and she is caked the fuck up. And I'm like, this is censorship?
I told them, I told my child, like, first off, I had a whole kind of Gooner video talking about what's actual cakes and what's not. Because Eve does not have cakes. Eve it's an illusion. Who has cakes is 2B, and I will stand by that. But the thing too is they focus so much. It's the same thing with like conservatives in America, right? Where it's everything is about being aggrieved. So nothing is about progressing or sustaining anything. It's all about when I was younger or 2 years ago or however long ago, something happened to me that I never got over, and I'm going to blame this on everyone else. If you guys remember the whole U.S. aid debacle, right? Where they're like, oh, political was getting paid to. I think Asmigel talked about like they were getting paid to smear gamers, and I'm like, do you think anyone needs to pay money to make gamers online look bad? First and foremost, I'm like, secondly, I will never forget this because he said I want them to suffer because they made me suffer, and I was like, that is the heart of every conservative movement in this country. It's simply, I want to inflict as much harm on you because I have been slighted in some way, shape, or form that's so nebulous that we just call it CRT or DEI or woke or whatever. Like Sweet Baby Inc. is a consultant company.
That's in Canada.
Yeah. With like 16 employees.
Yeah. And they got to make no final decisions on any games.
No.
Brought in, and it was just basically like, hey, can you advise us as to whether or not this is culturally sensitive? And that was the start and end of the relationship, and that was it. And no decision making at all. Yeah.
And then they look at that and they go, they worked on a game that failed, or they worked on Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, and it failed. So it's their fault. I'm like, what about God of War? What about Spider-Man? What about the other games they worked on that succeeded? And it's always this. That's kind of why I started changing my content, because politics and gaming is unavoidable. It's literally it's everywhere, and it's the same tactics. It's othering. Instead of calling them like Somalians, we call them tourists. Instead of saying that these are actually, they still say DEI, but instead of saying like these people are coming in and invading our countries and making it worse, it's these activists are coming into our hobby and making our games worse. It is the same people. So I have to attack it on both angles, where it's, hey, not only is this not how games work, this isn't how capitalism works. Do you really think these companies that are anti-union, that are making these employees crunch, do you think they're looking at their bottom line and going, we gotta make it gay and woke? I don't care. No, listen, put the money away. I don't care about money. I just want to push my political agenda through this game that maybe not a lot of people who are politically active can play, because I want them to know Halo is gay. And how we're going to let them know that is putting a little purple on the planet Threshold, which has.
Do you know how much goddamn purple's in Halo? Like, what a ridiculous thing to say.
Those are the levels.
That's the genius of it, David, because you don't even think about it. You just see purple and you feel a little bit gay.
If
and
anything,
that's how it
like,
subconsciously
we should be criticizing
works.
them for not putting enough purple on the cover. Like, there should be a lot more purple there.
Right. I mean, look, listen, it's not fair that there's so many beautiful protagonist female characters, but I'm playing 007 right now and the dude has no ass. Why don't I get representation as a gay guy? Like, what the fuck?
You should do a whole thread about that. Like, what's going on here?
I will support your petition to give 007 ass. If you put that change .org, I will sign it.
You know,
that game,
I might do it.
That game, they were trying to. What's insane to me is the games that they pick. I'm like, let me be your PR. Let me be your anti-woke PR strategist. Okay, you're not going to go after Grand Theft Auto. That's too big to fail.
Yeah,
you're not going to go after these couple of games. You're going to say 007, who is notorious for banging hot women. You're going to say they won't let you do that because that would be toxic. You don't know how gaming works. Like you don't understand that the people who you think are going to be upset by that don't fucking care. You're the only people who care about this. I can pick your target for you. All right. Some indie game that's about like queer relationships. Oh, hell yeah. Destroy that. That's easy money. You can't touch GTA. You can't touch 007. And then the thing is too, is they make these predictions and I feel like I'm dealing with QAnon. Well, they'll just say, well, you know what? Oh, our favorite bisexual lighting guy, Smash JT, he is convinced. I wouldn't suggest it. If you go onto his page and type in Ghost of Yote, he is convinced that game actually secretly flopped to such an insane degree that he invited a man by the name of Colin Moriarty onto his stream to discuss the numbers. And what Colin explained to him is you cannot lie about numbers on investor calls. Like that is actual fraud. And Smash JT believes that Sony and Sucker Punch are so wrapped up in this cultural war that they would do essentially securities fraud just to make it seem like Ghost of Yote sold more in the same time period than the original game, simply because he does not think Erika Ishii as Atsu is hot. And I know I said a lot, but that is literally the level of psychosis we are dealing with. They think companies are willing to throw away millions just to win a made-up culture war.
And what's crazy is there's gradations to the level of wokeness because, like, I remember the Ghost of Yotai discourse. And for those who don't know, that's a sequel to the game Ghost of Tsushima. Ghost of Tsushima featured a male character. Ghost of Yotai featured a female character. Remember, after Ghost of Yotai came out, you know, following the kerfuffle around Assassin's Creed Shadows, which featured a black male protagonist and a female protagonist, there was outrage because, you know, hey, it's a Japanese game. I should see a Japanese person. But the anti-woke crusaders did, I guess, like, anti-woke revisionist history, because once Yotai came out, they were comparing the female protagonist from Shadows and the female protagonist from Yotai. They're like, well, this one's hotter in Shadows, so you know what I mean? Like, so I guess that it got the pass from the woke crusaders after previously being woke. It's like it's brain rot.
It is not woke.
But that is the level of their praxis. It's simply, does this get me hard or not? That's it.
Literally.
If they find any character hot, they will defend it to its dying breath, unless they add. Do you guys remember? For the people who aren't aware, there's a game that came out called Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which was being railed as like
storyline.
Yes.
Yeah,
and this was like
a potential side storyline too. It's not even a main one.
No, this is like they were toting this game as like, this is our return with the V, like RVTUR. Like, this is our game. This is what we're gonna have: white Christian masculine dudes in Bohemia killing people. And then they're like, wait, no, there's a black guy in this game and he's not being treated terribly. Oh, it's gone woke. Oh, Henry, through a series of button prompts that you have to do specifically, can end up kissing a boy.
I did those prompts.
and they immediately, and I'm like, you guys, if the simple option of having a same-sex relationship is so hard for you to resist, once again, it is Pride Month. It is okay. You don't have to do this anymore. But you're the demons you are fighting, not even Doomslayer could slay, okay? Like, you have to recognize that no one's forcing you to press these buttons. It's like, oh, well, exactly. It's like that meme where that guy, like, he's shaving his head. Like, oh, I didn't want to be a Nazi, but they
This is what the left wants.
This is what you want.
And it goes back so far, right? I remember when Mass Effect 3 came out, there was controversy about that game being woke because I don't remember specifically why, but I remember playing it myself, and there was a character. Yeah. Oh, that's right. That's right. And there's also a character in it that just like mentioned his husband in passing. Because, like, you know, if it's the future, I don't think that homosexuality is going to be something that's that controversial when they have space travel and interdimensional threats and shit like that. But I mean, there's actual grievances you can have as a gamer if you're passionate about it. But, you know, as you were saying, TTBN, it comes down to, you know, capitalism, and they would rather center themselves and their own personal grievances than the actual issues plaguing gaming, which there are a lot. You know, the commodification of every element of games, microtransactions, anti-consumer practices, abuse of the people who make these games, and, you know, just
union busting.
Firing them, then rehiring them back for less. I mean, union busting. I mean, there's so many things that I think are actually dragging down games. Like, you know, capitalism drags down all art to an extent, but they don't want to focus on that because I don't think they really have a core political ideology. So they're just like, their default position is grievance politics. And I think that's what makes these reactionaries like Asmongold as well as Smash JT so influential in their eyes, because they don't really know anything else. You know, if you're raised to think me, the world revolves around me, I'm the main character, then that's obviously going to appeal to them, because it's like, oh yeah, you should be mad about this. This is the biggest issue ever because you don't have anything else to worry about. I mean, sure, the economy is in shambles and you're not going to be able to buy a house.
The Dow's doing
okay.
So.
Yeah, the Dow's doing okay though. But, like, you know, this scandal of the female protagonist that you can't jerk off to because her titties aren't big enough, that's the main thing you should be concerned about. It's really cartoonish, and it's why I feel like your channels are important, like channels like yours are important to TTBN, because if you can redirect people and just get them to be a little bit more savvy and media literate, I think that would do numbers, because the amount of people who have no media literacy, it is astonishing. Like, I'm a huge fan of One Piece, as people know. The most overtly political. Oh, you too? Okay, perfect.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm
all the way caught One Piece.
Oh, thank you. I just finished Egghead.
Okay.
It's the most overtly political show, anime, manga you can find. But conservatives think it's not political, or they'll say that it's actually conservative because, you know, it's anti-big government. Like, I guess that's how you can reduce it down. It's
nothing. I'll tell you right now, Mike, there's nothing more infuriating than going on the Piss Me Off Factory, aka Twitter, and seeing a Luffy profile picture and then being like, yeah, we should deport all illegals. And I'm like, what are we doing?
Oh man, I hate that.
I'm like, did we skip Alabasta? Did we skip literally Dressrosa, which he might have because it was long, but I'm like, did you just skip the entirety of his I'm like, Enos Lobby. Like, did we skip
Impel Down?
Did we skip so much of this series? And I actually did a small video on like just like anime as a whole, because again, huge anime fan, and they're trying to say that anime is largely right wing, and I'm like, how do you like? These people are using freaking Jinro, and they're like, look at the armor, it's so cool. Look how cool he looks. I'm like, did we not understand that him wearing the Wolves Brigade outfit was a failing? Like, that's bad. These are bad things. Like, these are the people who watch Starship Troopers and go, you know what? Those bugs are fucking ugly. It's like, hey man, like, I think
that's a good point.
I think you missed. Yeah, I mean, it's true.
The other people who are attractive. I mean, it just makes sense, right? I mean, they're all beautiful.
Ugly people.
I don't want to be the bugs.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
But that level of the lack of media literacy, again, all of this comes from a misunderstanding of media and also political engineering. Like, this is what conservative right wings have been building in this country for the last like 20 years. Anti-intellectualism, attacking higher institutions. And when you erode those confidence in those institutions, you end up with Joe Rogan. And once Joe Rogan becomes normalized, no one has to fact check anything. It's just vibes now. It's, hey, I think One Piece is actually conservative because Luffy punches people who happen to be a different skin color. And it's like, well, yeah, they're fishmen, but I feel like you're missing the allegory that these races represent. He's called, not giving spoilers, but like he is a freedom fighter. He's a liberator. You look at the real world, like real life revolutions are using the Straw Hats Jolly Roger. It's not the government putting out like, right? It's like you have these people who are just so intellectually uncurious. And what I want to do, like on my side of the field, because I know we all have our roles to play, right? I'm not the big video essayist. I can't, I don't have the attention span to sit down and like make a 5-hour long video like everyone else does. I can do the quick hits. I can get in the mud with them and they'll live stream and do reacts because that's my strength. But we're dealing with people who are so angry at both like the idea of intellect and also like people who are experts or people who know their shit, that we get more pushback, and then they will support people like an Asmon. Right? I don't know if you guys saw Stephen Azor's video that he did on like talking to some of his fans, but I watched that on stream and actually started talking to somebody in my comment section who was a fan of his, and there was one point in the video in which they try to compare Hassan and Asmon to essentially Socrates and Diogenes. What they call Hassan's, like if he's like the equivalent of the Pope, then Asmongold is like the homeless man ranting on the corner at the end of days. And because the homeless man doesn't pretend he's better, they would listen to him. And I was like, but in your own example, the guy you like is the raving lunatic who sits on the corner. Like, you're aware that he doesn't know what he's talking about, but you're saying because he doesn't talk down to you, that he doesn't inject his morals onto you. Like, but he does. You're just not aware of it. And I'm trying to tell you, when they tell you to be mad at these people because they think they're illegal and they don't belong, I'm like, they are in fact putting their moral stances onto their belief system, because that's how it works. You can't divorce the two. And I'm sorry that I'm not going to sit here and say, hey buddy, and hold your hand. I'm like, part of my job I do in like real life behavioral therapy, so I understand how to talk to people in certain ways to make it more effective. If me being nice to you would have worked, then that would have worked. But the fact that you guys are going to these creators who spit nothing but vitriol, and you're like, I like that. It's like, okay, now I know the energy to attack you with logics and facts.
Do you think the reason that they're saying to you that they feel he speaks for them or is one of us when he's just, worth tens of millions of dollars, maybe even hundreds of millions of dollars at this point, is that just because you think of the way he presents himself? Like, I don't shower, I live upstairs, I live in garbage, I'm human filth.
100.
And they're like, okay, interesting.
100,000%. Everyone who's a big fan of his, people like him, they fall for the aesthetics of the everyman, right? And I tried to tell them, like, I am closer to you as the everyman because I also am a wage slave, right? I do work hourly. I am not living in living in squalor, but like I don't have like a bunch of houses. I don't own, like, Asmongold is like what, the owner of 3 companies. He has his PC company, the OTK, and the talent company. Like, does that sound like somebody who's relatable? He went on a podcast with I think Caleb Hammers talking about how they were trying to be humble for him, be like, so you must have a couple $1 million after taxes. And he goes, no, more, much more. And I'm like, that's the guy you're telling me is humble and one of you guys and gets and understands it. The guy who after taxes has so much money that when someone tries to lowball it and say like 6 million, he has to immediately say more. I don't have one of those millions. In fact, my bank account's mad at me. But these people that they idolize, they speak from such a distant position where it's, no, your problems don't have to do with the fact that we are under capitalism and all of your material conditions have gotten worse because wages have gotten up, things have gotten stagnant. Your problems are bad because illegal immigrants, and if it's video games, it's because of women. Yep. And they're able to just do that. And these people, again, are just so angry and rudderless that if you try to correct them gently, they push back so hard, which is why sometimes I title my videos just like, this is the dumbest person I've ever seen. Or I will go after the big ones too. And people call it clout chasing. I'm like, Is that not, in a sense, what we all do? We talk about current topics. You talk about people and things that would get attention. So when people break it down, you're like, oh yeah, I see it now.
Mm-hmm. It's only clout chasing when you do it when you're smaller, but if you're bigger and you still do the same thing, then it's not clout chasing. It doesn't make sense. People try to rationalize the shit that, I guess soothes them. But real quick, I wanted to cut in and bring in a real life video game character, the star of Stardew Valley, real life farmer. Kowalski from Nebraska is also here today. Hey, Kowalski, how's it going?
You brought me on when the camera is pointed right at the sun.
This is the way to hide your face.
Well, I'm the second coming of Christ. I've been brought here to save you in Pride Month. No.
Oh, thank God.
Thank you. I thought that you were a nurse, with the halo, because Trump said his picture was, he was a nurse or a doctor. So I was like, hey, who's that doctor or whatever Trump said.
Nah, I'm just aura farming, as you can clearly see. So
you have like a router on the tractor. How is this feed so clean? And you're out in the field. I'm impressed.
Because this is modern agriculture. This is I've got a satellite steering this thing. I've got computer programs running in here. Matt has seen the inside of my cab. He knows it's essentially mission control. So
no way.
I would pan it around, but if
Matt,
I
you're
move
muted.
my
I think Matt's muted.
Wow, I've been muted this whole time. I've been.
Oh, you talking? I just thought you were quiet.
Yeah, I thought I was just dominating the conversation. I'm sorry.
No, I'm joking. I was listening in because I jumped in late, so I didn't want to just interrupt this conversation you guys were having about big God of War titties or something like that. I got no idea what was going on.
Yeah, Kowalski, thoughts on the God of War titty situation?
Oh shit, Kowalski, what up?
Oh, what's up, Lance? God of War titties. Pro.
Okay.
Kowalski, you're really low. Can you fix your mic settings? I know you're.
You might be able to actually bring them up.
I cranked them up as far as I can. I think he just
mic closer.
Yeah, that might help a little.
Pin this on my collar. Does that help at all?
That does help. Yeah,
a little bit. Yeah.
All right, I could just grab it here later. I'm actually just about to turn around. So, look.
Are you driving a tractor?
Yes.
That's so awesome.
I mean, if you're gonna bring on an authentic farmer, you gotta have him
a working class podcast.
in action. Otherwise, no one's gonna believe. No one's gonna believe he's a real farmer if he's not in a tractor in the field.
It's actually all a green screen.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a green screen. He's just LARPing. No, Kowalski, everybody already knows you in the chat, but talk about your YouTube channel, because I don't think people realize that you're super you're a content creator now too. You're not just a farmer. So talk about your channel.
Well, my channel's been on a bit of a hiatus as I have been quite busy farming, as you can see. But I've been putting out some content. Usually it's a little more political, talking about the current things going on in agriculture. And, just thinking about putting out a video now on some things is just what existential dread do I want to, start, just talking about. And it's, I don't know, it's kind of depressing. You kind of just don't really want to be the drag on everyone, but I am here to make everyone depressed now, so.
Well,
I mean,
we're
you might as
happy
well share
to, we're happy to add to the chorus of depressed people. Video games. Well, I actually wanted to get your take on that, because before you got here, we were talking about basically the reactionary culture in video games, and I'm not necessarily sure, Kowalski, if you are a big video game dude, but part of this always kind of relates back to young men who are grievance focused and not really having an outlet. And what's your take on that whole situation?
I guess for me, the only games I've played recently are Rocket League, maybe Call of Duty or Battlefield, and that is solely just to play with my friends.
Mm-hmm.
Farm Simulator.
My nephew likes it. My brother likes playing it with his children. I don't want to do this anymore that I already have.
That'd be hilarious if you just go from your day job to walking inside and playing more farming.
Just loves farming.
And being upset how not realistic Stardew Valley is.
Yeah, just complains about it all the time.
Oh, thank God, the trees. My eyes. I actually haven't seen the latest. I know there was a bunch of game trailers and stuff that got dropped. Halo is pretty big in my immediate friend group. That actually does kind of excite me, just because maybe it'll get 343 to actually make a new game. I don't know. I've always enjoyed it.
Halo fan, after playing Halo, did you ever get the urge to like kiss a boy or like? Because what's happening right now is the new Halo remake is causing people to to signal trans, but also because of bisexual lighting. So I was just curious if like the lightings ever hit you.
Yeah, that's the discourse right now, Kowalski. So
those sunsets.
Yeah.
Halo does not create these things within people; it illuminates them within people. It is just a flashlight. No, I don't know. That's just controversy for controversy's sake. It's I've never played a video game and have just.
What is that? What the hell just happened?
So I was trying to push one button on the soundboard, and then the whole board, and then
the whole board went off.
And I was also
soul leave my body.
I know. Just to wake you all up. All right, good. That was also
God,
bisexual.
Terrified me. I thought I blew a pump apart. But I don't know. I've never. I feel like that's a part of gaming that I've never really understood, like the commentary on it. I guess maybe I'm just a really well socially adjusted human being, and those kind of things just don't impact me.
Yeah.
Sorry,
No, do not listen. Don't ever apologize for that. I wish. I wish I never stepped into this.
Well, and if you notice, these kinds of things, they only go one way, right? Like, there's nobody in the world is thinking Mike from the Humanist Support is going to turn straight after playing Stellar Blade. I mean, I was close, but nobody actually believes that. It's only one way.
Redemption, and we're like, God damn it! I need to be like a Western man's man, saving the maiden.
Kirby did make me want to become a cloud, so there's that.
It's true. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's true. Honestly, while also playing Stellar Blade, I'm like, I'm super straight. But then they showed Adam. I was like, damn, am I super straight? Or is this game trying to trick me?
Yeah, it's
Kowalski, I want to know what are the incredible insights you have that are also depressing that you're going to reveal to the world?
Please.
Oh, yeah. Please. Yeah. I love depressing.
Give me 1 second to turn back in.
Yeah,
So I was actually ramping up to it. That's
I was in Nebraska a couple of weeks ago for 8 days, and I was on the tornado watch. Yeah, I was in Omaha, and then I was also in Council Bluffs, which is like kind of Nebraska, but also in Iowa. And I was under tornado watch.
Eventually. That weekend.
Yeah. My friend told me, she was like, "Oh, we've been expanding out." I'm like, is imperialism like still a thing in like within the country where we can just annex other parts of states?
I mean, it should be, because I think Nebraska could make a mad blitz on the Dakotas, but we would ultimately fall to Colorado. But I guess some of the farming news that's just coming out, it's just real depressing. You got the screw worm, which is going to make beef prices go up, which is going to drag all meat prices up in North America. You're going to see El Nino is going to it's probably going to create flash flood points all over the planet, because there's just going to be that much moisture in the air because there's so much heat that the oceans are just evaporating that much. So big storms will pop up. They'll be more intense than you could possibly imagine. It'll wash crops away. There'll be droughts in a lot of areas. There's talks right now we could see like a 5 to 10% decline in the monsoon rains, because it has a reverse effect on the opposite end of the Pacific. So, and then on top of all of that, the man-made energy crisis / fertilizer crisis. Oh, yeah. The average age of the American farmer is now over 60. a
Wow.
hardy
What?
group of people to weather the storm. And our working force is predominantly migrants, and we're at the lowest we've been since the 1980s, I think. So it's,
Oh my
I
God.
don't even know. We're not even doing nation building at this point. I think our society is just like on a death loop.
Yeah.
But once we get rid of all those illegals, then I can buy a house. So silver lining.
That is
there.
true, because
what
there
they
will
say.
be no one left to enforce property law as society will be collapsing.
Exactly.
Right.
I got
Why
my
is it the
man story. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Kowalski, a couple of months ago, I brought you on my show at the start of the Iran war, and you were like one of the few people sounding the alarm about how the fertilizer crisis is going to directly impact food prices, and you predicted like a 5 to 10% increase. And I feel like now people are catching up because we've seen a 5 to 10% increase across the board on groceries. And like, what is your glimpse into the future for us based on what's happening right now? Because for all we know, there's going to be another like 6 months or so of Donald Trump announcing a deal and then backing out. And it seems like once we burn through our strategic reserves of gas, then everything kind of just hits the fan. What do you think, like, given the state of things right now and assuming it's going to be this way at least until the end of the year, because I don't see us reaching a deal anytime soon with Iran. What do you think it's going to get worse? How does that look to you, just like from your farming perspective? Because I feel like a lot of people don't know about the impact war has on agriculture, not just like in the United States, but Iran as well. But like, if you could talk through how much doom we should feel, basically.
So North America broadly will never run out of fertilizer. We are, as a continent, a net energy exporter, and all the fertilizer we basically use, we can do internally. There'll be some shifting that will have to be done. The private sector stuff is moving, so we won't have a shortage here, but we will have increased costs. So, like, if you're in North America, if you're in like East Asia, you'll have the money to survive, but your price of food will go up. Central Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa, possibly parts of the Middle East, it'll be kind of like the Arab Spring. So,
wow,
It'll set off revolutions essentially. Yeah.
But the problem is, though, unlike the Arab Spring, now governments know that they have to crack down with force. So it will be very bad if it gets out of hand. And by all accounts, it's going to, because the one tool we had to mitigate something like this was USAID, and that's gone. Even if you brought it back now, the institution would take a year to reconstitute. No other organization aside from the United Nations really has the resources to, move mass quantities of things. So it's pretty bleak. I would say expect the cost of food to continue to rise for at least the next 3 years. Wow, this is a very full lobby.
Wow, I feel like I'm in a Brady bunch right now.
What's going on? There's 8 of us. I don't think I've seen this many people before.
Yeah, welcome Rebecca and Ariana to the stream. Nice to see you both as well.
Ariana and Rebecca got the notification that Kowalski's on, and they had to jump right on the stream.
No. Not at all.
Incredible
I
race.
didn't even see. So we didn't even know. No, I literally was.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, she has to
Wow.
prove a point. She said
Yeah,
she
I had to prove the
do
point
French.
by leaving.
Point taken. Yeah.
Oh, now we're like bookending. I got that.
It would make sense. I have better internet resources in the middle of a cornfield than someone would in a metropolitan area.
That's great. You should do like a live stream, just like every single day. Just start live streaming your like farming. I just feel like it's so Just the background alone is so interesting to see somebody like talking to us while they're on a tractor. It's just
It's calming to have the slow motion of the crops.
Yeah, it's like it's
background.
calming. It gets your
You're
attention.
talking about the end of the planet, and I'm like, I'm feeling pretty calm right now.
Oh yeah, this is like one of those TikTok videos you get at like 1 a.m.
Yeah,
where it's
exactly.
just going through.
Oh, you're reading my brain. I want to see this.
Yeah. Okay, so
Sorry,
I did not have a ton of topics planned for this week. I feel like we're living in a loop where the same news kind of just repeats itself. There's elections. Trump announces on Friday that there is going to be a war with Iran again, and then on Monday, everything is copacetic. We're this close to a deal. I think that there was a CNN clip about how he announced 37 different times that we're close to a deal. So I kind of feel like we're just at this point in time, if you want to know whether or not the war is going to continue, you just have to take what Iran says, because a foreign government is literally more trustworthy with regard to what's going on than our own government, seeing as how Trump just like, he's not living in reality and he's just making shit up, and they refuse to be honest with us. And I just feel like it's kind of getting exhausting. But I did want to do one thing to make us a little bit happy given the circumstances. I did want to dance on one political grave. I was hoping
is
that it would
Miss
be
Beans? Me Beans?
You know, you read my fucking mind, man. So let me click share, because Nancy Mace did something that you never ever do. She acknowledged her haters. But let me just say, so Nancy Mace, okay, we all know and love her. She lost her governor race, and just to give you perspective, she was running for governor of her state, and she came in 5th fucking place. So her and Riley Gaines have that in common. And she posted this long thing about how, it's the honor of my life, yada, yada, yada. So anyways,
My friends, I know many of you have been canvassing for months. And at those canvasses, at those fundraisers, at those events, when we introduce our candidates, we use a language of hope. We say the next assembly member, the next state senator, the next congressperson. Tonight, we use a language of fact. So please join me in welcoming up to the stage Assemblywoman Deanna Moreno, Assemblymember David Organ, Assemblywoman Samantha Catan, State Senator Abir Kawas, and the one, the only, Congresswoman Claire Valdez. Now, Claire was. Now you're going to hear from every one of these incredible candidates. But before I leave, I just wanted to share a few words with all of you, which is first and foremost, this is your victory. What you all have shown this evening, whether for state assembly, state senate, or Congress, is that a year ago, it was not the end of a political movement. It was the beginning. And I want to thank you because in this room, I see those who believed no matter what tweet they read from Michael Lang. They believed. They put that anxiety into shifts. They put it into door knocks, into phone calls. Raise your hand if you canvass. Those are the hands that won this race. And every single one of these incredible candidates, they are going to be the partners in transforming the most expensive city in the United States of America into one that working New Yorkers can afford. So one more time, let's hear it for Deanna Moreno. Let's hear it for David Organ. Let's hear it for Samantha Catan. Let's hear it for Abir Kawas. Let's hear it for Claire Valdez. And let's hear it for a politics that will never forget working people. For a politics that is ready to write a new chapter in our party's history. And for a politics that realizes the old politics that got us to this crisis is not the politics that's going to get us out of this crisis. It's time for working people to be back at the heart of our politics. These are the champions who will do it. Thank you all so much.
Hell yeah.
Welcome to Absurdity Space, episode 20. Woo, 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 woo.
Socialism has taken over New York City, y'all. Let's go.
It's yeah, I think it's crazy. It's been a crazy few weeks. It's like the Knicks won. First, Trump went to the Knicks game and the Knicks lost, and then the next time, like the fifth game, they won the playoffs because Trump wasn't there.
Yeah,
nice of them to give them a do-over. Just kidding.
Yeah, it's crazy. New York City's been busy. I contacted my Mom Donnie staffer and was like, things are busy. Just let me know when things have died down. He's like, don't worry, we will. I can't believe I have a protege for Twitch.
A Mom Donnie protege.
I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to mentor the New York City DSA Twitch channel to know about it.
The night the Knicks lost, I was when I touched down on the plane in LaGuardia.
And people were going nuts, like angry, pissed off, were they?
Yeah. Well, I didn't. I mean, I was at LaGuardia, so I didn't see it. It's kind of outside of the city, but it's like I don't know. I was getting a car back to Long Island, and I was like talking to the guy, and I was like, but I hadn't because I wasn't on a plane obviously, so I didn't know that they had lost, and I was like, yeah, it seems like everything's crazy out there. Is that why it took forever to get off the runway? And he's like, no, probably not, but they lost by a couple points.
Yeah. But they came back and people went nuts, and Jon Stewart was like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And people were twerking and off of buses and doing backflips off of lampposts. I'm like, damn. And then, but remember, Forrest, there were millions of people doing, burning buses and vandalizing and beating up police horses for some reason. And I'm like, my uncle was saying that. I'm like, first of all, none of that shit was really happening. I mean, regardless, it's always in blue cities. I'm like, regardless of a sports event, like a big championship, people are going to riot a little no matter what the outcome is. It's not something that just happens to in New York or Los Angeles.
Well, the one place that it really, really happens, that it really kind of messes stuff up is Philly. Whenever Philly
Fly
wins,
Eagles,
anything, they really are people really do go crazy in Philly. But New York's never really been to that level. There's too many cops for New York to be at that level. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
there's a cop on every corner.
That's the one flaw that Mamdani has, in my opinion, is still giving cops the NYPD a lot of money. So, but I'll do that. But I don't, it's what can you do at this point,
Yeah, I think you have to build power to take on the NYPD. You really have to build power. De Blasio's big thing was originally that he was going to take on the NYPD, and they doxed his daughter, tried to arrest her, sent her death threats. I don't know. You have to really. I think that's the lesson of the De Blasio administration. Really, is that you have to. If that is going to be your goal, I don't think that is going to be Zoran's goal, because I think Zoran has other goals. But if that's going to be your goal, you have to build up a power base to really do that, because the NYPD, what it is an alternative power base to City Hall. I mean, if you lose the NYPD, things can get real shaky real fast. I remember I've seen the clip a million times, and he died not that long ago when David Dinkins was mayor, and all the cops turned their back on him, and that's why Rudy Giuliani won a couple years later. And it's obviously
he killed all the homeless, and backward hicks from Ohio weren't afraid to go to New York City anymore.
I mean, what he really did, and what Eric Adams also kind of did, is he sent them up here. He would give the homeless one-way bus tickets and send them up here, and basically Eric Adams started doing that, not with the homeless but with migrants. He would bring the migrants up here, and there was in Orange County, 20 minutes from where I live, Newburgh, that area, there would be these hotels, and the Eric Adams administration wouldn't tell they would take out a bunch of rooms in these hotels, but they wouldn't tell the people in the actual county or whatever that what they were doing with the hotels, and then they would put all the migrants in that hotel, and it messes it up, because it's their court dates are in New York City.
Yeah.
Then you have to get transportation to get them from Orange County an hour away to New York City. But the whole thing was that Eric Adams was talking about a housing crisis that he wanted to fix by getting migrants out, because it was kind of the same language that Republicans were using.
Yeah, it's just not fun having to deal with $6 billion dollars. That's some very, very small countries military budget.
Yeah, I don't know. There's just but yeah, when it, a lot of the big thing that people always talk about here, the big thing that would happen during the Giuliani administration is that they would give one-way bus tickets to the homeless, essentially. So you'd be they'd come up here, and then they wouldn't give them a way to get back to the city.
Yeah,
kind of
but last night, crazy. We got done just in time for Norlisa to be announced as the winner. Which, by the way, stop betting on these races, because so many people were betting oh, she has a 69% chance of losing, and it's and she won.
Yeah, can you hear me better?
They all won. Brad Lander. I was surprised. That was.
Can you hear me better now on this mic?
No, I can't.
Huh.
I don't know. It might be my earbuds. I have no idea what's going on, but I can barely hear you.
Hey, chat. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, chat? Can you hear me?
Just if you bring your mouth very close to the mic, I can hear
you.
you.
Hear me? Yeah, I think it's it was kind of crazy. I didn't know whether Darlisa was going to win. It's hard. I mean, Kalshi and Polymarket both have like Don Jr. on their boards.
Yeah.
And also like I don't know, the whole thing that people
you're
do
giving them money technically when you're losing.
He hears me. Johnny hears me.
Oh, well, usually you're a lot louder, so I don't know. But maybe it's my earbuds. I don't know. My cat's messing with them. But yeah. So 3 for 3, and of course, some of the totally not paid ops that we see. Every time someone needs a punch left, they get boosted on Instagram or Twitter and on TikTok, and I just quote tweeted one of them. They're like, "Oh, instead, DSA wins, but now they're bitching at Richie Torres." I'm like, why? First of all, you're definitely getting paid by like pro-Israel Democratic organization, because why the fuck would you carry water for Richie Torres, dude? Like, again, I forgot. I think his name's like Chris Cadence or something like that. I'm like, you used to be like some of these people used to be like left leaning. Like, I've had people like organizations reach out to me like, "Yo, do you want to get paid?" I'm like, no, I know I need money, but I'm not selling out like that. That's just not who I am.
Yeah, well, the worst one is Threads. I don't know if you ever checked Threads.
I check Threads every once in a while, and I'm like, yeah, I can't do this. I'm out. Bye-bye. I take a peep, and I'm like...
Sometimes I'll be on my phone, I'll just be so bored that I'm like, all right, what other social media check? It'll be like 3 a.m., and I'm like, okay, nothing's happening on Twitter. What other things can I check right now? And I'm like, oh, Threads. And then Threads, every single time, it's like 2016 identity politics style too. It's like always.
yeah. It drives me nuts every time, because I'm just like, really, we're never gonna leave 2016. Like,
yeah, it's the long 2016.
It's 10 years, guys. Just this is why DSA is doing something. Like, the resistance failed us. They didn't do anything besides make pussy hats and do like a fun block party march on his inauguration day, and that was it. We elected the squad. 2 years later, for most part, and we're slowly but surely expanding on it. AOC is continuing to be somewhat of a disappointment when it comes to some of these races, or whether or not she's going to endorse or whatever. Still supporting very problematic people in New York City who are very much critical of Mamdani. So it's like, it's kind of good. We're getting more people who are more left leaning than her.
She's kind of, I think she wants to run for either president, or at least run for president and then be brought into somebody else's cabinet or something like that. Yeah. Because I really think so, because it's like, she's being very cautious about these kinds of things. I think it's probably less about an ideological thing and more about wanting to have a record of some sort, so that it's like, she's got
and yet the Democratic establishment still doesn't like her. So it's like, what, why even do all this?
Because I mean, I think a lot of it's the media. The media keeps score. They're like, oh, they do it with Bernie. So like, I mean, Bernie's gotten more cautious too, because it's like every single time, if you go a certain amount of times, on people, it's like, oh, these are your coattails. Like, you've been able to pull people across the country, onto your coattails essentially, and by your endorsement. And it's like, that's how during these races, like, somebody's ideology and also their clout, I guess, is really measured. It's like how many people can get elected. So politicians become more and more politicians become more and more like cautious about who they endorse for that reason.
Yeah. But for some they don't. They're like, I mean, like, with all this stuff about Graham Plattner, like Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders, like, we're still sticking by him regardless of whatever comes out. And also too, they focus on Darlisa to the point where it's like, Graham Plattner who?
Yeah. Well, I think also there's a difference between
and the critique of her is like, she's Haitian, and it's like, we're really doing the Democratic version of they're eating the cats and they're eating the dogs right now. Like, I don't understand why the Democrats claim to be, we're the party of like, we want to tackle racism and this and that and other thing. But all these young Democratic socialist candidates who are of color, who are running, are dealing with anti-blackness, Islamophobia. I don't understand. You guys are supposed to be going after Republicans who do this stuff. You're only helping Republicans. They say we do it. They're the ones who are doing it, because the DSA is actually finally getting their shit together, especially in New York City and like throughout like the East, upper, like tri-state area, and maybe even the Midwest. But they are doing the damn thing, because like I mentioned before, the resistance it came and went. It's time to actually finally do something. And thank God, for about a decade, the main critique is that DSA hasn't gotten its shit together. Well, it finally
National
has.
DSA still
National DSA.
still has not gotten their shit together at all. But there's local chapters that have. Although a lot of the people,
particularly New York City DSA, but not even LA DSA, can't even
I don't think LA DSA ever will. The politics of California seems so I don't know. I mean, I think it's just the fact that Silicon Valley is there, and they're corporate interests of a whole bunch of kinds. I mean, defense and technology obviously has always been there. All kinds of farming, like pistachio farming. They made that really good. Yash Levine made that really good movie about pistachio wars in California.
Yeah.
I think there's just so many corporate interests in California that it's incredibly hard to actually get a campaign that at least a statewide one, right? It seems like LA DSA kind of. I mean, I don't know. Nithya Raman doesn't seem great, but she still is somebody from
it
that
doesn't
world.
look like she has much of a but also too, they're not doing any building over there, at least with New York City for the last, I guess, with Mamdani, they've been really trying to build something, because it doesn't seem like AOC really is focused on building DSA in the area.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to I don't know. It seems like the Congress side of it, right? It's a lot harder to keep people in line when it comes to DSA than it is with state and municipal elections, which I think New York has been throughout this last decade. New York's been pretty good with state elections and municipal elections. I remember there was a whole thing. Maybe it was 2018, maybe it was 2022. But there was a thing where a century ago, 5 socialists were essentially elected to the New York State legislature, and then they didn't seat them and they kicked them out essentially within an amount of time. But the same kind of 5 socialists this time obviously did get seated, but the exact same number a century later got elected. So it was a big deal because it was a century. And I think all of those, or at least 3 out of 4 of the ones in the 1900s that got elected, they got their seats back again. They ran for a second time. They still were no socialists allowed, because it was right after the Palmer raids, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. I'm happy though, because it just, this move to up north can't come any sooner. I'll be in time where everything is getting so good, and then maybe I could live with Dan. I don't know. But it goes to show that change is happening, and I'm looking forward to it. And Hassan needs to move to New York City, because it seems like he's always there now. He'll go home to California for 1 day, and then he's in New York City for 3 days. And I'm like, dude, just do it already.
I need to start going more. People invite me to go to do stuff, and then I'm like,
do it.
I have to take the bus and everything, and I'm like, I don't want to take the bus.
Who cares? I would take the bus. I take the train. I don't care.
And the bus goes through New Jersey, and
the wheels on the bus go to Newark, where people will piss front facing you, and that's just weird. But whatever.
It goes through Fort Lee. It goes through that whole area, right before Newark. You know what I mean? That it crosses over. But it's I'm like, why is that the route? I feel like the throughway should be the route, and it should go right to New York City, like I do when I'm in a car.
Yeah.
The bus,
free buses. Oh my God. We were watching some Fox News clips from the 5 and whatever hours before. They're oh, the Democrats are not allowing this. It's just they're underestimating these left-wing insurgent candidates. But then when things are oh my God, they are doing pretty well, that's when they attack, and it's kind of too late, because it's fuck Kamala Harris. Oh, she's gonna lose because no, she didn't.
Yeah.
It's getting to the point where it's nothing, unless it's something a real big scandal, you committed crimes on Epstein Island, but even then that doesn't do anything. But if you're actually doing something like an Eric Swalwell type, or gold insider trading beforehand, or whatever the hell, you're gonna have trouble. But if you're a millennial and you post this stuff online, and I even said it, if I'm gonna run for Senate against Cory Booker, I'm gonna be oldchristinatweets.com, be looky here, people. I even have them dated and organized. So you can tell, here are my mental breakdowns. Here are offensive things I said. Here's what I said about this person. Here's what I said about that person. And that's what people are going to have to start doing now. And I will highly recommend, when I get into politics and work, I'm going to be like, this is what you're going to do. You're how old? You're 28. Okay. You did you delete anything? No. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. And that, I feel like that type of strategy would work, because it's like, damn, they're really airing out all the laundry, especially if you haven't deleted. But then again, there's a way back machine. You can find deleted stuff regardless at this point. So it's like, you got to figure out, like, and it's been addressed, especially with like Zoran's wife. I'm like, first of all, she's not the mayor. Second of all, as you said, she was posting like pro-America stuff. But it's like, back in the day, unfortunately, millennials were saying all kinds of slurs. I mean, some of us didn't. Some of us would, post in context with quotations, but even then we learned that's still not appropriate to do. We've moved on, but unfortunately we've regressed to the point where people are, especially liberals, are saying a lot of slurs and using the F slur against, progressives and whatnot. And it's like, you guys are such hypocrites, bleeding heart liberal, my ass.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think people are, I don't know. I think there's a kind of, like transgressive attitude towards stuff where it's like people are just tired of being told what they can and can't say or what they can and can't do.
Yeah, especially in the post-Trump world. Like, we're never gonna go back to like decency in politics.
But I've always hated decency. I've always hated.
Yes. We go. We fight on the Senate floor, but we go to the country club together. No, I don't want to hear that, because that's just being performative.
Although I was one of the people that was like, like, hell yeah, if John Fetterman doesn't want to wear a suit, he wants to wear a hoodie. And then the second he became like a insane right winger, it was clear that his brain is melted. I was like, okay, but get this guy in a suit. I don't want to hear from him.
Yeah, I mean, Graham Platter's gonna come in the Senate looking like a lumberjack, and I could appreciate that. Wearing like polo shirts or plaid shirts.
I don't know. Now I just think everyone should wear a suit when they go to the Senate. I've gotten.
I feel like Hassan should not be wearing suits anymore. I'm like, stop it. If you're gonna wear a DSA hat, stop it.
His head
Show
really
up
is.
your $500, Louis Vuitton shirt or whatever the hell you're wearing.
By the way, my I guess like this was like 2-3 months ago. My state assembly member, Sarah Hanna, was one of the people, like was one of the early people to endorse Steriliza. She's a DSA member too.
Yeah, apparently Hassan's not a member of DSA. He was like, I was a little drunk last night. Did you see the video of him and Emma celebrating Doraliza's
I saw the picture they took. I didn't see that. I don't know. I haven't really been watching that much stuff. I've been watching Robert Mitchum movies. That's really what I've been. That's what I've been.
Well, that's a good way to stay off Twitter.
But I was kind of
they were like, woohoo,
on my phone while I was doing that. I was having fun watching. I was watching El Dorado, the John Wayne movie. Yeah, or everyone should. You know what I would approve of? I would approve of people wearing like the Devo costume with like the cone hat. Like if somebody wore that to Congress, I'd be like, all right, I'm cool with that. The yellow suit and the red cone hat. You must whip it. Now whip it. Whip it good.
We gotta whip the Democrats up together. Come on, Clyburn. Isn't that your job?
Yeah, it's the whip.
Yeah, he's kind of failing at that.
This is the worst. All right, this is the worst AI video I've ever seen, but now it's stuck in my head.
Oh no.
Yeah, this has melted my brain. You ready? It's so funny.
Oh god. Is this real? Yes.
Right then, Prime Minister. Here we fucking go.
Oh god.
every like 10 minutes, my brain goes,
who's gonna be? I mean, it's kind of crazy because the Labor Party really moved to like center right. They're supposed to be, oh god, seriously? Sorry, I just saw something that made me mad. But because people forget, Bernie Sanders' brother Larry is a part of the Green Party, and it's so weird that like you can tell he's Bernie's brother, but like listening to him, it's like, oh, he still has that thick Brooklynite accent, but then there's like a slight British twist to it, and it's listening to him, and I'm like, Wow, he's cool. He's pretty cool too. Like I feel like with him being like, because the Green might as well be like what the Labor Party should have been, because they're more the like left leaning party in the parliament, right? The Green Party over there.
I don't know. Green
Slightly.
politics. Green, yeah, I guess, but green politics has always had like extreme limits. I mean, you know, they voted, or pretty much they essentially expelled the American Green Party from, because you know there's a green, like all the green parties are supposedly connected to each other, like through, like, you know, there's like a green worldwide congress or whatever. And in 2024, I remember all of the ones, because it's a very weird tendency in Europe. It's not like ours where it's just like a third party that kind of, you know, the cranks go into.
Yeah.
But I guess there's a kind of cranks too, but they have like a weird, like a lot of the green parties in Europe are like very pro-Israel, which is weird, but it's supposed to be like an eco-socialist / eco, like ecological party style that it was like developed in the 1970s, essentially during the environmental movement. So they've always had like these weird limits on where their politics go. And it's always been fringe for the reason that it's like an environmental activism kind of movement. And some of them have moved towards being like, you know, more of either labor / socialist politics, or kind of liberal, like, you know, what we would call liberal, not what Europeans would call liberal.
Yeah. And another bit, you know how we're all like, oh, you know, closing off Madison Square Garden is a really bad idea. Well, look what's happening here. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce have reportedly filed a permit request to close streets around Madison Square Garden from July 2nd to 4th. That's closing McGraw, hush. Closing this in 4th of July in New York City. That's
that's kind of crazy.
That's not gonna bode well with everybody.
Larry's older than Bernie. I think still start here. Yeah, I think Larry. I think Larry's like 2 years. I think he's like 82. I want to say.
Yeah, and I remember when he did the DNC, because he represented like the voters abroad at the 2016 DNC, and I was like, oh, Larry. I remember when his son Levy, because it's not pronounced Levi, his name is Levy Sanders. I'm like, why? Bernie, Larry, Levy, I guess. And he friended me on Facebook back like during the primaries the first time around, and like I remember when he was running, and
it's Levi Sanders, right?
No, they pronounce it Levy Sanders.
Oh, that's weird. Because usually when it's Jewish, it's like Levi.
Yeah, I don't get it. But remember when he was running for something and Bernie didn't even endorse him? I'm like, yeah, you don't want to do nepotism.
Oh crap! Lauren Sanders. Larry Sanders is 91 years old.
Damn.
He's very old.
Damn.
American British academic, social worker, politician, former health and social care spokesperson of the Green Party of England and Wales.
He kind of looks like an older Andy Kindler sometimes.
Yeah, he does. Wait.
Shout out to a friend of ours, Andy Kindler. Look at him.
Yeah, he looks like
he still has he still does have his dark hair. It's kind of crazy. You could see the Sanders the resemblance.
I guess this is in 2008, so he might. I'm sure.
I remember in 2016 and all that. He still had dark hair, and I was like, what?
Yeah.
That's like 20 years ago. So that's like he's like 71.
He's from the Oxford Community Hospital.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of cool for him to actually just move to where it's like, oh, I can get decent health care.
So it looks like the new British Prime Minister is Andy Burnham, who this is what he looks like. I do not like the idea of the UK having a Prime Minister Andy. Like
Andy.
not because of that. I'm just saying, like, I just think it's weird. I feel like it's weird to be like, hello, mate. I'm Andy. Hey, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
I'm the Prime Minister. He won the basically he was the mayor of a very popular mayor of a town, and he had previously been an MP for like a while. I'm pretty sure, but he just won like the guy that was the guy that I think he's somewhere near Manchester, but it was like the I forget the exact town, but it was a by-election they had recently, like right after when Keir Starmer was at his most embattled, and they were trying to find a successor for him. They couldn't find one. I mean, they've lost so many seats. So basically, I think 2 weeks ago they had a by-election, and he won a seat, and they're looking to try to make him the new prime minister, and that's why Keir Starmer stepped down. They also had someone that was like a longtime labor left guy that was
Yeah.
running through that seat, and he stepped aside so that Andy Burnham could
Yeah. So
he's like a more, you know, rather than being like someone from like the British, I guess, aristocracy, he's like a little more like from like the, you know, considered at least from like the more working class side of British politics. Although I'm sure if you actually looked into his background, you'd find like some not so working class stuff, but that's supposedly like the legend behind him.
Yeah. So Supergirl reviews are out, and I do not understand. I no offense to some of you men out there, but some of you really should not just be reviewing, you know, female led films, because it's gotten like a 61% on the Rotten Tomatoes, and it seems like anyone's a critic now, because it's like, you know, the performances are great, the script's a little weak, it's not a big deal. However, it's just so many men were hoping this would bomb. We're hoping we're making Millie Alcock to be like the next Rachel Zegler, because she said, like, you know, some men are not going to like me. Big deal, big whoop. But then they're like, whoa, okay. She's out here shitting on us men, just like Brie Larson and Rachel Zegler did, which, again, they never really did in the first place. And so, you know, now these reviews are out. These guys could be like, aha, see, we were right all along about her in this movie. No one wants a Supergirl movie. It's like, no, according to you guys, no one wants a female-led superhero movie, period.
Yeah.
So it's just like, but I think it's good. I generally think that it's going to be, because it's only the Variety article that everyone's focused on, but Rolling Stones gave it a pretty good review.
Yeah, I'm looking at the audience reviews right now.
So it seems like a fun movie. You know, there's good chemistry. I mean, everyone's like, this this screenwriter's first script. She shouldn't be doing that. And I'm like, where's she supposed to start at? Television, short films?
I think she has done short films. It's her first. We looked into it. Yeah.
And I think too, like the screenwriter for Birds of Prey, I think that was like her first thing, and same for the director too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see what happens. Like, these are just kind of whoever's gotten to see it. A lot of them are in Spanish for some reason. But
some people are even like, oh, it was so good, but then once the reviews came out, they're like, this thing sucks. And it's like, okay, you already gave your review from like a few weeks ago, but now you hate it because you're bandwagoning.
I don't know. Some of these are like not even. Some of these are very.
They're not even like anything of substance, right?
But I don't know. I'm curious when it actually, like on the 26th, when it actually comes out to like a wider.
Yeah, I'm seeing it on Friday, so I'm looking forward to that. But I mean, I like. I mean, we only had like the Helen Slater Supergirl movie, and then of course we had Melissa Bonet doing the Supergirl for CW, and then of course Sasha, what's her face, for the Flash movie, and everyone's acted like she was better, and it's like, you hated her too. It's you know, you hate the current thing, but then you say, oh, I always loved it type of situation. And it's like that with some of these like you know, anti-woke white dudes who still think that doing this stuff is profitable. Like, it's getting to the point where it's like the slop is not good enough anymore. It was believable at first.
This is an interesting review. This is from like a woman reviewing it, and it's not. I guess they still count this as rotten, but it says, if the problem with the 1984 Supergirl movie is that it's a boring failure, this one comes closer to being an interesting mess. I feel like we're pretty pro interesting messes.
Yeah, because I mean, again, a lot of and a lot of people are like, oh, this is a bad. Of course, we'll talk about that with Supergirl with Alex, but it's like, everyone's like, oh, this is a bad time for the DCU, and I'm like, all of the critical, like the reviews, like the critical acclaim for like Zack Snyder's DCEU was also like worse, like very rotten. Audience scores were better, but like rotten all the way through, except for like stuff that he didn't even write or was attached to, like the Wonder Woman movie, Birds of Prey, James Gunn's Suicide Squad, Aquaman, like stuff that he didn't mostly write.
Certainly more endurable than James Gunn's nauseating 2025 take on Superman, but most things don't give you players that you can reasonably make that claim. Most people liked the James Gunn Superman, or a lot of people liked the James Gunn Superman. So
again, this
people that are, and I'm not saying that I'm not in this category.
Are these real critics?
Well, I think so. A lot of them are real critics, but it's people that are kind of tired of superhero movies, which I also am tired of superhero movies. But
yeah, but you can be tired of superhero movies without using that as like your baseline for watching this movie or watching any superhero movie. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like they're like, it's not like, I mean, you think if you think this wait for fucking Doomsday, that is gonna be a mess because they have 500 people. I don't know how they're gonna, do like 2-second cameo scenes where they're doing something. Like, it's gonna be a mess. I know that for a fact, but I still feel like that the original MCU was off to a slow start. People forget Iron Man, the first Hulk movie, Iron Man 2, were not that well received.
Yeah.
But now look, they had a peak and now they're still faltering. And
I remember watching Iron Man 2 when I was a kid. Like when I was a lot younger, not a kid, but like when I was a teenager. Or I don't know. I don't even remember the year it came out, but I do remember watching it. And I didn't know that like there was gonna be a whole MCU out of it. I was like,
yeah,
kind of interested. They're doing like Iron Man movies, but then they're like Elon Musk. He's like,
yeah. I know. I feel like this movie's gonna be better than what people assume. I just feel like men are like being like the main herdy-dur woke.
It's just funny when it's like, and like I guess I could also fall into those categories sometimes, but it's funny. But we do like a movie podcast, so we do a movie podcast, movie night show.
For those who don't know,
podcast, and it's like it's like there's multiple people. You and Conan are a lot more into superhero movies than I am. Which is fine, like but I don't like. I try not to let that cloud my judgment when we actually do one. It feels like
especially since all the ones that we've done are actually really good.
But it feels like if you're someone that's like a critic and you're specifically a critic and you're kind of tired of being one of the people that are sitting there watching superhero movies, like maybe let somebody else do that review.
Yeah, let someone else who, it's so funny. It's like, with biopics too, it's like, come on now, people. It's getting to the point where biopics are getting out of hand. If you're going to do something creative, do like a Rocket Man or even like Deliver Me from Nowhere thing.
I like the ones where it's like either they do something weird, like the only ones I like at this point.
Like that one created Bob Dylan one, they had multiple people playing him.
Yeah, like if you do something like crazy or weird like that, or if you take somebody that like the Ed Wood kind of stuff, where it's like somebody that nobody knows who that is, and
you kind of exaggerate or do like a flip the script where it's like Weird Al, everything that happened in the Weird Al biopic was just the complete opposite of what actually happened to him. Like his parents were supportive of him playing accordion, but in the movie they're not. So it's like stuff like
you
that.
gotta do that. It's like it's
Weird Al. You gotta do the flip. And then it's like the Michael Jackson thing with Beat It and Eat It, which is so funny because people are like, why? Because Prince was the only. They're like, Michael Jackson allowed his stuff to get spoofed. I'm like, yeah, that's how you made it. Not Prince though, because he didn't have a personality until later on when he did like the Muppets and New Girl cameos.
Supergirl is a solid entry in the DCU franchise, but everyone feels its focus is Superman. I feel like that's the character, though. I mean, the character it's not Superman. It's
the girl. Apparently she's a hot damn mess because it's kind of like her origin story. Like she lost all her family. She's bitter. She's angry, and she kind of learns to soften up because of her cousin. Like that's a good story.
They need to do superhero Zionism, where they're like,
oh god.
Like this is,
I'm sure Hawk Girl killing the leader of Israel or whatever is definitely not gonna have any ramifications in future DCU movies.
It'd be funny if it was like this is our planet. You and there's already like an alien race living on the planet, and they're like no, this is our planet. God promised us this planet 3,000 years ago.
Yeah.
They're like, see, I found this bottle cap on the ground. It's a superhero bottle cap, and that means that we were here 3,000 years ago. Sorry, get off the planet. That'd be my superhero thing.
Yeah. I just feel like I think it's gonna be better than most people think. If anything, it's because everyone's like giving the reviews, it should be more of like a 65 to 70%. I'm like, it might be like that, but I don't know.
Some of these reviews are interesting. Like some of these reviews, I'm like real deep into it right now. Like real deep on the list.
Because they're really like breaking down like character motives and like stuff. Like it's hopefully the CGI is good enough. Because everyone's like, oh, these movies are taking forever.
The biggest surprise about Supergirl is how little it resembles the film audiences likely expect to see. That kind of makes me want to go see it.
Yeah. I mean, also too, I feel like the promo wasn't as strong. Again, Supergirl hasn't had a movie since the Helen Slater one, and that one was not good. But you know, we've always seen Superman movies, and I like the fact that Millie's cape is made from literally from the same cloth as Christopher Reeve's cape. Like some of the material is like that direct from the one from his, and I'm like, aww.
It seems like they count C+ reviews as rotten, which is kind of weird. Like you would think that they would count C and C+ ones as fresh,
like average or like average to
Like 2.5 out of 4 also sounds like it should be like a fresh one.
That's like a 3-star review on Letterboxd. Like 3-star reviews are like not the best or not the worst. It's like in the middle. It's fair.
A lot of these are like 3 out of 5. This doesn't sound like that's that bad.
Yeah, because believe it or not, rewatching the Michael movie, I'm like, I think I was too harsh. Jafar is the only thing that's good about that movie.
I'm never gonna see that movie.
Well, I'm gonna be auditioning for part 2 when Lisa Marie comes into the picture, if they do that. So I'm gonna be busy.
It would be very funny if they just never make a second one because they're
gonna have to though. They already filmed some parts of it where he got all the white makeup for the vitiligo.
Do you think
God, I remember having a music.
You think they're gonna do the when he gets accused of molesting people? Like, I don't know how you handle that in like a biopic.
They can't. The only thing they can talk about is how a father tried to extort it for a Hollywood career. That's the only thing they can tackle.
They talked about when they were asked about it. They're like, well, maybe we'll have this. I feel like they were just blowing off the answer when they're like, maybe we'll see it in part 2.
No, it's literally in the contract. Like they can't even Lisa Marie got sued by the father at one point, but she won.
I don't know.
They can't talk about it, and I'm like, stupid.
But then I feel like the movie is gonna flop real bad.
Nah, it ain't gonna flop. I mean, they gave like a very generic portrayal of him. Of course, it's Michael Jackson. Of course, like everyone's like, why didn't the Elvis movie top? I'm like, because that also gives a sanitized portrayal of him. I get, but that movie was also very boring.
Yeah, I turned the Elvis one.
They made Elvis boring.
And he also there was like rap, like they had rap music in it, and I was like, that's what I turned off.
I will say that too. Thank God they didn't do that shit in the Michael movie, or even in Bohemian Rhapsody, where they bring like modern music in out of nowhere. Don't do that.
They had that scene in
you ain't nothing but a dog.
Slow motion to that like party where all the black guys are, and they're playing rap music. And that's why
they're playing Doja Cat. Yeah,
and that's why I went. Nope, and turned it off, and everyone's back to it.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I don't understand why they're making La Bamba. They're like, we want to introduce a young generation to Richie Valens. I'm like, then watch the original movie. There's no need. Like, it's perfect. They talk about him growing up in the San Fernando Valley. He becomes, he's makes it. He has a very quick, fast career, and then he dies in a plane crash. What is there more to? You don't have to start from like birth till death. Like that's a perfect biopic in my opinion, because it's same thing with the Buddy Holly one, Gary Busey. That's a good one too. I feel like again, like after the 2000s, like the 90s to 2000s is when it's like, okay, these biopics are just all the same. Do something different, do something original, do something creative.
Supergirl's not as assured as Superman, it knows it too well. What it has instead is temperament, a roughness, a willing to let its protagonist be wrong. Well, I guess that's not like women then. Just kidding.
Well, it's like also too when a lot.
We should love this movie as men. It's the only time we'll hear a woman admit that they were wrong.
Yeah, I don't know why these men are bitching. Why?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm kind of sad. I'm kind of sad that I didn't get to do my get a Supergirl cosplay.
Yeah,
I would have. No, well.
5 Ants Girl.
Yeah, exactly. With the big V right here,
they're having a shortage, and 5 Ants Girl loses her superpowers. It's like they're just like there's a shortage of drugs, and then the 5 Ants Girl just loses her superpowers completely, and that's when that's when like the person comes to like attack the world, and they're like, 5 Ants Girl, we need you to do something. And
yeah, what's happened to 5 Ants?
And they're like I have no super, I can't even concentrate on what I'm doing now.
Yeah, exactly.
Andy Burnham. It's just stuck in my head for 2 days.
You got that stuck in your head, right?
I think that though I really think that this should be the death knell for Kalshi and Polymarket and all these things. Like,
yeah, with the election, like, yeah, because I posted, because like, oh, what's this? Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, any update on this? Like, who? Like, can you imagine how much money these people lost?
there was never a like always a selling point for those things are like, oh, this is that, and they've paired with like CNN at this point, and it's only gonna get worse.
Pop Base or Pop Crave? I think Pop. I'm like, what are you doing? Where am I supposed to get my pop culture news from? Pop Crave now? I guess so, but they post the same stuff except one's sponsored by Polymarket now.
Yeah, but so they have this, and then it's like they're always like, oh, well, actually, this is a very accurate prediction market, and it's like,
No,
where's
it's
the
not.
evidence in that? Like, I want to.
There's no evidence. Prediction markets don't.
Yeah,
it's like flipping a coin at this point.
I mean, it's just people manipulate it. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, people manipulate the outcomes because they want a certain outcome, and they think that because now the claim from these websites is it's actually a pretty like they're like, oh, it's actually a pretty accurate way of telling these things. Just who's going to waste money on something? Number one, a lot of people, if you're already rich, because if you want to change the odds, the point isn't to win the money. Essentially, like the point is to change the odds on the thing so that it kind of you create your own reality, which sometimes does work.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's like you see this, and it's like I've never seen them provide evidence that their things have been particularly. I mean, one of the things is that they called the 2024 election, but unless you were delusional like I was being at the time, where I was like, "There's no way we're gonna let this guy back in, right?"
Yeah,
Like,
Dan was very confident. Kept telling us to shut up, and I was like, dude's having a manic episode, peace and love. But I was like, dude, it doesn't look good. Like, even my sister was here, and she's like, I'm feeling sick to my stomach. I'm like, I'm feeling it too. I'm feeling it too. I couldn't even sleep. I was just laying in bed like this, like, oh my god. And again, how the hell did Democrats do well on an odd election midterms? I still think Ashley St. Clair is right about, like, Elon had to have done something. He had to have done something.
I don't know. I mean, the 2022 one makes sense because it was the first midterms after Roe versus Wade, and there was gonna always be like a backlash to that getting overturned.
Yeah.
But it kind of sucks. It didn't last the full 4 years. It lasted just 2.
Yeah, Democrats just fall asleep at the wheel. They don't do anything. They just expect us to give them $5 to save democracy. But I mean, did you see Jamie Harrison's?
I'm no longer. Yeah, I did. I'm no longer asking. Please.
Yeah. That was like I had this is how lived up I was. I was like, let's go. Like, after 2020, I became so like officially more black pilled about like the Democratic Party, specifically here. It's like I had a Jamie Harrison poster on him. I was like, this guy's gonna, and he didn't. And then when he became the head of the DNC, I'm like, what is he doing? He hasn't done anything.
He is one of the ugliest people I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
He looks like a Pixar character.
Yeah.
I say this with no wait. I'm not gonna do it. He's like a lisp, so I'm not gonna do it. But I say this with no ill will or animosity. If you hate the Democratic Party, then please don't run for a nomination. Please don't use our resources. Rely on our volunteers. Please don't use
what resources. Like, he's listing all these things. I'm like, what resources? You guys don't help.
Also, he's no longer the chair of the DNC. Like, he doesn't have.
That was a consolation prize for when he lost to Lindsey Graham.
Yeah, he's a podcaster. His podcast has 529 followers. Like, his podcast has no followers. His podcast has 529 followers.
Jesus.
Who's watching? I don't think anyone's watching this.
No.
His last episode has
this is getting no engagement, no retweets, no likes, no comments.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
This one is 1. This one is 0. He has a passer on at 0.
It's like when the Daily Wire goes live and they only have 7 people watching.
0.
Damn.
You know what? I feel sometimes I see something like this, or I see the one from the Washington Post where they have the thing, and I actually feel better about like being a small, because like, you know, people don't like, if people don't watch Movie Day Extravaganza, it's like, yeah, it sucks, but like, who the fuck am I, you know? Like, but then you see like, you know, the entire like the resources of the Washington Post behind something and nobody's watching it. You're like, oh, you suck.
Yeah, you have resources and reasons to be.
I don't know which Pixar character Mr. Potato Head.
Mr. Potato Head.
No, I don't know, but he just looks like someone who would be a Pixar character.
Yeah, it's crazy.
There's one he had a for many years in South Carolina with Jim Clyburn, one like
Of course. Ugh.
Stephanie Miller, 0. I'm trying to see. He doesn't even have big guests. There was someone I forget. Oh, it was that Armand. You know that Armand guy that used to be on all the time that used to be on Twitter all the time. Armand, I forget his last name. He was like this random kid. Yeah. So that kid, like, because he had worked on like all these things or whatever, he had this podcast that no one was listening to, but he was having like senators and like even like he was also having like Matt Iglesias on it. But like, but he was having like big guests, and then you would look at his podcast and it had like 100 followers, and nobody was liking it or retweeting it. And I was like, these guests are like, you're going so far above, like punching so far above your weight. I'm actually kind of impressed by this.
Yeah. Some
I
people.
think he had Ruben Gallego to the polls.
Oh God, really? Isn't he like in some hot water now too?
Because he was he spent a bunch of money. It was kind of the worst sentence I've ever read. He blew a bunch of campaign money, and one of the things he did is he went to the Super Bowl with Eric Swalwell and his wife.
I remember that now.
Eric Swalwell doesn't have a wife. What if Eric Swalwell wore his diaper to the?
What if Eric Swalwell had a?
Eric Swalwell and him were like best friends, and then it seems like he was trying to make Graham Plattner his new best friend, and I was like, please stay away from him, stay away from Graham Plattner.
Man, that's funny.
But yeah, it was like he blew a bunch of money, and it was like the sentence was like, Gallego and his wife blew a bunch of money to go to the Super Bowl, like campaign money to go to the Super Bowl, and on childcare, and they went with Eric Swalwell, and it was like. This looks bad. Like this does not look good. Did Eric Swalwell rape anyone while he was at the Super Bowl? Like
we don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. That guy was great. Like you could tell there was something off with that guy.
Yes, I don't understand. Like I'm like, does he not give like sleazy vibes? Like,
good day.
Good day.
Yeah, he gave me the sleaziest vibes, and then there was that whole scandal where he slept with a woman who it was consensual in this case, but he slept with a woman that turned out to be a Chinese spy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about that one too.
And this was like 2 years before. I think he wasn't even the only member of Congress that got seduced by this woman who turned out to be a Chinese spy.
Can you imagine getting seduced by that?
I don't know. It was like, what are you telling me? This really hot Chinese woman that I just met wasn't into me because I'm a congressman.
Yeah.
But it's like
maybe.
I don't know. This it's one of those like stories that it's like that should have been a red flag.
Red flag.
That should have been a red flag where you're like, I got some questions about what else this guy's been up to.
Yeah,
it's like it's not just gonna be the Chinese spy. I think it was like Fang Fang or something too. Like it was like something that you sound racist for just saying it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Eesh. Oof. Oof.
Yeah.
Eesh.
I was watching El Dorado last night, and it's like, you know, it was like this. It was like, I don't know. I've been watching all the Robert Mitchum movies, but it's John Wayne and Robert Mitchum as cowboys, and it's like one of those Howard Hawks movies. And it's like a pretty standard, like it started off as a pretty standard like Western or whatever. Like, you know, you could tell they're going to team up and they're going to take on the guys that are like trying to steal the water rights or whatever. But then halfway through this movie, James Caan shows up in a stupid hat, like, and everyone's like, "What the fuck are you wearing on your head?" And he's like,
"Oh
God, it's a hat. You haven't seen a hat before." And then at one point, he just does squinty eyes and starts doing fake Chinese, and I was like, "Oh, you couldn't make this today." Like that, he's like he disguises himself by putting on a different hat and then doing doing that with his eyes, and then he's like speaking like fake Chinese, and I was like, oh, you couldn't make El Dorado today.
But you couldn't make Breakfast and Tiffany. But I mean, like also like I love reading Olay's watching Olay's video about like, you know, this aged poorly, like has kind of like ruined like analyzing stuff, because it's like, yeah, we get it, some stuff is dated, don't need to, you know, have a cow.
Don't have a cow, man. I don't know. I always just think it's funny when that happens. I'm just like, it doesn't take away my like enjoyment of watching whatever it is. I'm just like I'm always like, wow, like the what we've allowed into like, you know, movies and stuff has really changed over the course.
It's like
a
when
long
people say, "Oh,
time.
you can't make a Mel Brooks movie today." I'm like, "Well, I have some news for you. He is making a movie now." Like,
I mean, El Dorado is the movie that Lazy Saddle is essentially like is parodying for a
Yeah,
lot of it
spoof,
because
yeah.
Robert Bishop's like he's a drunk sheriff, and his like sleeping in a jail and has to get woken up by John Wayne, and he's like his hand is like
yeah.
he's like look at this, steady as a rock, but I shoot with this hand.
Yeah. Exactly.
But the two movies are that and like Rio Bravo, I think, which is the one with like Dean Martin, which is like essentially the same movie.
Yeah, there's sometimes where it's kind of like how like Immaculate and The First Omen are kind of like the same movie because they basically follow the same plot. You know,
But it's like Howard Hawks made 3 movies with Lee Brackett, who Lee Brackett wrote Empire Strikes Back, or was the first like the first draft of Empire Strikes Back, and she made these 3 movies with Howard Hawks, and it was like his 3 of his last movies, and they were all westerns. They all had like a similar plot. It was like it was like a drunk sheriff, but one of them, Dean Martin's the drunk sheriff, and one of them, Robert Mitchum's the drunk sheriff. Like, I think it's Rio Lobo, it's Rio Bravo, and it's El Dorado, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, one of my favorite like westerns is I think my favorite western is The Searchers.
Yeah,
we should cover that one. Do like a western theme if you can.
I'm pretty sure when they did you see Buster Scruggs, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the final one where they're all in the carriage or whatever. I think a lot of like it was taken from like The Searchers, or part of that was when they're all in the carriage and they're going towards death. Yeah. I've seen like a
Natalie
lot of
Wood couldn't play an Indigenous girl today, but back then she was Russian and she had a little bit of an olive skin tone. She was able to play from mixed race to Indigenous. Yeah, she played a mixed race French girl in a movie. I forgot what it's called. It's called Frank Sinatra and Tony Curtis.
They let John Wayne play Genghis Khan.
That was not problematic at all. What are you talking about?
I feel like if you like took issue with it, you could be like, yeah, well, I think what Genghis Khan did was problematic. So
yes.
But yeah, so on so not on Tuesday this time, and we're gonna figure out. I guess probably Tuesday we'll do this show, and then Wednesday because we're gonna do Wednesday, and then our good friend Alex, I think, is gonna be on with us to talk about Supergirl.
Yeah,
he's nodding in the
yeah,
he's nodding in the what do you call it? The my brain's not working right now.
The cubicle. I don't know what to call it. Backstage.
No, you call it the backstage. Yeah, he's nodding backstage. So yeah, I guess we can cut it there. Shout out to all the DSA candidates that won. Shout out to Larry Sanders, he's 91 years old. Shout out to
hope to God we don't kill him.
Shout out to Genghis Khan, I guess. All right.
Shout out to my cat.
Hello, folks, and welcome to Devil's Advocate Productions on this space. I'm the Devil's Advocate. I'm Alex. I'm so excited I can't even talk. I got the American flag out because last night was an election night, and we did not go live. We did not have a full panel because it was just it was a few elections around the country. But it's also in my neck of the woods, and my neck of the woods happens to be the center of the universe, and that is New York City, baby. And last night there were some wins. There were some good big wins, and I was very, very excited, and I want to talk about it with all y'all. Deter McBizness of American Wasp, the show normally airs at that time with me as a co-host on this space, especially. He is at a World Cup game. He wanted me to let y'all know he's at a useless World Cup game, Turkey versus the USA, I believe. So we'll see where Hassan's allegiances truly lie. But folks, welcome. And yeah, we're not going to spend too much time, any preamble. I got a lot I want to talk about. I got a lot of clips, and I really hope all these tabs do not crash the computer. It's happened before. But let's begin with what did I do today? I did also something that was related to New York. I listened to Jay-Z's third album that is titled Volume 2, Hard Knock Life. His naming conventions for his album is frustrating, at least in this early stages. I don't know how they change going forward. I listened to it. Look, for this audience here on this space, if you want to watch me roast Jay-Z for being a billionaire for 2 hours, watch this video as I listen to his album, which I genuinely, after listening to it, was like, you know what? I think this might be his best album. It has the most songs I like. The sound feels three-dimensional as opposed to kind of stripped down and bare bones in the first two albums. And I also found out today that my reaction to the first album, Reasonable Doubt, is not available in the United States. So use a VPN for that one, I guess. I also listened to Olivia Rodrigo yesterday for the first time ever, and that was a fun experience. And also, I'd encourage y'all to check out my review of YG. YG is the rapper who made the Fuck Donald Trump song that we all love so very, very much. Both versions of it, part 1 and 2. And I would encourage y'all to go. I can't stop listening to this album myself and going back to it over and over every single day since I made this video 2 weeks ago. Vince Staples' Crybaby. It's a little baby with an American flag diaper and a little blonde tuft of hair on the cover. I think you know what it's about. I think you should listen to it. I think everybody should listen to it. But yeah, let's get into what happened last night. What happened recently? Keir Starmer in the UK has been ousted. I bet you didn't think I was going to come at it from this angle. Keir Starmer is the fail case for moderation as a political strategy. Written by Zach Beauchamp. Shared here by Don Moynihan. Being willing to work with others is good. Abandoning a positive vision of what you stand for is not. I think that will help frame the way I want to talk about New York and what happened last night. Okay? And I also wanted to use this to plug again. Fuck Keir Starmer, Netanyahu's bitch, a genocide armor, is a lyric from this album, Finian by Kneecap, the only video on this entire channel that features my lovely, lovely off-screen wife, as you can see by her arm in this thumbnail. But yes, that was a lyric on that, so I just wanted to use that. Again, moderation, neoliberalism, this stuff we've been doing since Clinton. The embodiment, the embracing of Reagan's strategy, which was hefty scoop of racism that we don't talk about, and some nice working with the CEOs and working with the bosses and the robber barons and the people making tons of money off of exploiting people, the capitalists, and trying to convince everyone this is progress. And this is a good idea. So that's Keir Starmer ousted from Labour. And we can only see what happens in the UK going forward. I also wanted to point out about Obama's library opening in Chicago. All right. Stephen Colbert, comedian and former host of a late night show that doesn't exist anymore because CBS canceled it because they were bought by capitalists, people who truly believe in exploiting people for money, and that is a right, a birthright, a manifest destiny, if you will. He, a comedian, wore a tan suit to the Obama Presidential Center opening ceremony. Because if you remember, Fox News had a bunch of right-wing outlets at the time, I don't know, 2009, 10, 11, at some point during Obama's presidency, tried to make it a scandal that Obama wore a tan suit and that was disgraceful to the office of the president. Matter of fact, my Jay-Z video also ties into this because they were also mad at him for inviting rappers to the White House. People like Jay-Z, Common. Common is a much less, I mean, Jay-Z's not that controversial of a person unless you think being a billionaire is controversial, which we do, but they don't. But they invite, wearing a tan suit. And so here he goes smiling, grinning. Oh, I'm so clever. I'm so clever. As Rome burns around them and the peasants bang at the doors. They have speeches. First of all, I also found out that there's a garden there. It's like a botanical garden or whatever. And one of them is named after Nancy Pelosi. It's the Pelosi Garden. I love that. It just exemplifies the tie that they have together, that they were working hand in hand. That whatever you think about Nancy Pelosi, you should think about Barack Obama and Michelle Obama and these two Clintons behind her.
Ending a war, ordering the bin Laden raid,
This is the great things that he's done.
saving an auto industry.
Saving an
Winning
auto industry.
A peace prize. Keeping us safe from
And fucking Hillary laughing. Because he didn't win a peace prize. FIFA made up a peace prize and gave it to him to appease him. It's not like the Nobel people thought they needed to do that for you. You actually earned it by doing what? What did he do to earn the peace prize? What did he do? Was it ending a war that was started by ourselves? Ending our own aggression. He got a peace prize for?
Ebola, regulating the banks.
Regulating the banks? So that's what they're doing. That's what the establishment is doing and caring about. And airing on fucking MS Now and CNN. CNN, also now owned by the Ellisons. I point out Captain Homer says Libya, yes, bailed out Wall Street. Lala Floor, I'm leading into how the establishment Democrats are terrified of what's happening in New York and why they should be and they deserve it. And that the fight continues. It's a never-ending battle. It's a never-ending battle because they will always fight to hold on to their libraries that they build that look like fucking Halo levels. And they'll fight in any way they need to. even Hillary Clinton, days before this appearance, agreeing with Donald Trump about Palestine. Because, of course, they agree. This is no surprise.
Seems impossible. Am I wrong?
You might be, but you might not be. And here's why. I'm going to say something positive about Trump. So hold on.
Okay. I've got a grip on my chair right now.
Trump's 20-point plan for Gaza is actually a pathway to security for Israel, reconstruction for Gaza, and the possibility of self-determination, however defined.
She agrees with Donald Trump's plan for Gaza. Because Donald Trump's plan for Gaza is Jared Kushner's plan for Gaza. Jared Kushner is also someone I kept talking about in that Jay-Z review I made. Because their plan for Gaza is turn it into Haiti or the Dominican Republic or the Bahamas or anywhere else that is a resort location. Hey, it's nice. There's beaches. Let's make beaches over the bones of all the people we genocided. So let's, that's why they agree. It's capitalism. They agree with capitalism, the core tenets of it, which is if we can get away with this and make money, let's do it. No matter what, whether it's slavery, whether it's drug dealing, creating new drugs to be dealt, weapons dealing, human trafficking, prostitution, all that's tied up in slavery. I consider that slavery. Also something I talk about in some of my Jay-Z reviews in regards to his views on pimping and generally rappers' views on pimping. Thank you, Pep. Yes, we are talking about the New York wins today. I'm just having a long preamble to get to it because that's how I do. Because I got a lot of thoughts. I wanted to play this moment from Ta-Nehisi Coates about Obama, but I don't think I need to play it. The quote is, "I don't know Obama ever understood the extent to which he was loathed by the opposition party." And I want to expand that notion out because he's talking to Tim Miller here, Tim Miller from the Bulwark, who is an admitted neoconservative, who is disgusted with Trump for whatever reason, a never-Trumper, and is trying to infect the Democratic Party with more of the conservatism that it already has in it from Reagan and Clinton. This is what I'm saying. Bush. Let's not disregard the Bushes, both of them. But I would expand this quote to say, I don't think the Democratic Party ever understood how much the Republican Party was willing to burn down in the name of white supremacy and truly creating a police state where they can round up brown people or people they disagree with because they don't like them, as is happening in Texas right now with the people who are accused of being Antifa soldiers and getting 100-year sentences from the DOJ because the DOJ wants to make examples out of them and say, don't fucking resist. You ever hear about a show called fucking Andor that I love talking about and I have 4 reviews of on my channel? And you should go watch those reviews. What did they do? All in response to pushback, some kind of public act of pushback, right? A robbery, a train robbery, essentially, of a imperial payload. They increased sentences across the board for all crime. So what was I think like loitering sentence, which was, and we see Andor in the show just get picked up for literally doing nothing, looking wrong, just looking the wrong way. You're maybe too brown. We don't like the way you look. There's some kind of activity in the area and I don't like the way you look. You're going to booking and booking says this would automatically get you a sentence of 6 months, but just because of the new rules, it's 6 years. Here you go. No processing, no trial, no nothing. To scare the fucking galaxy. And what happens? The ethics of the entire, or the essence, I think, of the entire Andor Rogue One project is from that line in A New Hope that Princess Leia says. The more you tighten your grip, the more star systems slip through your fingers. The more they fire Stephen Colbert's and cancel the entire show that existed before him, right? It was David Letterman's show. Like, they canceled the entire slot. We don't want to have late night anymore. Not even like replace him with Joe Rogan or some shit that I'm sure Barry Weiss thought of. You didn't understand how much they hated brown people, gay people, people who are different from them, and how much that governs the entire Republican Party, because you've been having dinners with them for too fucking long. You've been making nice with these fucks for too fucking long. That is my point. That's the rule. That's the goal. And so now we're running because y'all fucked up. Now we're adults. Oops, we're adults now. And we have to fucking do this shit. So I guess it's our turn. And we're going. And here's how they're responding. These are incumbent Democrat canvassers, supporters, harassing the primary challenger, Daria Liza, and her canvassers. It's so clear that Espeliot, who is the incumbent, is afraid of the movement Daria Liza is building, is resorting to sending people in an attempt to silence and harass her. Now, I'm going to play this clip and then I'm going to explain it. I'm going to explain this shit. You hate her at her. I saw these guys in a video the other day yelling and screaming and carrying on like this at a vigil in Central Park. Actually, this was off air. I don't think I talked about this. These same two guys, actually. Shout out Talia Jane or Talia OG, who's always on the ground at protests. These two dudes were yelling and creating a protest at a vigil for someone who was killed by a horse and carriage. Because this guy was saying, the guy in the middle was saying, this is a land grab. They're highlighting this person's death with this vigil to pass a law to ban horse and carriages in the city so that they can take the land that the stables are on and use that for something else. That was his. I had to ask Talia, and she was kind enough to respond to me, what the fuck he was doing screaming at someone's vigil. Now, I personally hate the fucking horse and carriages. I have ever since I was a kid. Hope they do get rid of them and pass a law to get rid of them. But what she's getting yelled at is Jew hater. She's also been getting yelled at that she's Haitian and that Dominicans shouldn't vote for her. This is pure racism. And I only know about this racism because I have a friend who's Dominican who has explained to me that her mother hates black people, or at least dislikes and looks down on black people because of Haitians, because of this, that they're on the same island. They just look down on them as like they're darker. And, you know, it's a result of side effect of global white supremacy that we exist under. She's been cutting called those two things. You're a Jew hater, anti-Semite because you're against Israel, or you're Haitian and you're not Dominican and go fuck yourself. Which is insane. Hell, I'll let someone who knows a little bit more about this explain it. This is comedian Godfrey explaining the Espelliot campaign against Daria Lisa in a nutshell.
Dominican. I'm Puerto Rican. I know black. Be looking just like me. Be having the same hair. I be touching it like, it's not the same. It's not the same. It's not the same, papi. It's not the same. They try to salsa that shit off. I'd be like, no, it's not the same. I know black. Negro nunca, nunca. I know no, nunca. I know black. I'm like, no, you black. No. I know black. Dominica. I go, I know, but you're black. No, papi. I know black. No, black.
Right. So now that's a comedian, a humorous way of explaining this situation. It's white supremacy. It's colorism. Colorism is a factor of white supremacy. Just being like, I don't want to be associated with the people who get oppressed. That's the thing. That's it. That's the center of it. I don't want to be associated with the people that get oppressed. If I can align myself more with the oppressors, and I'll show I'm one of the good ones. I hate them more than you hate them. I agree with you, Massa. They are just terrible. Uncle Ruckus. You know what I'm saying? That's this, and this dude is one of the chairs of the Congressional the Congressional Hispanic Caucus in Congress. That's how long he's been there. Seniority doesn't mean shit. Stop respecting the elders just because they're elders. Question their fucking wisdom. Question their authority. Question them. Now, thankfully, as we get to the main event here, 20 minutes in, they won. She won. The New York Post is mad. 3 Israel cop and private property hating Mamdanites win Democrat congressional primaries. The hateful slate. I saw Emma Vigeland refer to this as, pretty hilarious that they used a Zionist director's movie as a pun. Quentin Tarantino. Also, just started. I watched this video, literally just finished it, about the connection between Zionism and the video game series The Last of Us. One, I did not know Neil Druckmann, writer of those games, and Uncharted and Jack and Daxter and Crash Bandicoot, unfortunately, because I love Crash, was born in Israel. And so, that does actually make a lot of sense for the framing of this video. I also didn't know that Steve Destiny, whatever you call it, Steve Destiny, made a reaction video to that guy's Jack Saint's first video on Zionism and The Last of Us. And so I was like, oh, this is actually good. Because if Destiny's mad about it, then he must have said something substantial against Zionism. So once again, and in that video, they mentioned the Canaanites and that religion. And I guess that was the Arabs, how the Zionists saw the Arabs who were living there before. And so I'm wondering if the New York Post knows about that religious connection of Canaanites and is like Mamdanites to hit that home for their more lunatic, fanatical readers. So yes, Daria Lisa won, Brad Lander won, Claire Valdez won. We're good, right? Good news, yay. Good news, yay. I also want to point out, just because I'm the devil's advocate, so it's going to be a lot of good news with some caveats, because we can't fucking stop. We can't fucking stop. Here's Donald Trump talking Wednesday, this morning, about passing the SAVE Act, which is his voting, anti-voting rights act that he wants.
Well, we're just going to talk about Save America. We have to pass the Save America Act, which is voter ID, which is proof of citizenship, etc. We have to pass it. So we're going to have to talk about that and many other things. A lot of good relations.
The president, the Senate Majority Leader, John Cruz, has told you many times he doesn't believe that they have the vote to pass
Being a
it.
leader's about. He's a leader. John's a leader. That's what being as a leader is about. Look, we have to be able to get proof of citizenship when you vote. Otherwise, we don't have elections. We have to be able to get voter ID. So John is a leader, and hopefully he can get the vote.
So I know it was quiet and there was a lot of like other noise happening in that clip. Essentially, Trump is like, I'm not doing anything else until this happens. Literally, the White House tweeted out at 11 this morning, passed the Save America Act. Today, truth, literally. Remember in the first term, it was like, we're making fun of him for, governing by tweet. And now it's just expected. Again, the motion that we have is not just because it's New York. It's not just because it's blue districts. It's not just because, it's the greatest city on earth. It's because the media and the larger Democratic Party around the country just stopped giving a fuck. Like, after 2016, after the election, it's Russia. It's Russia did it, or whatever it is. Maybe it's Russia, hold up, whatever. We're hiring Robert Mueller. We got a special investigator. We're going to get you on something like campaign finance, whatever it is. We're going to wear fucking pink hats and go to the Washington Mall where the reflecting pool is and march and show him how mad we are. And we're going to meet two people, celebrities, and this and that. After 2024, it's just like, whatever. What do you want? You want CBS? We'll sell you CBS. You want us to stop talking bad about you on MS Now? We'll stop. Matter of fact, we'll fire Mehdi Hassan. We'll fire Joy Reid. Sorry. We had black people on air. It's just normal. But he's saying today's housing news conference and signing is hereby canceled. There was some event that was going to happen. They had like chairs set up for it. And he fucking canceled it last minute because he's like, we need to pass this fucking voting act. Because I'm assuming of what happened here in this fucking city. You fucking bitch. You fucking cunt. We're fucking beating you in your own fucking backyard. And you deserve it because you suck. You're the worst New Yorker ever. That's what he's going to go down in history as. The worst New Yorker ever. And let's see. Let's check in on one of his best buddies last night reporting live about the shellacking in New York City.
All right, this is a Fox News alert. Incumbent Congressman Dan Goldman, who was just banned from a New York City coffee shop because of his support for Israel. He has now lost his primary to a radical socialist backed by Mamdani. It appears that, a pretty...
Did you hear his voice crack? First of all, he slurs his fucking words in the beginning. Clearly. Perhaps, allegedly. Maybe. Have imbibing a little bit. But he is very upset here.
All right, this is a Fox News alert. Incumbent Congressman Dan Goldman, who was just banned from a New York City coffee shop because of his support for Israel. He has now lost his primary to a radical socialist backed by Mamdani. It appears that, a pretty scary transformation is now fully underway in the Democratic Party, especially in a blue state like New York. All right, this is a Fox News alert. Incumbent Congressman Dan Goldman, who was just a pretty scary transformation, is now fully underway in the Democratic Party, especially in a blue state like New York.
I mean, again, I can't get enough of that. So they've been going with this story, this Dan Goldman story, which I think I might have some footage of. Yeah, they've been going with this story. Okay, first of all, this is the picture of what happened to Dan Goldman's congressional office here in New York. Graffiti. There was some graffiti. Free. Incidentally, same shit that the people in Texas are being charged 100 years sentence for. Free Palestine, let Gaza live, blood on your hands. Okay, he's a Zionist. And then, so this is Gottheimer, who's in New Jersey. He is sharing this photo along with a photo of graffiti in Nazi Germany against a Jewish-owned business that says, "You're Jewish, we don't like it." Just like labeling it Jew, right? Is what this means in German. And he's saying this is the same photo, which is a popular meme. I want to remind y'all, is a popular meme from The Office, which is a shitty fucking sitcom from 20 fucking years ago. And it is shitty. It was shitty then. It's shitty now. I don't know why anybody fucking liked that goddamn show. I'm just letting it be known. I knew it sucked then. But anyways, Gottheimer, another Zionist, says enough is enough. These are the same photo. Enough is enough. Where do we draw the line? Kyle Kalinske here in the comments just being like, "You're such a pathetic, shameful, disgraceful, lying sack of shit." He's just mad, boy, and I get it. Mike Racine, a comedian. Actually, many people are saying that Israel are the Nazis of the 21st century. True, people are saying this. But I want to go back to the original thing that I had pulled up, which is another Zionist congressman. So 3 Zionist congressmen are in this same shot, right? Dan Goldman's office, retweeted by Josh Gottheimer, likening this to the Holocaust, which, as that video pointed out, one of the tenets of Zionism is emphasizing the tragedies done to Jews over the years to make them seem like perpetual victims and that they deserve a homeland, some kind of reparations, if you will, for the tragedies they've suffered under many governments in many time periods across the world. As if they are one unified people as opposed to an international people, nomadic people. They don't want to be nomadic. They don't want to be Romani people because people don't like the Romanis. They don't want to be associated with Romanis. They don't want to be associated with travelers. They want to be, no, we were kicked out of our place and now it's our great return. And Jared Moskowitz says, this time we are going to fight back, which I just want to point out again. This is the thesis of Zionism. This is the core tenet. We had a Holocaust against us. We don't want to be victims. It's a fucking collective trauma, of course. And we want our chance at revenge against the Nazis. And so what are we going to do? We're going to label this people that is weaker than us Nazis, and we're going to exterminate them. We're going to exact the kind of vengeance that we wish we could have against the Nazis, against the Palestinian people. And anti-Zionists will tell you, actually, it was the Ayatollah of Iran who influenced Hitler to do what he did. Actually, it was the Arabs all along. You Scooby-Doo mask pull off Hitler's face. It was actually Iran doing that, or Arabs, period, doing that. So that's why That's why Hannity's upset. That's why Hannity's upset. That's what he's referencing here. Is he wasn't let into a coffee shop, right? So that also happened, I guess. Some coffee shop in Brooklyn was like, "Fuck you, get out of here, Zionist." And they actually had a protest outside of that. I can't find that clip, but this is more of the Daria Lisa harassment.
Yourself. This lady is a Jew hater. She hates the Jews like her mother. She hates the Jews like her mother. She hates the Jews like her mother.
She hates the Jews like her mother. And she's helping an old lady get to the polling place. Like, this is what she's doing as they're screaming. And they're also notably hiring, allegedly politicos and, maybe this incumbent's staff campaign hired some agitators of color, specifically. Get black people to yell about how much they love Israel. We need to put a black face on this. We can't have white people yelling at a black woman. It's not going to look good. And here's a kid confronting him about this. Featuring Ryan Grimm, because he was there for some reason. He was canvassing, I think, with Hassan.
Pol-sci workers yelling about Muslims in America, yelling about Haitians. It is true. This is the type of thing you create. Do you realize how harmful that is, This is what you do. And it feels very inappropriate to me to create more division, Congressman.
Go to your candidate and campaign. Let the voters speak.
The voters should not have to deal with racism while they're trying to vote. The voters shouldn't be berated for their identity.
See, this is what you do. You storm into the office.
Oh,
you do all of that.
You're on the street. You're being held accountable.
He's saying this is what you do. You storm into the office. You do all of that for protest. You're a Democrat. You don't believe in protest. Also, he's not storming into your office. He's just talking to you as you're standing on the street. Like, you want him to go. He's trying to shoo him away. Get away from me, constituent. I don't want to hear your criticism.
Congressman. Do you have anything to say about all of the money that you've taken from AIPAC? Are you okay with the fact that you've taken money from donors who support genocide, Congressman? Like $600,000 in spending on your behalf, and your supporters are such cowards. Your supporters were such cowards that they had to use a pass-through because they're unwilling to use money of UDP's name. Everybody knows what it is.
I mean, again, this guy, the canvassers and the petitioners, I actually booked one to be on the show in 2 weeks. They know their stuff. They know their stuff, dude.
You're just as American as everybody else.
He continues here. I mean, check out these clips. Shout out Socialist Adri. Shout out Socialist Adri, who clips a lot of Hassan's streams and stuff. Great follow on Twitter. Yeah, man, this kid knows what he's talking about. Continued here. Here's Ryan Grimm summarizing it.
It's disgusting to take money from the genocide lobby. It's an occupation.
You're a hustler.
Also, that guy who's yelling, that guy was arrested recently for fraud. He's a longtime Politico guy working for the Democratic establishment here in New York.
I don't know if you could hear the point that he was making. He's like, I feel like you are being racist because you're speaking this way to Espaillat, but you wouldn't speak this way to Schumer. Now, I think he probably would speak that way to Schumer, but I also understand why he doesn't believe that, why he doesn't think that he would. Also, Schumer would not stand here and take it. Schumer would just scurry off somewhere, or you wouldn't even be able to get that close to him for very long.
I think that's a good explanation, Ryan. Thank you for the breakdown. I also want to point out, speaking of Ryan Grimm, continually, Dropsite News, his outfit, points out that Mahmoud Khalil's getting detained by ICE, getting kidnapped by ICE, became a defining issue in this race after a challenger highlighted that Rep Espilat, who just saw getting yelled at by a constituent, Khalil's Congress member did not publicly defend him or meet with his family during his detention. This has real life consequences. I feel some sort of justice after what happened to me, that there are consequences for abandoning your community. There are consequences for supporting a genocidal state, so I feel some sort of justice, says Mahmoud Khalil. Khalil said that the result was a warning to all lawmakers, including House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries. I agree. I think so. I think so. Because, he didn't get directly primaried this time. We talked about that a couple months ago. DSA decided, hey, we're not going to do this. Okay, that's fine. What we are going to do is get everybody around you. Get the whole fucking city around you that we can. As many as we can. Make the environment uncomfortable for you. Once again, Claire Valdez won. They all three of these candidates, and there's way more than 3 candidates, and we're going to get into that. But all 3 of these candidates won by like big margins, dude. Like, this is 58% to 32%. And a third candidate got 7%. That's a more than 20-point difference. Let's check out some of Claire's speech here. Claire Valdez, different candidate. This one's in Brooklyn. Shout out Brooklyn, Greenpoint. Check out some of her speech.
When we fight, we win! When we fight, we win! And tonight, my friends, we have won. My name is Claire Valdez, and I am proud to say that I will be your next congressman. They are going to be the partners in transforming the most expensive city in the United States of America into one that working New Yorkers can afford. So one more time, let's hear it for Deanna Moreno. Let's hear it for David Orkin. Let's hear it for Samantha Gatan. Let's hear it for Abin Kawas. Let's hear it for Claire Valdez. And let's hear it for a politics that will never forget working people. For a politics that is ready to write a new chapter in our party's history. And for a politics that realizes the old politics that got us to this crisis is not the politics that's going to get us out of this crisis. It's time for working people to be back at the heart of our politics. These are the champions who will do it. Thank you all so much.
Hell fucking yeah, dude. Good speech. Good speech. Again, there was more than just the 3, because there was assembly people, state senate, and some other races around the state, which I want to talk a little bit about. This was the environment before Mamdani took the stage. I think this was at Claire Valdez's watch party. Chanting DSA. Let's hope that numbers go up for DSA. Let's hope goes up. Like it did after Zoran won. And again, the Democrats aren't fighting. Not even publicly, not even fakely, not even doing like speeches on the House floor for longer than Strom Thurmond did it, or calling themselves Spartacus or whatever. No, this is a member of the Democratic Party, I believe. I don't know if he's officially left yet. I don't remember.
I think that's the
Alan Dershowitz, who's, I think, what is this?
way it has to be in New York.
Right. So here he is talking to Greta Van Susteren, who also used to be on Fox News, on Newsmax now, about how horrible it is that Dan Goldman was not allowed to buy a coffee at a coffee shop because he is a Zionist who supports genocide. And then here he is getting booed.
What did you do on Epstein's Island? What did you and your wife do on Epstein's Island?
Read this book. Find out the lies that these people are telling.
What did you and your wife do on Epstein's Island?
Just constantly getting, questioned, what were you doing on Epstein's Island? I don't even know what this is. A gala? Is this a Schumer fundraiser? Because I could believe that. But yeah, this is, these are, again, I think he's a Democrat, dude. Alan Dershowitz, Democrat? AI overview. Thank you, AI Google. Alan Dershowitz officially left the Democratic Party in April 2026. So just 2 months ago, he's newly independent. He doesn't have a party. He's politically homeless. Alan Dershowitz. So yes, this is the protest outside of the coffee shop that was live streamed by Fox News this morning. Here is Sam Piker. Let's throw in. I think he's ready for it. I think he's ready. My brother from another mother, Lumen. How you doing? Are you ready? Are you not? Did I bring you in too early? Sorry. I agree.
No, I'm good. Just give me 2 seconds. Let me close this window out.
All good. We're gonna go a little long into Lumen's show.
No, we can go. It's
because
easier.
Nick needs a little time to vamp. He's in the middle of a storm. We love producer Nick.
Please,
Please
go in.
I just wanted to show some of these clips from Hassan last night, who was there.
Sorry,
I guess in New York with Ryan Grimm early in the day, canvassing for Daria Liza. These are the 3 candidates he had pointed out. But here's him talking.
The decade of socialism, it's coming to a neighborhood near you. When I said we were going to let 1,000 Zoros bloom, this is what I meant. We got Claire Valdez and numerous other wonderful DSA candidates that are outperforming expectations tonight. And that's because the American people are tired of the same old business as usual politics, the corruption, the ineptitude, the feckless nature of the Democrats that don't want to fight back against the growth of fascism in this country.
I mean, he points it out here as well of it's the Republicans too. It's Republican voters who are like, I voted for Trump because he was different, and I'm getting more of the same. My taxes are going to bomb babies in another country. There's another war. He said he was going to end wars. Again, for the simple people throughout the country, he said he was going to end wars, and he started a new one. He's taking more of our money. We're getting less. Prices are going up and up and up and up and up. He says it's fake and not real. So even the people who want to believe that, who don't have or aren't like petty bourgeoisie or whatever, who have enough money to wistfully, ignorantly believe that, who are like, look, I want to believe that, but I got to buy gas. Even they could be swayed by policy.
Did you see the clip of him when he said he sounded like I mean this in the most generous way because I love pro wrestling. He sounded like Hassan sounded like a pro
I know
wrestling
exactly
manager.
the clip you're talking about.
That
I was
was
watching live last night.
Oh,
got it right here, brother.
Oh, please play that. That was so.
Look at this thumbnail.
This is so cold.
This is cold shit. This is cold shit. I love it. And now, first of all, how are you gonna show up to another city? You're a professional streamer. You don't have fucking batteries for your camera. This motherfucker was not set up right. He did not have backup batteries. What are you doing, dude? You are a TV show, essentially. Like, and you have presumably some cash to spend on doing this. So, like, have some extra batteries. But yes, this is him sitting by the side of the stage, cutting a fucking promo for what his plans are in the next 2 years.
Richie Torres, I know you won tonight. I didn't even look at your race. You probably won, you piece of shit. Remember, I was coming.
Someone else allegedly, like Hannity, who might have been having a few drinks.
He's so drunk.
For you, but you got lucky this time. But I'll see you in 2. I'll see you in 2, motherfucker. I know you stopped talking shit. I know you stopped talking about Israel, Richie Torres. What happened? I'll see you in 2 years, motherfucker. Just wait. Richie, I'm coming for you, Richie.
I guarantee you that's going to get clipped.
That wasn't even the clip. That's another cold clip. I'm talking about the one where he just says, check this out. My price just went up. You got to fuck with the DSA.
Yeah.
Only if you want some of this
only
shine.
DSA candidates. Now, I like that clip, and I want to come back to this for a second. But I am the devil's advocate. So I got some other I got some criticism of this. A little bit. Just a touch. Where is it? All right. This is Effie Phillips Staley. Effie Phillips Staley was running last night as well. She's not part of DSA, but she's a progressive. She was running upstate so that in a primary to challenge Republican upstate congressman who is active right now, Mike Lawler, who is one of the more, you may have heard of him for his Zionism. Mike Lawler looks like Matt Walsh. Here he is. I'm sorry to grace your faces with his face. But this is what he looks like. Spray on beard, the whole deal. She is the reason Hassan has the national platform he has right now. Aside from Andrew Cuomo mentioning him in the Zoran debate, which like bumped his searches up like super high, this woman went on his show because he's featuring as many fucking candidates as he can do. He's doing good work. God bless him, right? Let 1,000 flowers bloom. He featured her on her show. She's running upstate. I call it upstate because I'm from New York City, but people say it's not quite upstate. It's like Yonkers, that kind of area, White Plains. And the chairs of the Democratic Party of those counties, Rockland County up there, upstate, got together and wrote a letter condemning her for going on his show. And that story is this germ of a story that led to him being talked about more on CNN, Fox, MSNBC, and put a spotlight on him. He's the reason he's wearing a fucking suit all the time now. That he is like knows he's being watched by Fox News journalists and CNN journalists and all these fucks. You know what I'm saying? So like she lost. Another candidate who's going against a Zionist, actually trying to primary a Zionist Democrat, Tom Suozzi, she also lost. I was trying to get her on the show. Danielle Welch. And my only point is not to be like, it's only 3. Actually, don't feel good about this. It's good. Like, they all overperformed, even the people who lost. I also want to point out who's on my hat. Where is it? The button on my hat.
Oh, okay.
No. Lindsey Boylan, who I campaigned for and canvassed for. She was on the ballot, to my surprise, yesterday, even though she dropped out. Like, she lost the special election. The special election was just so she could sit in the city council seat until this election made it official that she'd be the candidate for the election in November that would be actually electing her to city council, I believe, because they explained it to us once and there was a lot. I'm going to ask my fellow canvasser in 2 weeks when I have him on. She was on the ballot. She got 33%. The guy who won, Carl Wilson, got 44%. Two other candidates who I thought were a lot more in the running got 12 and 9. She closed the gap even further than where she was polling when she lost the special election. And she hasn't been running for the last couple months. She has officially dropped out of the race and still closed the gap further. So that is proof that the machine that the DSA in the Working Families Party has built in New York is a real challenge to motherfuckers like Torres. Let's continue with this promo.
I'm coming for you too.
This is our city.
You think shit is sweet? Sit on that fucking seat for the next 2 years. I'll see you in 2, Richie. I hope you remember that. Every day, every time there's a decision that you can make where you are pro-Israel, I hope you remember you got 2 more years, motherfucker. 2 more years. You better act right, Richie.
Maybe not tomorrow morning.
That's the mainline Democratic Party I want to see. I was just having this talk at work.
Yeah.
With a guy. I live in New Orleans, Louisiana. You know, a lot of black people, a lot of black population.
Ooh.
And I was like, you know, as a black guy at work, and we're talking about Obama or whatever. Or we're talking about presidents. I was like, you know, if Obama was in the room right now, I was like, was he a good president? No. And he's like, whoa. And we went into this thing. He wanted to like defend Obama. And we finally started. The point of this was I got to a point where it was like, I wanted the Barack Obama, and I still want the Democratic Party that Republicans hallucinate about.
Yeah.
That kind of speech I want on Meet the Press.
Yeah.
I want them to be like, these fuckers are scary.
Yeah.
You better act right. That's what I want. And maybe there's some sick kind of authoritarianism in me. Who knows, whatever. But I think that's the only way through is to act like that in public. Is to be like, yeah, if you're not, especially if you're not running for something, if you're an operative, I'm not even talking about a Twitch streamer. I want a Neera Tanden of the left.
Yeah.
That's what I want. A sick attack dog.
Yeah. Yes, we need more of them, and we're breeding them here at this space.
Yeah.
But yes, this is the actual clip of Effie I wanted to point out because, damn it, how do I do this? Like this. Okay. Effie Phillips Staley, again, running upstate, also had fucking the opposition canvassers like attacking their canvassers and harassing them and whatnot.
So here we are in the Spring Valley Police Department filing a complaint because somebody attacked Amy's car when we were out canvassing. It had campaign signs on the side. They tore them off. They keyed the car. And then it looks like they were trying to get us towed at the same time because of a parking complaint.
So this is the suburban version of running behind you screaming Jew hater, I guess. But again, I want more extension to these kind of candidates. I get you want to focus on the ones you think you can really win. You know, people are mad at Jeffries, especially mad at Mamdani today for endorsing these candidates, you know, kind of last minute and blindsiding him. And, you know, AOC endorsed a lot of the city council and the assembly people who are running, kind of cross endorsing, almost like, hey, I'm not in Congress, so I don't have to deal with Hakeem Jeffries on a day-to-day basis. So I'm going to endorse the Congress people as mayor, and you're in Congress. You don't have to deal with city council and assembly day to day like I do. You can endorse the assembly people for me. They're working together. We love to see it. I would love AOC not to be Neera Tanden, but I would love AOC to be Nancy Pelosi. I would love AOC to be fucking Hillary Clinton. of our new Democratic Party that is now ours. Officially ours. They're saying, oh, this can only happen in New York. It's so blue and blah, blah, blah. It's supposed to not happen in New York because this is the home of the machine. This is Andrew Cuomo's machine that they have built. Hillary Clinton's machine when she fucking moved to New York to run for Senate. I remember that shit, and I fucking hated her then for it. Don't come in my fucking state and run for office, you fucking bitch. Another loss last night was
No, that's 100%. And I can just to nail in what you're saying is truth. We are like, you're in New York City, I'm in New Orleans, Louisiana. It's the same vibe because, Louisiana's a red state, but New Orleans is like the liberal tax base of it.
Right.
So it's actually, to pull off something like DSA did here, actually it's so much harder because you're fighting the Democratic Party. Yeah. You're like you're fighting from your front and your back at the same time. Yes. You don't have to worry about Baton Rouge, which is the capital, and the GOP, because you can't. It's just like New York City. You can't run as a Republican here, but the politics are right wing.
It's the same, right? Exactly. I mean, hell, I was watching The Wire last year. It was the first time I watched The Wire. There's a whole season where a guy runs for mayor, the actor who plays Littlefinger from the Game of Thrones. Mm-hmm. And it's we don't like, the Republican is the joke. Like, they run. It's Curtis Sliwa. He runs, he loses. He always runs and loses. But there is a conservative Democrat and a progressive Democrat. Those are the choices in that area. And like here, oh, damn it, I gotta remember the right buttons to push. Michael Lasher won the 12th district, which is like the Upper West Side. So again, not surprising. Shame Alex Boris didn't win, but also Jack Kennedy Schlossberg lost, and he was one of the favorites to win. He was supposed to be progressive and like, oh, he could be actually pretty good. Except he's a Zionist. He's a Kennedy. He was interviewed by local influencer, I guess is the best way to put it, Crackhead Barbie, and couldn't say any positive thing about Palestine.
Out of politics. I do not have a super PAC, a corporate PAC, and I don't take money from AI companies. We will never have no kings as long as billionaires can buy elections.
Can you say free Palestine?
What? I'm not going to say.
Why can't you say free Palestine?
Because that's not what we're here for.
So what are we here for? Can you say fuck Israel, Jack?
No way, dude.
Wait, but you just said you get... Well, fuck it.
I'm Jewish too, Jack.
Fuck Israel.
Fuck Israel.
You like Zionism?
We're not talking about that right now.
So what are we talking
about? We're talking about it right now. Come on. I'm a Kennedy. Come on.
You said no kings. Oh, come on. Okay, Jack, this is where you... So we're trying to get Jack elected, but we could not say free Palestine, and he's a Kennedy. Why...
Crackhead Barbie is making more sense than you. Like,
Crackhead Barbie is making more sense than you.
I don't understand, bro.
And again, look at the fucking results. Even though the candidate who I think also is like, probably wouldn't say it was a genocide either. Alex Boris was not great either. But like, he was the better of the three. He came in second by 20,000 more votes and only lost by 5,000. Not like, dude, the whole fucking movement. It's all fucking showing here. This is the hotbed, the center, the imperial core, if you will, of the country, but also the Democratic Party. This was, I thought, fucking hilarious. This was literally as they were getting called last night. This was what Zoran tweeted out. This is where I'm like, okay, you're kind of awesome. You're a politician. We're skeptical of you, blah, blah, blah. But man, this is fucking hilarious. He just tweeted out this piece of the speech from the Knicks parade the other day.
There's a lot of people that have a lot of negative stuff to say. There's a lot of people who have a lot of opinions. But when you prove them wrong, you really don't have to say shit to them. There's a lot of people that have a lot.
I mean, isn't that fucking hilarious? He just tweeted that. He's like, not even the official comment from the mayor, just like my personal account, just a little piece of the Knicks parade. And it's Brunson's, the captain of the Knicks, saying, you know what? When you prove people wrong, you ain't got to say shit to them.
I was talking to my wife about this, and I hate, this is the thing I hate about America so much.
The sports
is
teams.
that it's not, I love sports. Like I kind of run my thing is like, I'm the bridge between your like DSA friend who doesn't wear store-bought deodorant and only wears patchouli, and like your coworker at work. Like I'm the bridge. I love sports, love it so much, but it's the point that like I hate that the Knicks winning the NBA championship actually materially mattered. Like it did,
right?
It so absolutely weird. It's pure cinema. Like they would have swept if Donald Trump wouldn't have come to Game 4.
Yeah.
I hate that that's a thing in our reality.
That's like, so funny. They literally tied it even further together.
And you know it's true because like Brad Landers immediately adopted the New York Knicks orange and blue. Like,
I mean, I'm wearing it right now.
We're so stupid. We're such a stupid.
I started watching basketball. I don't watch sports. You know this. I started watching as we got to game. It was dude, I went to Lupe Fiasco's concert on the day of Game 4, and he's joking about it. He was like, "What is it? It's Knicks in 4? I don't know. Because the whole crowd started chanting Knicks in 5, and he was like, "That's not what you said the other day. It was Knicks. It was my mayor's Muslim, my bagels are Jewish. Was it my Christian Dior and Knicks in 4?" And he said, don't worry about it. We're going to cleanse the city, and they're going to win tonight. Knicks in 5, Knicks in 5. And then they fucking did. And I came home from the concert, and I knew my buddy was watching it. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to fucking put on the basketball game. Why not? It's the championship. They might win. And I'm watching it, and they fucking, the tip-in win. That was amazing. I loved it. And then I watched the whole Game 5 because I'm not gonna dip my toes in and then stop. But yeah, let's see some of the jubilation here. I mean, speaking of this tie between politics and sports, this is a perfect clip to segue into. Does this not look like the fucking team coming out in the beginning of the game? Followed by all the candidates who won.
Yeah, I was waiting for that Alan Parsons project. And now.
I mean, this is just another Knicks celebration party. So, yeah, we got the full speech from Mamdani we could watch, but I'm gonna save that. Actually, let me put that here at the end. We got some more Hassan yelling at the camera.
Can you? This is a real question. As a New Yorker, because I don't know.
Yeah.
Can you give me a little bit more information about the Working Families Party? Because at this point, I'm like, guys, like y'all. It seems like we're splitting.
Yes.
One band, one sound.
And I'm going to have on someone I canvassed with in 2 weeks on the 7th. Come on the show and talk about that some more because he definitely knows more than I do. What I can tell is it is a little bit of that. I think the Working Families Party is really trying to be like a third party, and the DSA is just endorsing candidates. And I don't know, Deter probably knows more about DSA and how the inner workings there. You know, what that organization actually is like and what it's like to be in it. Whereas the Working Families Party works more like a political party, because if you wanted to vote on like their primaries or their like selection of candidates and whatnot, you have to be registered as Working Families Party, which you can be if you live in New York. I chose to register as a Democrat so that I could vote along their lines in Democratic primaries because I thought that was more useful. that's how I chose to do it. But there's people who do, and if you're registered as Working Families Party, you can't vote in a Democratic Party primary. As many, establishment Democrats are saying today, fucking, what's his fucking name? Jamie Harrison, the leader of what, the DNCCC? I don't know all these fucking organizations. This fuckhead. He says, I say this with no ill will or animosity. If you hate the Democratic Party, then please don't run for our nomination. Don't use our resources. Don't rely on our volunteers. Don't use our infrastructure. Don't ask Democrats to invest their time, money, and energy into your campaign. Focus on building the party you actually support. Political parties aren't resources. Yeah,
I need receipts on that. I need receipts on
your
how
resources?
DNH National. I'm not DNC National and DSC New York and anywhere else supports primary challengers just because they have a D by their name. I need to see the receipts on that, talking about using the resources. Because I know, again, going back to the New Orleans conversation, I know damn well that don't happen.
Yeah.
Get out of here with that.
What resources the fucking the National Democratic Party putting into Louisiana? Hell, fucking nothing, right? So this is what he says, and I say,
that's crazy.
Fuck that, steal it. We're stealing the Democratic Party. We're using your fucking resources. I'm registered as a Democrat to vote in Democratic elections, Democratic primaries like the one yesterday, with the beliefs of someone of DSA, of Working Families Party. You know why? Because I believe that those are the actual beliefs of the Democratic Party. What you've lied to us for years about. This is what I wrote in a tweet last night when I was fucking angry.
You're 100%. Like I'm a millennial with the brain of a boomer who like reads war books and stuff like that. And I think of like asymmetrical warfare, like, it's going Israel Hamas. If Israel, when Israel bombs, Palestine and they don't blow up, they don't like the bomb doesn't blow up. They don't be like, oh, we'll get the bomb out of here. No, they take it apart and they reuse it to blow up a Macabre tank. I've heard stories, whether it's true or not, and I know that the AK-47 is a superior rifle to the M16A1 for sure, which are the United States troops had in Vietnam. If the United States troops could pick up an AK-47 from a Viet Cong guy, they were using that because it was superior. They weren't going, oh, that's the enemy's weapon. No. You take it over.
You take what you can grab. You use what the tools and levers available to you. And what's available to us? Voting. Literally the voting lever. For now, unless they pass that SAVE Act that Trump is so fucking demanding about right now, and Mike Johnson is talking about right now, because they're fucking scared about the fucking midterms, and they fucking should be. Let's play some more of these some folks, because this is multiple folks here at this celebration. I'm finding out.
Are you releasing it was called? And that's a dub. Wait, that's 3 for 3?
Because again, as I said in a tweet, we celebrate today. We relax, we breathe.
Oh, yeah.
Tomorrow we fight.
No, sports analogy, like you said. Any big loss, you got 24 hours to mourn.
It's 0-0.
Any big win, you got 24 hours to celebrate.
Yeah,
and then
fucking
back to work.
Jalen Brunson, at every interview, he was like, it's 0-0. The score is 0-0. Like, it's not 3-2 or 3-1, like how many games we won versus how many games they won. Because it's, 4 out of 7? It's a weird fucking number for 5 out of 7. Yeah, it was 4 out of 7 games that they had to win. And when asked, he was like, we just play like it's 0-0. We play like it's the beginning. We're trying hard. They fucking played like shit, honestly, in the games that I watched. They did not do well. The Spurs fucked up a lot. And even the refs were calling shit in favor of the Spurs. And the Spurs fucked up so bad that the Knicks won. But anyways, yes, we breathe, we celebrate with these moments, and then we use these as fuel for continuing on. By the way, Lumen, I don't know if I got a chance to tell you. Check out this fucking album, dude.
What am I listening to?
It's 30 minutes, 10 songs. Vince Staples' Crybaby. I don't know if you ever heard of Vince Staples. This is the first time I've ever listened to anything he put out, and I can't stop listening to this album. Crybaby. It's amazing. I think it'll especially speak to you and your experience.
Will do.
But yeah, let's keep going with this.
The Democratic Party machine in the blue stronghold of New York City was thoroughly defeated tonight.
We're on the DSA shit right now. We got Claire Valdez. We got Daria Lisa. Let's go.
Dude, fucking Emma's really excited.
She's so funny. You get a couple of drinks in her. And
Yeah.
She goes nuts. So I love it.
And her sports team won again.
Yes.
Defeated tonight.
We're on the DSA shit right now. We got Claire Valdez. We got Daria Lisa. Let's go. I've been drinking slightly.
Hell yeah, Emma.
What a fucking night, ladies and gentlemen.
3 glasses of wine. 3 glasses of wine.
Also, just as a filmmaker here, don't think you can hop into my camera and then hop out. I can move my camera, motherfucker. I get it. You're nervous. You're just, trying to hang out, whatever. But like, you're on camera now. Guess what? You're on camera now.
Hey, after tonight, my price went up. You have to be a Democratic Socialist if you want some of this fucking shine.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That was straight Kevin Gates.
Which I like, because you know what? Maybe this encourages people like the people who are running upstate, the people who are running here in Manhattan, some of the harder in Long Island for sure, harder areas to win a progressive, let alone a Democrat, because some of the places do have Republicans. It encourages people. Maybe I want to join DSA. Maybe I want some of this energy that we're seeing. All these young people are signing up for this organization. That again, we need Deter on to be like, dude, how the fuck are they handling all these new signups? Where are you directing people? Like, organize. Do the organized part of organizing.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the whole thing. Like, even if you don't, like, I don't want to say, obviously, we're just talking about electoral politics. This thing isn't over, but like, and if you don't have any power, keep pushing for power, but understand, and this is what, no, I was going to say this, the Democratic Party on this doesn't understand, but they do understand that. The reason why you're doing this, if you're doing anything electoral, if you're trying to get into government, it is to make people's lives better, to provide for your constituents. But at the end of the day, it is to wield power.
Yes.
And if you are not prepared to take power and wield power, get out of the game completely. And that's what Hassan was talking about. And what I mean, and so it's like, I'll give you an example of this. Now I'm just like game theory craft and whatever. I was thinking about Brad Landers, and I really like him, but you got all politicians are cynical. All, even our favorite ones,
Trying to get him on the show.
Yeah, don't have any kind of hero, Zoran Mondami. They got this way because they're shrewd operators. At some point with Brad Landers, I think what happened with him was he saw which way the wind was blowing. And I'm not saying he's a predator or he's not sincere or anything like that. I just think as a liberal Zionist, he said in his mind, and then, in his circle, he goes, I see which way the winds are blowing. This is really crazy. It's, he might not he doesn't call it genocide, but he's like, this is crazy. And it's not a hill I'm worth dying on. And so he went where he knew the power was going. But you had to have the power first to turn guys like that. And again, so he made an agreement with Zoran that he could live with, and Zoran made an agreement with him that he could live with. That's how winning is done.
Yeah. And Zoran's not doing anything especially like socialist. He's just like governing competently. And literally just like, I'm fixing potholes. I'm trying to help kids in the community, giving free health, childcare, and trying to create more housing and bring down prices and govern. I'm trying to govern.
I heard,
because we have to prove that we can. Other than Democrats can govern and then just like go to sleep and they fucking die like Dianne Feinstein.
I've heard from, it was like a Twitter guy or something. It was a video, maybe it was TikTok, and he says, "Man, this Zoran guy, I don't know much about him, but it's like he just got into Gracie Manson and he just found where the do shit button was.
Yeah,
nobody else could seem to find the do shit button, and he just hits the do shit button, and
Were
makes
you
government
watching
do
the same thing I was watching with Cam James and FD Signifier?
Maybe that might have been it.
And
That might have
Gerard
been it. I
Ball?
don't know. I watched so much of this shit.
Yeah, me too.
But like, if you get, that's the thing. In
It's
my
about Malcolm X voting and like, what's the ethics of voting for the Democrats at all?
in my utopia,
Mm-hmm.
how electoral politics and representative democracy should work is, okay, I want power. I want to live in Gracie Mansion. I want to live in the White House. I want to live in the governor's mansion in Baton Rouge. I want power. How do I get it? Oh, I have to make people happy. Therefore, I will do for the people.
Yeah.
And both parties or 20 parties or how many people should be falling all over each other to do for the people.
Right.
To do what they want to make them fat and happy. So they go, I like that guy. I want to give him more power. But these people, Democrats and Republicans, have found a cheat code to circumvent that system.
We could do for the people who give us money, because the people who give us money employ the people.
That's it.
So they'll make them happy-ish, or probably. I mean, who cares? We got yachts.
Yeah.
That's their attitude. Probably, if we help out the corporations, that'll trickle down, and it'll help the people on the bottom as we piss on them from the top, right? They'll get some moisture and some water and some sustenance from our piss eventually, maybe, right? Can we keep doing that? Can we keep doing that for 40 years and have multiple generations not want to fucking slice our heads off or, jump on some Cooper?
Yeah, every now and then. And even that is a built-in cost to where, you already see it to where they got scared, but then they're like, well, I guess that's the cost. So
We'll just take our fucking
one of us is gonna
CEOs
get
off the
popped.
website. We'll just take our CEOs off the website and our board members off the website. Problem solved.
Yeah, it's
that's
just
all
another-
good. Who cares
it's
about
another
we'll send
cost.
flowers to the guy's family? That's it.
They don't think.
But yeah, let's keep going with some of this fucking hopium.
I am at Claire Valdez's victory party where we just got news. The crowd erupted because we heard that Daria Liza has also won, which means we're 3 for 3. We swept it. We swept all 3 Sunrise endorsed candidates. And okay, here's what I'm feeling. When Zoran won, it was a sign of what could happen and what was possible. It told us what we could achieve. Tonight, though, young people have taken over New York City and we're going to Congress. Young people who are unapologetically democratic socialists, who are standing on values and standing up for working people and what we deserve, and standing against the billionaires and the corporate interests that are destroying our future. Tonight marks the end of the bought-out boomer corporate establishment Democrats and the beginning of young people actually taking over and running a government that serves us and our futures, and not billionaire donors. I feel so honored to be here. We didn't do this magically. I think Claire's campaign knocked 350,000 doors, and just the upswelling of support from young people is so inspiring to me. And we can do it all across the country. We are doing it all across the country. We need your help this week to elect Malak Kiros in Colorado. If you live there, go knock doors. If you don't live there, we need you on the phone banks. And it is electric to be here and be a part of. Anyway, see you on the phones.
Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck
Can
yeah,
we-
get involved.
Real quick, I want to this guy right here. So
That's one of
500
my boys in my Twitch chat.
No, cool.
Yeah.
500 extra 500. I was thinking about this today too. This kind of attitude.
Mhm.
But 580 cops being hired by Mandami. He's not necessarily in debt. He's unnecessarily indebted to the city under the cover of balancing the budget by not doing actual cuts. It needs to get balanced. Okay, I don't know anything about this, but so I will take on good faith that that's 100% true. Keep banging that gong. The thing is, if you are an legitimate max left, when people say, "What are my politics?" I say I am slightly to the right of Mao. But if you are Mao Zedong and even somehow further to where you're in gay space communism land somehow, some level I don't even know about, right? Keep banging that gong because we need people like you to terrify the Obamas of the world, the AOCs of the world, to know that if we do get them elected or we do if the people, the proletariat prop them up as some kind of leader in whatever they're trying to do, they must still stay accountable.
They must answer.
What you must do is, while banging that gong the whole time, the only system we have right now, if we're not all meeting up and storming the Bastille tonight, is electoral politics. So at some point, elections still matter. They still happen in reality.
They still fucking happen, and that's what's in front of you.
Vote for the least worst person when it is absolute 0 hour to vote for the least worst person. But until it's that time, keep banging the gong for the world you want to see. Because I'm not going to be one of these people. It's like, oh, you're a complainer. Like, blah, blah, blah. Like, no, it's good. My actual commie crush, Jamie Peck, it's stuck in my head. She said once when she was co-hosting Majority Report, and it was some guy called in, and she goes, "You better listen." They were fighting about whatever, but she says, "You better go listen to people like Sam, who are reasonable, before people like me get into power."
Right.
So it's like, so if you're sitting here and you're talking about, like, I'm not saying that Grand Designs Enjoyer was saying this at all, but I'm kind of lumping him in, be like, oh, electoral. I don't believe in electoral politics, but I still go do it because it happens in our shared material reality.
Right.
But if you're going to be like,
until Morpheus shows up and says, "Hey man, here's a way out of the matrix," you got to assume that you're going to keep waking up in this reality, and you got to deal with the reality in front of you.
So until you have a better option, a realistic better option, like I said, are we storming the Bastille? Because if we are, let me know. Like, I'm ready to go. But if you're not ready to do that, then we got to do something else. That's what I'm saying.
Natch, Jamie Peck is currently fighting Cop City in Atlanta, I believe, and doing that by writing articles and also having an OnlyFans. That's what I know about her, because I still follow her, I guess, for the Majority Report days. But this is a bigger situation. Like, yes, we're being the devil's advocates here, and we're making, and also the black folks, the black leftists here, and being like, hey, we're still in a white supremacist capitalist patriarchy, and like, come on, like this is not the end all be all. Don't go to brunch. Celebrate tomorrow. Wake up. Keep fighting. There's still some good signs. Like inter-party fighting at the top level. Jamie Harrison, as I pointed out, said this whole thing. Don't run as the Democrats. And here's Chris Murphy from Connecticut saying, I don't know, man. Who is the Democratic Party if not the voters? Democratic Party voters choose candidates, not party leaders. Says Chris Murphy, a party leader. And party leaders need to listen to what voters are telling us. And right now they are demanding our party be bolder. Now here's some of those same kind of people, as you were saying, like the purists or whatever. Remember when you made fun of Bernie supporters in 2016 in Stanford? Good times. For fuck's sake, Chris, you're going to make this fat blubbering pussy cry again. It's a cat account. Then why don't you endorse Abdul El Sayed and be bolder? Yes, push them. Even when they say something we agree with, you should be under here pushing them further. I appreciate these accounts. I don't want to scroll too much. Who knows what's on Twitter? But yes, we like what he says here. And we also want, hey, hold him accountable for his bullshit. And push him further. Be bold, bitch. Go support the other candidates. Quiros in Colorado and El Sayed in Michigan. Go do it, motherfucker. Go do it. Here's Brad Lander winning his election. Now, Brad, I had met Brad very briefly at a canvas for Lindsey Boylan. Am still actively in the Working Families Party's chat trying to get an interview with him. I'm sure it's going to be harder now. But here's part of his speech.
You can criticize Israel and not be anti-Semitic. You can be an anti-Zionist and not be anti-Semitic. Many Jews are, and many non-Jews also. Now, too often, though, People have started using Zionist as a slur for Jews. You can just check my mentions if you don't believe me. And anti-Semitism, it rises with fascism and with war, and we're amidst both right now.
That's a great way to frame that. And still be like, hey, Jews, I promise I'm still on your side. Like, please, I get it. He's in a tough place. As a Jew myself, he sounds very Jewish. Like, he's cartoonishly Jewish to an extent.
Well,
But
I mean,
like,
it's already happening. Is that like you see? Not that Brad Lander's a token, because he's not.
No,
He's
no,
the
no.
opposite of that. But you see how quick just last night, all media that was like, they're calling him a parasite. They're calling him like
Yeah.
anti-Semitic tropes. These
Oh,
people
yeah.
who are like have Israel first and like the Israeli flag in their Twitter bios. And it's like you see how quick they turn on you, and it's already going to have. I've said this on my own show. Is that keep this in the back of your mind. I'm not saying sweat about it right now, but there's going to become a point to where everybody who is wearing keffiyehs is going to be having to be arm in arm, either armed or like ready to lay down their life in front of a synagogue, and it's coming real soon.
Bro.
I'm telling you, because what's going to happen is the right wing, and it's already started to happen, where Donald Trump and the right wing, they're going to say, this is our way out of this. They're going to say, it's all Israel, and Israel is all the Jews, and that's why you're so fucked up. That's why that's why I can't do anything. That's why America's fucked up.
I mean, they're also just arresting people, like we said in Texas. They're just arresting people for graffiti and whatever because we labeled you as Antifa. We'll label you as anti-Trump, and you'll be arrested for 100 years.
Yeah.
Anyone running for the Democratic Party nomination in 2028, I don't want to talk about horse-face politics, but we're going to because I don't want to be a YouTuber, but here I am on the internet talking to a fucking camera instead of directing Star Wars. Anybody running for 2028 needs to have in their platform, we are going to free the political prisoners of the Trump administration, which not just includes the white folks in Texas now being charged 100 years for like spray painting outside of an ICE facility. It has to also trickle down. That's language you understand, Democrats. Trickle down to the immigrants who have been arrested and put in concentration camps, because you're all going to the same concentration camp. Stephen Colbert in your tan suit going to the Obama library will be in the same cell as Mahmoud Khalil.
Yes.
That is the point. That's the goal. That's the rule, to fucking imitate SNL's Tucker Carlson yet again.
As soon as the Jewish identity is not convenient anymore, and it doesn't have any value as far as like funneling money and arms to Israel, you're just gonna tokens get spent.
Yeah, tokens get fucking spent.
I wanted to say real super quick. I want to say this if I can't really get it up. But anyway, on my end, but Cenk Uygur had a I was watching at work today, and he has a whole thing where he was like, the revolution has begun. Incumbents in AIPAC lose big in New York. And I commented, I said, because I saw your Majority Report hat, it made me think of it. And I commented, oh, so now Cenk wants to be max left. Thanks for jumping on board at this late date. Now take your seat in the back and shut the fuck up. Cenk and Anna will go in whatever direction the wind blows.
Yeah,
Throwing
man.
The poor, the queer, and POCs under the bus.
Bro, I just made a whole video yesterday. It's up now, segmented on the This Space channel. Share it wide, far and fucking wide. Tag Mehdi Hassan, because I'm goddamn sick of him handing it to Tucker Carlson, because Tucker Carlson is the same as Chud the Builder.
The real point the point I ended on that comment was, I said, but you know what? It's fine. Come on in, but you go to the back now.
Yeah.
I was like, no, I don't get to live. Like, yeah, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you finally got here. And somebody was like, well, just go watch Fox. And I said, like, I replied to them. I said, I'm slightly to the right of Mao. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend that months ago he wasn't singing a different tune. This is a complete 180 for him from his position of let's get close to the right. Just
because it's a win.
I'm not memory holding that shit.
I mean, like you said, with the Knicks, dude, people just want to be next to a win. That's why Trump wanted Mamdani to come to the White House. That's why he wanted the Knicks to come to the White House. That's why he sent Kash Patel to go hang out with the Olympics team. Like, hey, this team's winning, we're winning. See how we can correlate that? Because we know you people are fucking idiots because we actively defunded education over the last 40 fucking years. Anyways,
that's what it is. I mean, but yeah, let people join the bandwagon. Just like
let
we got a
people
guy in
join the
chat
bandwagon.
right now.
But
Dude,
you sit on the
come
back.
on.
You sit on the back of the bandwagon.
I ain't trying to hear all that.
Can I ask you what you make of the comparisons to this moment, this movement, and the Tea Party? Do you think that that's an apt comparison, that it works, or is there something else you would say is happening here? Are Democrats comfortable with the idea that there may be their own version of a Tea Party movement happening right now?
Yeah, look, there's something to it. I mean, people are fed up with a status quo that isn't working for them. And that's everyday voter concerns, that the price of housing is insane and people's wages aren't going enough to afford their health care. And who is fighting for them? And they feel that way about elites in general and definitely about the Democratic Party establishment. So that's similar. But there are some important differences also. First, we are doing it with a lot of joy. I mean, that's especially true in New York right now. Some of that is the Knicks, but some of that is Zoran's win and this energy. You guys were just playing a clip of him at a playground with toddlers behind him, because what we're fighting for is universal childcare for every family. So we're mad at a system that makes it so hard, but we're joyful about what it looks like to deliver. That is a very different energy than the Tea Party brought. We want to build something, not just break something.
And this goes back to the point that Ta-Nehisi Coates was making actually in that interview, where like he says he didn't. I don't think Obama realized how much they hated him for being black, and I expanded on that. I don't think the Democratic Party realized how much the Republicans were willing to burn down for white supremacy. They were mad. It was fueled by rage and hatred of a black man sitting in the White House. Make the White House white again was the like original retort to Obama being in the White House. They made it eventually over the next couple of years until 2016, make America great again. That's a more unifying, catchier slogan than make the White House white again. And it's not as explicitly fucking racist. But it meant the same fucking thing.
I will say a lot of that, going back to my original little anecdote about talking about Obama, why he was a bad president for many different reasons. But like my little anecdote of that is if he would have done a New Deal, chicken in every pot, a car in every garage, and not adopted a right-wing Mitt Romney healthcare plan and actually done a healthcare plan that was, actual Medicare for all, it would have mitigated a lot of that. It wouldn't have solved racism. Those people would have still been racist, but they would have been like, that Obama, and they'd be like, man, shut the fuck up. I ain't trying to hear this. Bitch, I ain't trying to hear this shit right now. Yeah, he might be this and that, or whatever slurs I can't say on YouTube, but people don't. I don't care what people think. I care what people do, and people, for the most part, if their material conditions, good or bad, are taken care of, they are lazy. Yeah, and they're not going to be like, "Oh, let's actively go do racist. Let's go do a race war." They're going to be like, "No, dog, the game's on."
Yeah,
I'm not doing. That.
Hell, even you can kind of even tie it with the DSA. Like, if you want to do this like left-right Tea Party equivalency thing that they're trying to do on the mainstream news, because they're both scary. They're both scary extremists. They're exactly the same kind of extremists. Extremism bad, period, across the board. Again, I point to that Vince Staples' Crybaby album. The music video for the very first song, first of all, is an entire like a mass shooting thing. Like, watch it. It's great. But at the end, it ends with a quote from MLK saying, it's not if we will be extremists. It's what kind of extremists will we be? Will we be extremists for love? Or will we be extremists for hate? And that's where we're at now in this fucking country. And again, let's point to a win.
Socialism or barbarism.
Socialism or barbarism. Socialism or barbarism. We got a Palestinian.
That's so awesome.
State senator.
JVP, let's go.
Let's fucking go. JVP, Jewish Voice for Peace. All of these organizations working together. All of them endorsing candidates. That's why it's so hard for me to find a fucking good list of candidates to fucking... Who do I look for? Do I look at DSA? Do I look at Working Families Party? Do I look at... Jews? Again,
just this image.
Like you were saying, one chorus, one beat.
This image gave some Zionists a stroke.
Oh,
Literally, they are just on.
I love it
right now.
I love it. Again, she was at the winning ceremony with Mamdani. She was in that line of Knicks athletes.
Awesome, dude.
Again, I point to Lindsey Boylan. Even the races that were lost, dude, she didn't run. Like, she ran for the special election. We canvassed. We let people know what was happening. She lost the special election. That sucks. It was a short time frame. Now, people remembered, oh, Lindsey Boylan. I remember that name.
Mm-hmm.
I guess she's on this ballot. Okay, I'll vote for her. I like her. She closed the gap. She closed the gap while not running at all, having dropped out.
That's crazy.
Let's point to this is more hatred against Brad Lander. Meghan McCain, to my beautiful Jewish friends in America. We love you. You are not alone. You are just as freaked out as you are and see with clear eyes exactly what is happening. You're not on The View anymore. No one cares.
No one cares. I haven't thought about Meghan McCain in like
right? Isn't it nice? Isn't it nice? Shouldn't
there was a time
be like Meghan McCain
where I used to think she was the most. I used to think Meghan McCain. I used to think many, probably a decade ago, what Tucker Carlson is now. I used to think she was like the most dangerous voice in America.
Oh yeah,
because I had a shitty job where I had to like I worked at the airport and would go like I didn't start till like midnight and I would go out there and I would listen to her shitty like radio, like talk radio, and she would be using like Beyonce bumpers for her breaks and just the way she could communicate was really like I'm like, oh no, this is gonna be like she's like the woo girl for like fashion.
Yeah,
but thank God she fell off.
I mean, again, I want Tucker to fall. Let him fall off. Stop bringing him around. Stop talking about, he left the Republican Party. Oh, what does this mean? Who gives a fuck?
Let the Antichrist.
Irrelevance like O'Reilly and Meghan McCain and all these other fucks. This other right-wing account, if you're a Jew living in New York in 2026, you're about as safe as a Jew living in Germany in 1929. Move now. That's not your home.
I mean,
how can I move? I can't afford fucking gas.
I mean, there's a way to look at that and be like, yeah, you're right, because I wouldn't say 1929. I would say like 1922, because we're in like Weimar Republic.
Yeah, you're the
so just roll it back a little bit, and I'd be like, yeah, that's kind of accurate. Well, actually, we're closer because
but not in New York City. It's just America in general.
But I'm just trying to grasp onto any shred of reality in that.
If you're a Jew in New York City, now is your time to move. After tonight's election in New York, nobody who's Jewish is safe. I'd love to see the Trump administration address this Islamic takeover of America and the exploding Jew hatred. We need leadership on this issue. It's dangerous. Are you going to arrest everybody?
I was going to say, so if you're a Jew and you're not safe in New York City, but you want to see the Trump administration address a Democratic primary result, what does that
party
mean,
like it's 1933, which was a retweet of Crystal Ball saying it's a new day in the Democratic Party. And this is Eli Valley, who's a cartoonist, I believe. Let's follow you. Why am I not following you? This is Meghan McCain.
Yo, I remember that one. Yo.
The things she said about the Holy Land, that refugee girl wants to exterminate us Jews. I think this is in reference to Ilhan Omar.
No,
or Rashida.
No, Ilhan Omar. You're right. I remember that.
So yeah, Eli Valley once again celebrating. I think the rest of these tabs, by the way, is like cope of right wingers. So let's keep going. This is we need moderates. Guy is a lawyer for Havana syndrome victims. This is Mark Zaid Esquire. I don't know who you are. Okay. We are witnessing MAGA equivalent of the destruction of the Democratic Party through election progressive socialists. I keep seeing this fucking thing. Like, let's address this shit.
Yeah.
The Tea Party made Republicans more electable for a Republican base. Like, they leaned in. It was around the same time, by the way. It was 2010. It was post Sarah Palin for them, for the racism. I'm like, ooh, we could actually say these things out loud. And the economic strife of 2008 for us. and the Occupy Wall Street movement. And the Democrats squashed their fucking flank. And the Republicans said, maybe we flirt with it a little bit more. Maybe we actually, you know what, let's have a little more engagement with this. Maybe under the covers, maybe only on Breitbart forums and Daily Caller forums. But we encourage this. And we encourage things like the Bundy Ranch in 2014 on Hannity's show. And we let some hosts on Fox be a little more extreme than others. And we kind of flirt with it. And we foster it. And they kept winning. They got their Ted Cruz and Rand Paul and fucking Joni Ernst, the I castrate pigs so I know how to cut pork woman. I'll never forget that ad.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit. Yeah, go ahead.
But this, like, he is a lawyer who tried to who for Havana syndrome victims, Havana syndrome is a made up fucking thing from the government about this is why our soldiers needed extra money when they were deployed overseas. They had Havana syndrome and got injured. I'm sorry. What were you going to say?
No, okay. This is the part where I'm glad you brought that up because I hope our guy who's been in the chat, what's his name? Astronaut, whatever, Mr. Android. I hope he's still in here because, like, okay, this is the part where I communicate to you, the This Space viewer, and how to communicate to your coworker at work. There's no bigger proof of like why the uniparty is real. The uniparty is a thing. Like the Democratic and Republican Party are the exact same thing as this instance in time that we're living through immediately right now of the DSA like sweep of New York City electoral primaries. Because
this is what they're fending off.
My man, like I've been watching Fox News just like you have, and like the right wing cope, the right wing whining and crying, it logically doesn't make any sense. If you are ideologically opposed to the Democratic Party or a right winger, why are you out here trying to give them advice? Why are you out here trying to give them help? It doesn't make any sense. No. You and I are sports guys, right?
Not really.
New Orleans Saints. Okay, New Orleans Saints. Atlanta Falcons, they're our rivals, whatever. We hate the Falcons. If the Falcons were out here making draft picks that we thought as the Saints were bad draft picks, why would we be getting on the phone with the Falcons trying to be like, hey, dog, y'all have a real bad draft?
Yeah.
Shouldn't you be ecstatic? Because now all these Democratic socialists, you would want socialism to sweep the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
To be because what
they've been calling them socialists for fucking 20, 30 years.
If your ideology is so good and socialism so bad, then you will just have permanent political control of this country.
Right.
Until the sun explodes.
You should want to elevate
about that.
You should want to elevate those candidates like Hillary Clinton elevated Donald Trump because he'd be so easy to beat. He's so ridiculous.
It's because they know it's bullshit.
They know
it's all bullshit.
They're terrified.
Democratic Party knows it's bullshit. The Republican Party knows it's bullshit. They're like, oh, here are people, if they ever get into power, they might actually give their constituency material change. And we can't have that.
We can't have that because then they're going to expect that from every politician. Just like when I watch fucking Love is Blind and like one dude is especially like kind or whatever to the girl and Nick Lachey will be like, hey, you're going to make us all look bad, blah, blah, blah. It's like, hey, you should all be fucking worshiping your women. What the fuck? Why are you complaining that somebody else is nicer to his girlfriend than you? It's going to point out the fact that, yeah, you're not doing enough, Nick Lachey.
Yeah. You tell the new guy at work, hey, man, don't work so hard.
Speaking of Republicans telling Democrats what they should be doing, David Frum, one of the architects of the Iraq War for George W. Bush, DSA settler colonialists seem to be successfully imposing their alien rule upon the indigenous inhabitants of Queens, Brooklyn, and the Bronx. He's trying to use language of the pro-Palestinian protesters against them, ironically, because he's still tweeting like it's 2012 and we're trying to get dunks on each other because it still works for them. He's still in Stephen Colbert mindset Oh, that's why they won. They had Stephen Colbert. That's why Zoran won. He had TikTok videos. No, stupid. It's policies, you dumb cunt.
And again, back to my guy in the chat, Mr. Android, earlier. There's no such thing. This should prove we're seeing it in real time. I know you're not here anymore, but we're seeing this in real time. What I'm saying is like, look, there is no such a thing as a moderate. There's no such thing. These people are aligned. And if you are a moderate Democrat, you are just a gatekeeper. You're holding the door open for fascism. That's it. This has been proven time and time again through governments throughout history. So when the pressure's on them, they say the exact same thing as a fucking right wing.
I just played earlier in the show Hillary Clinton agreeing with Trump's Gaza policy because I said there's no difference. There's no difference. They agree on this shit because it's one fucking party, the capitalist party. Here's Stephen A. Smith.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me be very, very clear. If the Democratic Party becomes the likes of Zoran Mamdani, who, by the way, I like, not trying to throw any shade on him or anything like that, but if the Democratic Party becomes him, you have no chance. Yeah,
I like him, but you shouldn't become him because I like him because I need to keep the fans who like him, who most probably like him.
These motherfuckers keep losing to the GOP and Donald Trump. They're talking about how to win an election.
Listen to Stephen A. He knows what he's talking about. He knows what Stephen A. knows what he's talking about.
You have no chance on a national basis in terms of the presidency. In Senate seats in the House, you have no chance. You have no chance. I want to be very, very clear about that. You might have a Democratic Socialist sprinkled here and there, but that ain't what America is. America's about capitalism. America's about dollars and cents. America's about an economy, a flourishing economy. Okay?
That's exactly why democratic socialism as a whole, is spreading, and the kids have a more popular opinion of socialism than they ever had in America because it is about an economy. It's an economic system. It's about dollar and cents that you don't fucking have, getting your labor value stolen every goddamn day.
Damn right.
These people out of their
Watch my
mind.
video. Fucking listen to Vince Staples' album. Watch my video, my 2 videos available because the first one got fucking blocked of Jay-Z. Just if you want to hear what I have to say about Stephen A. Smith, listen to these Jay-Z fucking videos because it's the same shit. It's the same. I guarantee you, because they're talking about him running for president. I guarantee you they want him to run for president like they wanted Kanye West to run for president. Let's get those fucking idiot blacks to vote for this guy to split the vote so they'll fucking lose.
I'm done with that shit.
Joe Scarborough, Democrats keep electing candidates that fit the old adage, all politics is local. NYC moves left while upstate Democrats pick woman war hero to run against Lawler. That's the person who won instead of Effie Phillips Staley. Kate,
same motherfucker who was a Republican senator, stole the election for Al Gore, was involved in that, then became again, going back to my man in the chat, a centrist liberal. Then as soon as Donald Trump won, bent the knee to Trump and is out there eating chicken nuggets.
Was friends with Trump. They were at the wedding.
Out of here.
Fucking, he's saying South Carolina Dems vote for a woman who was an admiral fired by Trump. That was Spanberger. Worked last year, NYC, New Jersey, and Virginia. They're holding on to this false reality, this false analysis that it's just a Dem sweep. It's just a Dem sweep. People hate Trump so much that they're winning everywhere. All kinds of different candidates.
They keep talking about
No. This is the momentum. This is the Mamdani momentum.
That's so true. They keep talking about Abigail Spanberger the way we used to talk about the random DSA member who gets elected to city council in Poughkeepsie a fucking decade ago.
Spanberger is vetoing the redistricting that they tried to do to counter the Republicans. Mickey Sherrill in New Jersey is giving more funding to the cops and helping them get rid of the protesters in front of the ICE Delaney Hall facility. Like, it's one of these things is not like the other, and it's New York, and it's the fucking Democratic Socialists pushing these candidates.
Shit.
Let's go for the numbers, guys. I gotta get out of here soon.
Same.
And, but I just want to end with these. We got some other clips. From
trying to watch Mexico, Czechoslovakia, or whatever.
But let's see Harry Enton, and then we're gonna end with my boy Kornacki. Give this analysis because these are numbers guys, and numbers guys they follow the numbers. Like you're saying, the popularity of socialists in America versus the popularity of Democrats in Congress.
Ain't nobody coming for your shitty Disney money.
Ain't no
Stephen A.
one.
Smith.
We don't want your fucking Disney money, Stephen A.
The Democratic Socialists of America have a higher net favor rating than the Democratic Party does, at least those who are members of Congress. I mean, just take a look here. Dem Socialists of America, plus 17 points. Democrats in Congress, plus 4 points. No wonder that Dem Socialists are getting nominated across the political map in different primaries because, simply put, they're more popular than the Democrats currently in charge.
Okay, I'm just thinking back to when I was sitting here and Zoran Mamdani was sitting there when he was running, and I asked him about capitalism.
Yes.
And he had no problem saying that he had real issues.
See how fucking incensed she is? Saying he had no problem saying that he had real issues with how capitalism works. Can you believe it? Can you believe it?
Yeah, it's all based.
By the way, I
You're
just got a text.
writing campaign
Shout
ads.
out from my Dominican friend Kiara that her mom is fucking furious that Espaillat lost because he was the guy who was, I pointed out in the beginning of this show, was throwing the racist attacks against Daria Eliza, saying she's Haitian.
Yep.
Because they hate
That's
Haitians.
crazy.
Dominicans hate Haitians.
That's
So
so
they're
crazy.
just throwing out these racist last minute attacks. She's Haitian and she's a Jew hater. Can we get the pro-Israel and also Dominican people to come vote for me? Please, please. They're desperate.
With it. Okay. He wasn't afraid to say it. And by the way, he ended up winning. It didn't hurt him. How do Democrats today view socialism compared to capitalism?
There's a reason why it didn't hurt him, and that is simply because this is one of the biggest political changes I've seen during my lifetime. Match up socialism, capitalism among Democrats. You go back 16 years ago, 2010, capitalism and socialism right there, favorable rating, 51%, 50%. Look at it now. Socialism clearly in the lead among Democrats. 66% of them view socialism favorably, just 42% view capitalism favorably. No wonder Mamdani had no problem blasting it.
Which is fascinating because when you look at races coming up in New York, you've got a big one up in the Bronx. And you've got Zoran Mamdani endorsing a Democratic Socialist. Hakeem Jeffries.
So I guess this was before the election, actually.
Not going with the more traditional incumbent. So there are two big races involving Democratic Socialists coming up in New York that Mamdani's endorsed. Tell us something we don't know.
I'll tell you something you don't know, and that is that the Democratic Socialists are likely to win one of those races, the one down in Brooklyn, going to beat the Brooklyn borough president. You take a look there, look at that, an 81% chance to win in Brooklyn, and in northern Manhattan, at this point, a 52% to knock off an incumbent, Espaillat. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus.
Yes, Espaillat,
Get him
long
going.
time incumbent
Yes.
with
Pack him
all
up.
the incumbents endorsing him. All right, thank you.
Pack them the fuck up. Let's end it with my boy, my favorite. One of the reasons I joined Twitter, just to try and get an interaction from Senpai himself, Kornacki.
This is something of a political earthquake. NBC News projects that in the 13th Congressional District of New York, challenger Daria Avila Chevalier has defeated five-term incumbent Adriano Espaillat. Espaillat, the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, had run with the endorsement, the Democratic leader in the House, Hakeem Jeffries, with the endorsement, the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, with endorsements from a number of prominent Democrats, but not the mayor of New York City. Zoran Mamdani instead endorsed Daria Avila Chevalier. She is aligned with the Democratic Socialists of America, and she has defeated a five-term incumbent, Espaillat. And so tonight,
Nixon
in
five.
New York City, two Democratic incumbents have been defeated. Espaillat in the 13th Congressional District and Dan Goldman in the 10th Congressional District.
And then also Claire Valdez. So all three won. And again, a lot of assembly people and state senate as well. Some losses too. Elaine New, shout out Effie Staley, shout out Danielle Welch, shout out Alex Boris. We'll get him next time. Lindsey Boylan, we'll get him next time. Fucking the lines are moving, the goalposts are moving, and we're moving them this time. Fucking finally. I'm gonna leave y'all.
I'm out too.
With that, once again, just
going crazy.
go watch fucking either watch my video on it on Crybaby or listen to the album. But yeah, man, fucking we're it's a good day. It's a good morning. Get back to work tomorrow.
See ya.
Form the DSA. Do what you can. Find a candidate in your area. Phone bank for DSA. Whatever it is. Whatever it is. And watch Good Morning Comrade.
New episode
Listen
up
to
now.
Good Morning
Comrade. All right. Peace, y'all.
Take
Bye.
care, folks. Have a good evening.